there would make there's no difference in the validity of what this guy is saying and what the other guy is saying, even
So
though they have two opposing views.
so
See what I'm
here's this
saying?
thing.
But
So here's
the problem is that the conclusion is met with fallacious reasoning. That's the problem. But nobody agrees with that. So it's like, okay, the glober could be right one day, the flat earther could be right on another day, using the same exact reasoning. That's the problem.
so taking a look here at this YouTube video. Here's a phenomenon. I'd like to hear some explanations for it.
So you want us to explain something that we're not claiming? Because I mean, I heard Montreal talking about
Well,
that, but I didn't
Well,
talk about it. So
it's not even going to be something that you're claiming. It's something that we can observe here in this video that is happening.
45 minutes ago.
So we have this thing that is in fact happening that we can observe. That is in this video. It's repeated. I'm waiting for some explanations.
I'd like to respond to this
the
guy.
cause. So you want to find the cause to a natural observed phenomena? Is that what?
Yeah,
is that what
that's
you want?
exactly what I want.
That sounds like science.
Yeah, and Elijah doesn't seem to even have like an explanation or even a way that we could get to that
Alright.
reason.
You didn't hear what you said, Jeremy. You said natural. This isn't natural. That's not a natural phenomenon.
Hold up.
What are
Let
we
me just
looking
respond
at?
to this video quick. This video is bull. Throw it out already, Chief Squatting Dog. You shot yourself in the foot with this. Because if you're claiming that there's 15 degrees per hour rotation, right? That's 7.5 degrees per 30 minutes, 2.5 degrees per 10 minutes. You don't have that with this video. This video, it speeds up, it slows down, goes backwards, goes forward. This is bad evidence.
No, it's not.
You would not expect the rotation of the Earth to speed up and slow down.
So all I'm saying is that there's a tilt.
Yeah,
I
but
didn't
this
even
doesn't
make
show
any.
that.
So hold on. I didn't make any claims about a 15 degrees. And yes, it does show a tilt. This thing is drifting over the course of all the times that he's testing it with.
Bro, can you
so you're
please,
full of shit
please
there.
read the title of the video that you just posted?
Yeah, sure. I'm not even quoting the title. I'm just simply showing that this compass seems to show a tilt.
I wouldn't say tilt. Just it shows that there's drift, right?
Yeah, there's drift.
Who knows what that's from? You can't automatically say that's the drift from the Earth.
Okay, sure. So you got an explanation for it?
Yeah, I do. It's not balanced properly. It's probably catching wind. It's not airtight.
So when you're gonna bring up, hold on, you're gonna bring up wind in a, you're gonna bring up wind in a closed garage. You're gonna bring up like it's weighted wrong, even though when he turns the motherfucker around and into the video spins it the other direction. It's still. Hold on, I'm not done yet.
Right?
Hold on, I'm not done yet.
So percentage.
Hold on.
Is that not affirming the concept?
Okay. Holy shit. Okay, I'm just gonna do this.
Let him finish. We did cut him off.
So again, well, I'm gonna bring up about the weight, right? If it's left or right weight, guess what? If it's too heavy on the right side and it's causing it to drift towards the right, or at least go clockwise from our observe point, sure, that might be an explanation for one track. But then when you turn it around like he does in the video, and it still drifts towards the table, right? That is now showing that it would be going against that weight in order to do that. So it would be a really bad explanation saying, oh, it's counterweight on the left or right. If it's not weighted properly on the top, you would still see the phenomenon of it going
absolutely
left or
you'd be
right.
absolutely correct if all I said was that it's counterweight only. I didn't say that, did I?
Sure. You brought up that there was the weight. It could have been the wind, even though it would be hard.
You know how these things are spun up?
Yeah, with the electricity.
Okay, and in the little kind of the area that it's spinning, do you think it's a perfect vacuum, or is there molecules there?
Oh, there's molecules for sure.
Okay, and is it perfectly? Those molecules, are they perfectly in homeostasis? They're not moving at all. They're
probably moving around.
Yeah, okay. I appreciate your honesty.
Yeah,
Elijah,
but again, in the video where he like spins the wheel in the opposite direction, so instead of it being like spinning like away from him, now it's spinning towards him. You would expect a opposite result if you're going to bring up the movement of the air, causing it to drift. But that's not what we see. It seems that however he orients it, left, right, up, down, forward, backward, whichever direction he spins that wheel, it has a bias towards which direction it goes, and that's towards that table he has it sitting next to.
That's the claim that I want to dispute, because there's a better video. I don't remember who it's, like Steve or something like that. And it's like with a laser on the wall and stuff like that. It's a better done video, right? But your claim right there, where in any the axis, any orientation, it exhibits the same thing. I've never seen it. I've only ever seen it where they just flip it around, but they haven't done it in the other axis where the actual fan or whatever is spinning from the other direction. Other rotation. I've never once seen that.
I mean, like facing it.
If you have a video for that, that would be fantastic.
You mean like spinning it east and west?
I mean, like you flip the whole entire thing on its head so that everything is inverse, and then show that it's still going in the same direction.
So just flipping the thing upside down.
When you're in MS Paint and you flip a thing 180 degrees?
Yeah, you flip it upside down.
No, there's a difference between flipping it vertically and then flipping it 180 degrees. But anyways, you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, in this video he turns it around. And it even shows with the compass.
The direction of the spin is still in the same direction, which is why it still goes in the same thing.
If he turns the fucker around, the spin is no longer in the same direction.
It is. If it's going clockwise and you just flip it around, it's still going clockwise.
Yes, and in the video he reverses the voltage to now have it spinning the opposite direction.
He what?
Yeah, he goes through like 4 different tests. One of
I
which
know he goes through 4 different tests.
Hold on.
At no point does he flip it completely on its head.
You mean
it wouldn't work with
flipping
this type.
It on its head?
That's why the other video is better, because with that type you could actually flip the entire thing around, and then what
do you mean by flip it around?
The turbines basically would be spinning in a different orientation.
I'm still trying to confuse about what you mean by flipping around, because in this video he clearly turns the thing 180 and now it's facing another wall.
Yeah, he just turns it. He doesn't flip it.
Like on its head. You want to put it upside down on its head.
Yeah, to show that with the as it's spun up, when that's going in a completely different rotation, that it still exhibits the same drift and the same vector, which it doesn't. I've never seen that. I've never seen a single video show that.
It'd be unnecessary.
How do you know?
Because it just logically follows that if it's because of a weighting issue, if you flip the motherfucker around and then spin the wheel the opposite direction, it ought not still point towards the same thing it pointed towards last time.
You ought not assume.
It's just common sense. If it's top heavy and with a bias towards the left, if you spin it up and it starts drifting towards the left, yeah, that makes sense. But then if you turn the fucker around and now it starts going to its right rather than its left, then you have to come up with another reason other than counterweight issues.
Yeah, and I've never seen them even test that by flipping it on its head.
What about the head? Are you again? I'm not even talking about its head. I'm talking about turning the fucker around.
I know that's not enough. Turning it around is not enough.
That is absolutely enough.
No, because it could just be the mechanism of the air as it is in the turbines or whatever you call it as it's spun up.
Yes. So again, if it's the mechanism,
you guys just tell me real quick what we're actually looking at here. Is
if
gyro or?
Yeah,
if you're gonna bring up the mechanics causing wind within the unit itself, pushing it away, the wind would be
wind
caused.
Is probably not the best word.
Hold on. Okay. The drag would still be the same regardless. So if it's turning towards its left, it's because it might be causing some extra drag on its left side, or maybe it's pushing air from the right side to the left, right? But then when you turn the fucker around, that's still not changing any of the alignments of the mechanics in its own vicinity. Mm-hmm. So you'd still expect to see it go towards its left. Instead, we see the opposite. When you turn it around, now it's going towards its right.
What's up?
Okay, percent. What are we looking at here? Percent. Is this gyroscope? I can't look at the video.
It's the really old From Jesse video with the gyroscopes where he does 4 different things and it's not going regularly at 15 degrees per hour, and he tries to claim it's earth drift when it slows up. Speeds up and slows down, and then at some point even goes in reverse and stuff like that.
We understand that torque and rust is a thing.
It actually goes in reverse, as if the Earth starts spinning backwards.
Yeah, we understand that rust and torque is a thing, and it's a bitch. But then we understand that the average when he takes it is in fact still 15 degrees per hour. You can't take the
average for the spin of the Earth, bro. The Earth isn't spinning on average at a speed. It's actually, constant.
And if you had a perfect device that didn't have any issues like rust or torque, right, from other issues within misaligned teeth, then sure. at the end of the day, if we can just still show an average of 15 with this old ass unit, that's good enough for me.
If I were you, I'd find the other video. I think it's probably the same channel from some Steve guy. I think from Jesse uploaded it as well. And it's a lot better in terms of what you're arguing. But even then, they haven't flipped it on its head to show.
It doesn't need to flip on its head. I don't know where you keep getting this from. If I have a top,
it does. You have to rule out every orientation.
No, I don't.
Yes, if you show drift in every orientation, then that's proof positive of like some other cause, not gyroscope related, not limits to the gyroscope. But if it's changing when you just play with the gyroscope, when you manipulate the gyroscope, that means that the cause isn't outside of the gyroscope; it's internal to the gyroscope.
Hold on, but by us merely flipping it around and us getting opposite results shows that it's not an internal correct. Hold on, by us like flipping it around, keeping all the mechanics the same way in it, and yet getting the opposite result, that shows that it's not an internal issue. That just logically follows. That is exactly what you were saying.
No, because the whole idea is that this thing has been counterbalanced so that there's no drift, right? So
this
there's drift in the drift that you think is happening. Right, so in order to ensure that, it shouldn't ever be drifting in the opposite direction, right? If you counterbalance it appropriately, it shouldn't be drifting the same in either direction. There should be a bias towards the direction that you're saying the Earth is spinning against, right?
Which we see in this video.
No, but that's what I'm saying. They've never once flipped it to actually counterweight it properly, to actually rule out that there isn't a bias. You understand?
No, not in the slightest.
Okay, so let's say they counterbalanced it and it's drifting in a certain direction, right? Mm-hmm. In order to ensure that the balance is appropriate, they have to flip it to show that it's
Which they do in the video.
No, they don't. I don't mean just turn it. I mean actually flip it on its head so that the turbines and everything
doesn't need to be on its head.
You're saying it doesn't need it, but I'm telling you why it does need it.
Hold on,
that's how you counterbalanced it properly.
That's
if you
not at all.
And then in that case, there's still a bias towards the direction that you're saying.
So we can again take a look at
the other direction, to the opposite direction, that it hasn't been counterbalanced properly.
So the only thing that would make it drift towards its left or to its right would either be the east and west counterbalances or the top and bottom balances. Preferably the top balances. It makes no sense that the bottom.
No, but the torque itself causes an issue.
Okay, we'll get there. So I'm glad you brought up the torque because that just really fucks you over. But thanks for bringing up the torque. But
let's go.
Yeah, so in regards to the weights, which is really stupid to bring up because, again, if it is heavy on its west side, or it would be its east side, right, when we have it facing north to west, let's just say its right side for simplicity's sake, and it causes the wheel to now drift towards its right, sure, that might be a weight issue. But then when you flip the motherfucker around, so now it's facing south, and you spin the motherfucker up, and it's still drifting to the east, so now it's west, obviously it's not a counterweight issue. Because if it's a counterweight issue,
it could be if it's a vertically related one.
Hold on, I'm getting there. Obviously it's not an east or west issue, because if it's an east or west counterbalance issue, then it would still show when I flip it around, it would be drifting to the opposite direction. But that's not what we see. So then we can go to the top balance weight. Even if it's a top balance weight, even if that little cylinder that's on top isn't perfectly weighted, it would still have a bias to either the east or the west side. And if it doesn't, it would be the bias of either east or west from its misweight. That would still be the same bias, whichever way we flip it. So if the top is heavy on the right side, it should drift towards its right. However, if we turn it around, if we spin it up again, it should still drift towards its right because that weight is still up there and misweighted. However, that's not what we see. What we see is that
we have an effect.
Hold on.
Go ahead, my bad.
Yeah. What we see is that when we turn it around, even if it's top heavy on one side or the other one, it doesn't matter because it goes in the opposite direction of what would logically follow.
So are you saying that there's a video that shows them flipping it on its head?
It doesn't need to flip on its head. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about flipping on its head.
So you have no demonstration for the stuff you're saying.
Calm down.
That is okay. Maybe I need to draw it out for you. Maybe you need that for me. So I'll do that for you. No problem.
How about I just give you the video that I'm telling you it actually is better?
Or how about
let's just talk about it though. You don't need to draw it out for him. In the meantime, you have an effect, right? This is some effect we're witnessing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, no. So have we done any experiments to see what the cause of the effect was?
Well, that's for y'all. I mean, we have our explanation in our model. If y'all want to claim something different, then
No,
y'all need to
not
show
an
us something different.
explanation. You know, an explanation doesn't do anything. We needed to experiment, test it, you know, so we can see what I can tell you invisible unicorns do it.
Sure, then like y'all come up with an explanation, and then y'all try and y'all come up with a hypothesis. How about that? I'll use
It ain't
proper
about.
words. Hold on. So come up with a hypothesis, test your hypothesis, and if it works out, come back to me. We can have a conversation there.
Okay, have you guys tested a hypothesis?
You know, in this video, I mean, it shows that there is a bias in the mechanics that causes it to drift in a specific cardinal direction, regardless of how we orient it.
Okay, have you tested a hypothesis? That wasn't my question. I don't care about an explanation or a prediction or any of that. Have you tested a hypothesis?
No, I haven't done it myself. No.
Has anyone done it?
A hypothesis for what? A gyro compass showing or a gyroscope in this case, showing drift that matches
have
up
you
with
tested
about
a hypothesis? Yes.
Have I tested? No, not me specifically. No.
Anyone, not you, not you. Has anyone dude? Has anyone tested a hypothesis for this?
A hypothesis that a gyro compass can show the curvature or the movement of the Earth. Yeah, a few people have.
All right, what was the hypothesis?
Oh, I have to take a look back.
Okay, let me know if you ever get a hypothesis for this. Because like Eli said, this is an absolute affirming the consequent fallacy. So.
Okay. Well, we have this phenomenon. I mean, we have our explanation on our model, right? I mean, if y'all want to disagree with the model, I understand that y'all don't have a model that's y'all's ultimate cop-out. But if y'all have an explanation on a flat Earth for why we experience this thing, then I'm all ears for it.
Explanations are worth.
If this isn't a reification affirming the consequent fallacy, can somebody explain to me what it is or why it's even in why it's in our language?
No, it's definitely affirming the consequent.
Affirming the consequent if this isn't it?
Well,
this is it. No, this is it.
What'd you say, Jeremy?
Entertaining the nonsense, it's just entertainment, right? Like that's what he's doing.
I said this is definitely an affirming the consequent, hands down, no question.
Okay. So what I'm just simply asking for, I mean, you can throw out all your fallacies y'all don't understand in the first place, but we see a phenomenon.
No, you threw the fallacy out. And how could you say that we don't understand it? Would you like to challenge that by, I don't know, pulling up the definition together, reading the definition together, and then hearing you state your argument again? Would you be okay with doing that instead of wasting everyone's time?
Or you could just simply answer my question and maybe have some sort of conversation.
I guess no. Let's not do that, right? Because you're a fraud.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So like I'm trying to say, I don't care to play these games with you. I provided a video that shows something. Apparently, there's far more videos out there that show the same thing.
How are we not answering your question? You said there was a hypothesis. We're waiting for that hypothesis.
Well, actually, my first question has yet to be answered by him. It has yet to be answered by you, Larry, as to why this thing is doing what it's doing.
I'm not claiming anything to do with this.
Okay, cool. Then stay out of the conversation.
I'm not even talking about this. No. I'm going to point out the fact that you said you have a hypothesis. I like science. Tell me about your hypothesis.
I don't have a hypothesis.
Yo, my answer for your first question, why it's doing what it's doing, is that it's not balanced properly.
Okay, so let's take a look at the diagram here. I'm gonna because again, I already kind of went through why the argument that it's a misweight is kind of fucking stupid, but we can go through it together.
No, what I'd like is a demonstration, ruling out that it's weighted properly.
Before we go further, what's the cause of the drift again?
What's the cause of the drift?
Did I repeat myself?
In the Earth curvature, in the heliocentric model, the explanation would be the rotation of the Earth.
It's the explanation without the cause.
So wouldn't you have to stop that rotation or do some other type of experiment that differentiate, causes it to speed up or slow down or stop it or start it to know that that's the actual cause, or it's just another theory?
It's cold.
It's just entertainment.
I mean, to be fair of him, he wouldn't have to do that because he didn't say it was a hypothesis, and he also didn't say it was a naturally observed phenomenon. So, he shouldn't even be borrowing from the scientific method like most people try to do.
Right.
So-
It's just another entertaining theory based on the globe model that, I mean, yeah, it's great.
We have the 4 major counterweights on a gyro compass percent. Let's take a look at them. In the first video, the first part of the video, it shows, if I remember correctly, it drifting clockwise. So let's say the weight on the right was a little bit too heavy, or a little bit more heavy than the weight on the left, which would be a good explanation for why it would be going counterclockwise, would it not?
This is remedial, bro. This is not like what I'm referring to. I'm referring to flipping the whole entire assembly on its head.
Which you don't need to do, which would be stupid
You're
to
claiming
require.
that. You're claiming that, but you're saying that you bounced it in every orientation while leaving orientations unbalanced. Imbalanced.
Again, so the weight on top, you think that the weight on top would be an explanation for why it's going to and fro?
I think it hasn't been balanced properly. If you're claiming it's Earth rotation, you have to make sure it's balanced equally in every orientation.
Can you explain to me how a misweight or a misbalancing would cause it to go against itself?
What do you mean?
So, like I said in the video, here I'll draw out another one, okay? Let's say, no problem, I love doing these little drawing games.
Yo, it's simply put, if it's balanced correctly in every orientation, right, then it shouldn't matter how you flip it. You should see that there's a bias towards this thing. Even if it's like, let's say it's going a little bit to the right, when you flip it over, it shouldn't go to the left an equal amount. There should be.
What about when I turn it around?
Go to the right less. You understand?
Yeah, but what happens when I turn it around and now it's still going to the right?
Okay, so do that in every orientation. Show that there's this bias towards the right in every orientation, which they haven't done. They've only done it by just turning it.
You don't need to flip it upside down.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do, because the torque of the thing, you don't know how the pressures of the whole assembly are translating. You need to flip it. You need to orient it in every direction and balance it out, and then see that there's still this bias towards this one side, which has never been done.
Because it makes no logical sense as to why you would have to do that.
Well,
you're just coming up with
you don't have any proof. That's the point.
You keep on saying, "Oh, you need to do this," but logically speaking, you don't have to do that.
You do actually.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do, because there's torque that's from the spinning up of the thing.
Mm-hmm.
You'd have to do it in the inverse to show that the way that it catches air isn't affecting this thing.
In the very mechanics of it, if it's catching air on one side, because of the mechanics of it, if you turn it around, it should still be favoring that one side. But that's not what we see. It starts favoring the other side when you turn it around.
It goes from clockwise to counterclockwise whenever it gets flipped.
Holy mother of fuck.
Again, before we go too much,
you are so out of it, dude. You are by far out of it.
Watch the video I posted, maybe you'll get an idea of what I mean.
So in regards to its internal components, in regards to its internal components.
Kio's trying to get in, man.
Okay.
Well, before I keep listening, are you I don't understand. Like, I can watch videos, right? Mm-hmm. Are you the one that's just watched the videos and you're trying to explain it to me, or you actually fool with these gyros? Because I think they're super cool. I've actually fooled with one, touched one. Have you?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're not just watching videos and trying
to. It's crazy because my answer was a legitimate answer. And dude basically cursed me out, dude. I don't know you. I've never disrespected you. I don't know what made you feel like you could talk to another human being that way simply because I'm saying that your argument is fallacious. That's ridiculous, guys.
That's what I kind of asked. Who are you?
And he only got that mad because I addressed it in the way that I did. And then I said, you know what? Let's be fair. Let's pull up the definition of an affirming the consequent fallacy, and let's hear your argument to see if I'm right or wrong. Because you already said I was wrong. You already called me a retard.
Well,
and instead of doing that,
I asked you specifically.
You see what I'm saying, guys? Like, what do you got? What do you guys think about that?
Well, I just simply asked you what your explanation was for an observed phenomenon that we're seeing, and then instead you go on some fucking tirade about like fallacies.
Yeah, asking me for an explanation though doesn't discount what I already said. Okay. It's actually a non sequitur. Does everybody else agree that it's a non sequitur? Meaning, if I have a real critique, which I did, instead of him answering that, responding with, "Well, what's your explanation?" Isn't that a non sequitur fallacy on top of everything else?
Yes,
Yes or
yes, yes, it is. Let me say this: if as of right now, it's an affirmative consequent. If he's actually had a hypothesis and manipulated independent variables to show that it is actually the cause of the effect, then we would be wrong, and it's not an affirmative consequent. So let's just move on. If you have a hypothesis and you have manipulated independent variables and you've wiggled the cause of the effect, then we're wrong, and it's not an affirmative consequent. You were right. Then you got us.
Okay, so no explanation, no hypothesis from y'all, at least on y'all's end for this then, right? Not yet?
Did you hear anything I just said?
No, I kind of tune you out, I'm not going to lie.
How is he going to wiggle the cause, Jeremy?
That's not my problem. That's not my problem.
And Jeremy gave you an alternate explanation. I can give you several too, that neither one of us, you or I, could go any further or prove or disprove one way or another, which makes it worse for you.
I know, so let's take a look here at this little thing I'll draw up.
You're just moving on, right?
Yeah, I'm just moving on.
Just like everyone else, it's like a character that comes here to entertain us.
No,
I appreciate it,
when I'm on a track of mind and now I'm being brought back to some other bullshit because some other guy just couldn't answer a question, I'd rather just stick to this thing that I'm already on. So no, I asked for explanations, possible things. He gave out some bullshit explanations about like the internal mechanisms or like the misweighting, which makes no sense if it still favors one direction in the room rather than the direction within the unit. Because if it's some sort of mechanical issue within the unit causing a favoring of one side, it should still have that same effect within the mechanics. However,
you gave Earth curve as your cause, and you can't manipulate that to prove it. That's our point.
Okay.
It should have bias towards one side of the room in every orientation. You haven't shown every orientation.
No, all I have to show
is that in every orientation. Even
all I have to show is that it has a bias towards the direction of the room in 2 different orientations. One facing the front wall, one facing the back wall.
That's not true, man.
That's 100% true.
Bro, that's not what inversing is something means. If I flip something, if I have an image on MS Paint and I flip it horizontally, and then I flip it back, and I flip it vertically, and then I flip it back, I never once flipped it 180 degrees, which is both vertical and horizontal.
So you turning it again. So I guess you're just misunderstanding the point.
No,
in
I
the
think you're
internal
misunderstanding,
mechanism,
man.
I think that
you said you played with these things.
Yeah,
do you have
one? No, I don't have one. No.
Maybe you should get one and then demonstrate it, and then you'll have a leg to stand on.
Because what I think you're just going to like the most extreme of like bullshit explanations, or like not even explanations, just going out to like the bullshit little like ideas to try and just say, oh, nuh-uh, without like with completely
man, you have to
disregard.
balance it in every axis.
Hold on, you are balancing in every axis, or like no, you don't even need to balance it. Hold on, you don't need to balance it in every axis because if there's a misweight on it, that thing will show within its mechanics. It will favor its own side if it is misweighted. However, we do not see it favoring its own side. We see it favoring the side of a room, not its own side. If something within its mechanics was having it favor its left, then when you turn it around, the internal mechanic issue should still be having it favor its left.
I hear you, but I've never once seen that. I've never once seen a video where they flipped it in both horizontally and vertically and showed that there is still a bias towards one side of the room. If you have a demonstration, please provide it.
And see, there's the issue. I don't think you need to flip it on its head.
Bro, you said yourself it needs to be flipped vertically.
No, I never said it needed to be flipped vertically.
How are you going to balance it vertically then?
How are you going to balance it vertically? It balances vertically by determining if it goes left or right, or forward or backwards. If it's going forwards or backwards, you can detect that and make adjustments to the top weight. If it's going left or right, that is still an issue that could either be left or right. And if you already fixed the left or right, then you would go to the top. And if it's the top, let's say it's like a little to the right. Let's say they didn't directly center the weight on top and it's slightly to the right. It would favor its right side. However, if it is slightly weighted or slightly misaligned to the left, then it should favor its left side. But however, if you turn that motherfucker around, guess what? It's still favoring its right side because it's misweighted on the right side. But that's not what we see.
I don't think you're understanding, man. If something's top heavy,
you must not be understanding.
Listen. If something's top heavy, right? Mm-hmm. And you know this turbine, like the whatever you call it, whatever turbine. I'll just stick with that. And the turbine is spinning in a specific direction, right? And the drag is in a specific direction, what have you. Then it'll go to one side, and as soon as you flip it over, it's going to go to the other side, right? And if it should be basically equally. If there's no earth drift or whatever, it should be equal on both sides. If there is earth drift, you should still see a bias towards that side of the room that exhibits it. I've never once seen this actually demonstrated.
If it is top heavy, it is still going to favor one side
or
over
vice
the
versa.
other.
It could be bottom heavy. It doesn't matter. The point is,
if it's bottom heavy, then it's not going to drift.
Really? There's going to be no drift at all if it's bottom heavy?
Yeah, if it's bottom heavy, it's just not going to drift.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Because it's going to keep itself aligned. If it's top heavy, then you're going to see a bias.
Depend on the amount of torque. It's not going to depend on how fast it's spinning or anything, or maybe the disparity between the weights from the top and the bottom. If it's a gram more heavy on the bottom, it's not going to exhibit any drift whatsoever.
Yeah, if it's too heavy on the bottom, it's just not going to drift, dude.
Even if it's a gram heavier.
Yeah, a gram heavier on the bottom, no.
Come on, man.
If it's heavier on the top, you're gonna see a
it's
bias.
Pure buckwas, man.
Okay, yeah, dude, you're full of shit. You're trying to use like the top excuse as an explanation.
Show us a demonstration.
I don't need to show you an explanation or a demonstration.
No, I said demonstration.
I mean, I don't need to show you a demonstration. Is what I was trying to say.
Well, you should if you're saying something happens in actuality when you have no evidence for it.
If I have this bottle that is now top heavy and it is slightly off centered from the top, again, this thing being top heavy. It's not going to go anywhere unless that thing is off-centered. If it's off-centered, then yeah, you're going to get a bias.
Not necessarily, because it's spinning in one direction, man. That might put it off-center.
So when you spin the wheel in the opposite direction and you still get the same results, what's your bullshit explanation there?
Did you flip it upside down?
The video of that.
In the video, he literally spins the wheel in the opposite direction. He winds it up in the opposite direction. He reverses the fucking pole. Like he reverses the fucking wires to do so.
No, the actual blades of the turbine or whatever haven't been flipped or anything. It's still going in the same same vector.
No, it's not.
The medium
if you
itself
watch the
hasn't
video,
changed.
So in the video, he does 4 different things, right? He spins that wheel up. Let's say it's going towards the mechanic or the gyro compass's front. So it's spinning like a wheel towards its front. Then he turns the motherfucker around, so it's still spinning towards the gyro compass's front, but now it's facing a different wall. Then what he does with those little copper wires, he reverses the little hookups to it. So now the wheel starts spinning in the opposite direction, because that's what happens with electrical motors. When you reverse the wires, now it starts spinning in the opposite direction. He does that, and then he flips the motherfucker around, and guess what? You still get the same result.
Let me try explaining it in a different way. Okay? Say we're doing an experiment.
Mm-hmm.
Each component of this gyro compass, or the gyroscope, I mean, is a variable, okay? And we want to control the variables. We want to change one thing to make sure that the other things aren't causing it, right? So if all else is being controlled, you still have to
You're breaking up.
You have to have one variable that you're manipulating, right? So if the turbines or whatever, the motor is spinning in specific direction, you got to leave everything else the same, and then try flipping that and seeing if it causes any effect. When everything that you do is equal from each axis, perfectly balanced. You've never once done that.
You're right. Nobody's ever.
I've never seen a video for that.
Yeah, you're right. Hold on. In the case of twinning a gyro compass,
they've never once perfectly balanced it in every orientation. Yes, I've never seen that.
Hold on. Hold on. The compasses are perfectly balanced, right? And again, you trying to say that you need to put it on its head to figure out if it's perfectly balanced? That's fucking retarded. Because you can actually see if there's a bias.
My hypothesis is if it's perfectly balanced, it's not going to have any drift.
Then can you go out and do that for us?
If I had one, I would.
Then order one and do it.
If I had it like this in the video that I uploaded for you, I would definitely do it.
Okay, then go out and do it.
I'm not the one making the claim like you. You're the one making the claim. I'm making the negative claim saying that.
You just made a hypothesis.
I said, the hypothesis is not a claim, bro.
Okay, you made a hypothesis.
A hypothesis is very different from a truth claim. A truth claim is that this actually is the case. Hypothesis is me, supposing. If you don't know that, then you don't know the first thing about science. Literally.
I would make
the truth claim after. You get the truth claim after you test your hypothesis.
So
that's the thing I was trying to get him to do. So hold on a second. Hold on a second, Don. Hold on. That's the thing I was trying to get him to do in order to make the truth claim, you got to do the hypothesis, and you got to test it, manipulate your independent variables, and make sure that what you say is actually happening.
So,
but I mean, I don't think he has
if you don't do that, Jeremy, it's basically an affirmation of your faith, right?
So I would say that if you turn the motherfucker around and it still favors one side of the wall, that is not a misweighting issue. That is not a mistorque issue, because any issue in a machine that has it favoring one side should still favor that one side if you turn the motherfucker around, because the machine itself doesn't know that it's turned around. It's still going to have the mechanical issues that had it processed to its right in the first place. So when you turn the motherfucker around, those same mechanical issues should, logically speaking, have it favor its right side.
Okay, so as of right now, we don't have a tested hypothesis, and you don't have a tested hypothesis. I feel like we're in the same boat right now.
Hold on, I have a tested hypothesis. I have that video there, and it shows that when you turn like the little stabilizers off, the hypothesis is when you take a gyro compass and you whirl it up, it's going to favor one, like, was it not canonical side, one side of the wall, like one true direction over another one, which has been shown in that experiment that it is in fact favoring one true direction over the other one, regardless of its orientation or wheel alignment or wheel spinning direction.
Bro, was that whole part the hypothesis? That was a crazy ass hypothesis.
Yeah.
Well, what are you? So you're saying your hypothesis was you have an effect, and you're predicting what's going to happen with the effect, and then you do it, and your prediction comes true. That you think that's what your hypothesis is?
If a gyro compass's stabilizers are taken off, then it will show a favor towards one cardinal direction over another.
That's the effect. That's the effect we're seeing. We already know the effect. We're looking for the cause of the effect now.
That is the if-then statement.
No, that is the effect. You just stated the effect.
Yeah.
We already know the effect. We're looking for the cause.
Yeah, I stated an if-then statement, which is by definition hypothesis, right? And when we see this video, oh damn, my hypothesis was correct. This mechanical gyroscope is in fact favoring one cardinal direction over the other, regardless of its orientation.
Okay. So what you did was you just stated the effect that happens, and we're still just left here with the effect. We're all in the same boat. We have the same effect you do, and neither of us have a tested hypothesis where we found a cause for it. So I don't know what you're even arguing about. We're in the same boat.
Yeah, kind of.
So again, I made an if-then statement. It turned out to be true.
You the effect. You just checked for the effect. That's it. We have the same effect.
Yeah, I checked to see if something happens. I checked to see if something happens, and sure enough, it happened.
Yeah, the effect happens. We know. We're not arguing that. The effect happens. Okay, now we're looking for the cause of it, right? Or what exactly is the argument?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just waiting for like logical explanations from the flat Earth side as to why this happens.
Well, the same about logical explanations. When we have effects, we test them to find a cause. Otherwise, if you don't do that, it's poetry.
Yeah, so let's get y'all a gyro compass ordered, and we can have y'all test that.
Test what? What was your? Did you test it?
No, I just had a video that did it for me.
No, they didn't test it. All they did was show the effect. You don't know what showing the effect is when compared to testing the effect for a cause of the effect.
In my hypothesis, the if-then statement, I said if a gyro compass was spun up and oriented either which way, then it will still have a favorable side or a favorable cardinal direction that it will process to.
Yeah, that's the effect. We know. Your hypothesis doesn't just state the effect. That's what the effect is. We both have that. We both have that same thing you just said. I have that. You have that. Everyone in this whole room has that. Everyone on Earth has that. Now, what we need to do is find out what the cause is, because if you don't test for the cause, you're just spitting poetry.
No, it is simply an if-then statement that states an alteration that we make, and then we see an effect. So we made our alteration in the experiment, which was, oh, hey, if I orient the gyro compass either which way, then it should still have a uniform effect. So my adjustment in the experiment is, or say the thing that I am adjusting in the experiment, the independent variable, is my orientation of the gyro compass. And the effect should be the direction that it precesses. My independent variable, like I said again, is the orientation of the gyro compass. The effect is the direction of its precession.
Okay, so the effect is
hold on, let me get this right. This pretended clown only 40 minutes ago said, "Oh yeah, my bad. That's why you got me. I apologize." So this guy said it wasn't the scientific method, or he asked, well, does it have to be the scientific method? He also said it wasn't a hypothesis. And now here we are trying to pretend our way through the scientific method. That's funny. But you called me an idiot. Hilarious.
So now I'm making hypothesis just to suit it. And yes, I still believe that you're a fucking idiot. So when we go through the if then, I set up my if then.
No,
I stated
hold on. Dog, please don't do that.
That's nasty, bro.
So when I set up my if then statement, I have the adjustment I make in the experiment, and then I have my claim for what I believe that the outcome should be. I have my independent variable, I have my dependent variable. When I make my adjustments, my independent variable of the orientation of the machine, or the machine, and then I see my effect with it, which is its like precession, or the direction of precession.
Okay, so we have an effect, the direction of precession, and your cause is...
We still, well, again, we don't know the higher cause, but I do know that there is another cause out there, because again,
what was the cause in your test? Dude, you just did a test. I'm asking you, what was the cause of your hypothesis? What was the cause you came to?
We don't know yet. Again, so if we go to independent versus dependent, we can make adjustments to see if the cause is the cause, right? However, in the scientific method, which you still cling on to your misconceptions, when I make an if-then statement, if I make an adjustments, then I should see something different happen. However, I can still have an if-then statement that does not have a direct cause, just merely an alteration that I make.
You mean a postulation that you make?
Yes, such as oh hey, temperature. I was like, if I adjust the thermostat, then the ice cream will melt at a slower rate. All right, ice cream's still going to melt, whether it's 60 degrees or 80 degrees. I just merely had an effect on it.
All right, so what did you adjust with the gyroscope thing?
It's orientation.
So its orientation is the cause of what?
Well, the orientation doesn't have to be the cause of the precession.
Okay, so you have to manipulate something, like you manipulated the air conditioner for it to be the cause of the change of the effect, right?
Okay.
So what did you manipulate in this situation?
So actually, I'll make a counter argument. I'll change it all up. I'll concede this part. I'll make a new hypothesis. If I change, if the machine is misweighted, then it should have a bias towards its own direction. How about that one?
Oh my God, that is like the first half of the affirming the consequent fallacy. Jesus Christ.
But however, when we take a look at the thing, we say, oh, if it is misweighted, then it should have a direction either which way, right? It should be favoring that side. But that's not what we see. So we see that it's not a misweighting issue, so that hypothesis would be null. It'd be disproven. So we can easily tell from the video that it is not a
hypothesis from the jump. It's a malformed hypothesis. It's not even.
If you want to say that,
an independent variable.
Yeah. So yeah, it does have an independent variable. The independent variable would be the direction that we orient it, and the dependent variable.
An independent variable is a natural phenomena observed to then be tested.
An independent variable is
my bad.
That's
a dependent variable. The independent variable would have to be your supposition as to what's causing a natural phenomena. My bad. There you go.
So If the machine is misweighted, then it should favor one of its sides over the other in its precession.
Okay, just relax for a second. Listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
What was we have the effect of precession. What was the cause of it? In your test and your hypothesis experiment, whatever you did, what was
Why
the
do you
cause?
keep going to the cause?
Isn't that what are we
That's
talking
what
about
science
here?
is all about, the law of cause and
If we're
effect,
not
bro. You just
if we're
gave a
not worried about the
demonstration.
cause,
Sorry, Jeremy.
if we're not,
Why do you
my
keep
bad,
clinging
Larry.
to the cause? I know that you
Because
go
if
off
we're
of
not
like third
talking,
grade textbooks that talk about cause and effect and all that, but that's just not even the nuance of what the sciences actually is.
I know, but if we're not
So you're
talking
teaching
about
children the wrong thing?
No, we're teaching them how to
no, Larry.
experiment with different things and record
Sorry,
their
bud.
findings.
Go ahead.
The
If we're
basic of
not
the
talking
scientific
about,
method.
if we're not talking about the cause, what are we doing here talking about this for hours? Who cares?
Well, no, it's because somebody made a counterclaim that it's misweighting, and I'm showing how it's definitely not a misweighting issue. Because in the machine itself, it should favor one of its own sides over the other if it is misweighting or mistorquing.
Okay, it's not misweighted. Great. Now what?
Well, if it's not misweighting, then maybe we can go to mistorquing, which still has the same issue.
Okay, it's not mistorqued. Now what?
Now we're at this conundrum where we don't even know why this thing is drifting in this one particular direction. That's what I
know.
want to
We're all
figure
in the
out.
same. We're all in the same boat here. I told you that like 20 minutes ago. We're all in the same boat with this. Why is it drifting thing?
Yeah. So I just want to hear some ballpark answers or like explanations or ideas.
We could. I mean, what do you want to test for? What do you think? How could we test this scientifically?
I don't know, dude. How could we?
I don't know. We're all in the same boat here. I guess this will be a mystery for the ages.
Maybe by manipulating the cause of the effect. I don't know. That sounds like pseudoscience that I learned in third grade, but I might be wrong.
What do you think the cause is then, Larry? Thank you for chiming in with your
Exactly.
explanations, dude.
What's the cause?
What do you think the cause? What do you think the cause is?
I have no idea.
Okay, then fuck off. I don't need you in here then.
Okay, do you know the cause?
Relax.
Not in the flat Earth. No, I don't.
No. On the globe Earth, what's the cause?
No. I'm LARPing as a flat earther now, dude. I'm trying to come up with explanations of how this works on the flat Earth.
You just told me to fuck off because I don't know what the cause is, insinuating that you know the cause. Please enlighten us, stupid flat earthers.
No,
what's the cause?
I'm just here to figure out why on this flat Earth this thing happens. If anybody has
Do you
any
wish us
explanations,
to stay
I'm more
ignorant? Could you not tell us?
Yeah, I'm like, you're already ignorant. You don't know what causes it on the flat Earth, so just stay ignorant, I guess.
Well, neither
in the meantime,
do you.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know
what
cause
was imbalanced.
We already ruled that out. So try again, dude.
Nice try.
Yeah,
so what causes it on the globe Earth? I don't know what causes it on the globe Earth.
Oh, the Globers claim that it's the Earth rotation.
So how do we test that? Can we stop the Earth rotating?
No, we can't stop the Earth from rotating.
Going in circles.
Then shut the fuck up.
However, what we can do, Larry, is we can put a gyroscope on the Earth and either speed up or slow down. All right? Oh, I'm sorry, not on the Earth, on like a plane or a ship or something. We can we can put one on a plane like that's going fast enough to counteract the spin of the Earth, or we could put one that goes with the spin of the Earth and faster. And if we see a favorability within the drifting rate, then we can have that adjustment. So fuck off, Larry.
Guys, please stop with this whole fucking off thing. Thank you.
I don't have to stop the spin of the Earth to account for it. I can just nullify it.
You have to prove it. You have to prove it.
Yeah, I could just nullify it.
Yeah, you have to do science or shut it.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I don't have to stop the spin
Sorry
of the Earth, so get rid of that dumb notion. I can just simply nullify it by either going against the spin of the Earth or going with the spin of the Earth.
No, because then you start with an assumption. No, absolutely not. Then you start with an assumption that it's rotating already.
Well, again, an assumption to you might not be an assumption to like 90% of the actual people, but like that's a different thing.
Wasn't this supposed to be your thing of proof of Earth's rotating?
No, I'm just here to explain. I like ask why this happens on the flat Earth that I've currently got my feet on.
Nobody knows why it happens. We just went through this. Me and you were in the same boat because no one's ever tested scientifically for why it happens.
So, I mean, it could be aether, which has been shown not to exist. It could be pixie shits. It could be, I don't know, maybe
How was ether shown not to exist? What was the experiment for that? What was the experiment that showed that ether didn't exist?
Oh, there's that laser test with what's his name? Was it the Cavendish experiment? Yeah, that's
Michelson Morley.
Michelson Morley. My bad.
Was it Cavendish?
No, it was
Cavendish
Michelson Morley.
with the lasers.
No, not Cavendish. Michelson Morley. My bad. At least not a luminiferous ether. And if you're going to bring up how then you're going to have to bring up how if the ether is causing a precession of these things, why do we not feel that force in like everything else? Why does it only choose like gyro compasses?
I didn't claim that.
Okay, well,
not my claim.
I'm just going to eliminate some possible answers that I've heard over the past 4 years.
Okay.
If it's the aether, then why does nothing else really experience that?
So
why does it only seem to be gyro compasses?
So you guys think that the entire reference frame, all of creation, is shrinking, and the apparatus is not rigid. It's actually shrinking and making it look like the Earth is not moving. That's what you actually believe?
Yeah, you guys. After this Michelson Morley thing you guys brought up, you had to manifest the Lorentz contraction, saying that the tube was shrinking. I mean, dude, you guys wiggled your way out of the whole mic. I wouldn't even bring that up if I was you guys.
Well, they tested for the aether, and they got a null result. They were not able to prove the existence of the aether.
Do you know why they got a null result? First, they assumed that Earth was orbiting, and then they invented the Lorentz contraction to make it all work for the globe.
Okay, so if we assume the Earth was flat, how do you think that would have affected them?
Dude, we're talking about the Michelson Morley, okay? They claim that the Earth is moving through the ether. They got a null result, which means that they couldn't prove that the Earth was moving, right? So they said, oh, well, there must not be an ether. Like, oh, that's a cool story, bro, but the results actually show that the Earth wasn't moving or not nowhere near fast enough. So they did measure some drift, right? But not enough.
Dog, it literally showed.
So there was two hypotheses. Either the Earth was not moving and the ether was flowing through it, or the ether was stagnant and the Earth moved through it. Either which way, just due to perspective, it shouldn't matter, right? When you test the experiment, hold on, hey, I got muted for interrupting you. Don't interrupt. Like maybe the same thing will happen.
You're next, Larry. You're next. Let him finish. Go ahead, Chief.
So either which way you want to, like, what other assumptions you want to make, whether, the Earth moving through the ether or the ether moving through the unit, right? At the end of the day, it doesn't matter because of perspective, there should still be motion detected, of which none was.
So
yes,
I agree with you. No motion was detected. Yeah, we agree so far. But you just said a funny thing right there, right?
No motion through an ether, I should say.
Yeah. Anyway, so you said a funny thing there. In the experiment where they're trying to prove the motion of the Earth, you said either A, the Earth was moving through the ether, or B, the Earth was moving with no ether. How is that?
That's not what I said.
That's exactly what you just said.
No, I said specifically they were testing for the presence of the ether. They knew that there were only two explanations for how the ether could work. Either the Earth was stagnant and the ether flowed through it, or the ether was stagnant and then the Earth was moving through it. Either which way, there is still relative motion occurring within the ether that the laser test should have been able to pick up. Of course, no relative motion of the ether was detected.
Do you know what they did pick up from that though? Earth wasn't orbiting the sun. Do you know how they overcame that? The Lorentz contraction.
Oh.
So you guys had to make up all kinds of wild, wacky shit to get around this whole experiment. Like I said, I don't even know why you guys bring this up.
Let's look up the Lorentz contraption and see if it's not
contraction.
It's a contraction, all right.
And when you look it up, just imagine if a flat earther was claiming this bullshit.
Okay.
You'd be laughing your ass off because it's a globe earther. Because it's a glober claiming this bullshit, you're like, oh, it's got to be true. It's all on TV.
Length contraction, yeah, it's ridiculous. Absolutely absurd.
Definitely not your best argument yet.
That's how they got around. That's how they got around this whole Michelson Morley thing, when they found out Earth wasn't orbiting the sun. They were like, "Oh shit! Now what do we do? What do we do now?" And then boom, length contraction, easy peasy.
Length contraction was postulated by George Fitzgerald and Lorentz, right, to explain the negative outcome of Michelson-Morley's experiment and to rescue the so that's not even claiming like what you're stating. This was an attempt to hold on. This was an attempt to
literally just said what I stated.
To rescue the hypothesis of the stationary ether.
Dude, you literally just read what I said. They invented this Lorentz contraction shit after the Michelson-Morley thing. Otherwise, Earth's not orbiting the sun.
Except that's not what it's saying here. So I don't know where you're getting that shit from.
Would be.
What's the Michelson-Morley thing, Jeremy?
Although both.
What's up?
What's the Michelson-Morley thing, Jeremy?
The thing where they found Earth wasn't orbiting the sun.
I mean, how did they do that? What was the thing? Like what? Like what is?
Oh, it was an interferometer. I'm not really a Michael-Morley guy. I've heard hours and hours of this shit.
So I'm reading through this,
it was like an interferometer where they shoot a laser beam in the tube, and they were supposed to get a specific time for the laser to go from one end of the tube and back. And they found those results yielded that we weren't orbiting the sun. So in order to get around it, hold on, very bad.
So that's not at all what I'm.
Frame was contracting.
So that's not at all what I'm reading up here.
In fact, go ahead and read it quietly.
Yeah. Yeah. So
let's talk about the taboo conspiracy video that no Glober anywhere is responding to.
So
I'll wait because we got all day.
And so I'm reading through here, and I see nowhere about the Earth being stagnant. It seems like the length contraction was a ad hoc explanation for why they detected like ether. They were still trying to like say that there was ether. Yeah. So
no.
Yeah, Lorentz. So hold on, Lorentz and Fitzgerald both here seem to still be under the assumption that the ether was real, and this seems to be an ad hoc reasoning from them as to why the ether wasn't detected. Not trying to explain why the Earth wasn't moving. That's not even what they brought up.
Hold on, guys. You're both talking at once, man. Let Charlie finish it up. Eli, you can go next.
Yeah, I was just saying it was.
Hold on, bro. You can go, Eli. You can go next, bro. Let him finish it up, please.
So yeah, I'm reading here. Nowhere in here does it say anything about them trying to explain why the Earth wasn't moving. It seems to be an ad hoc explanation as to why the ether is still out there but was detected. So again, I don't know where you're pulling this shit out of.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were done, bro. Hold on. We thought he was done. And Eli's going next anyways. You're done? Okay, Eli.
Yeah.
No, it's just unbelievable. They knows what an ad hoc explanation is, but can't apply that same understanding to the black swan. Seeing as that refraction is some ad hoc explanation, which doesn't actually even fix anything.
Okay, the fact that this guy.
If you guys know what the actual claim is with refraction, that guy physics something. It's some new channel, but anyway, he explains what the Globers always try to explain, that there's an atmosphere, so you have to account for that, and the guy simply explains that you get like a little extra point something. So if the horizon's supposed to be 1.2 miles, then it'll be like 1.4, 1.5. And the interesting thing is that they apply the same equation, and so it wouldn't matter what height it is.
Eli, we're way off though. We're way off. We're on this Michelson-Morley.
Well, he just said it was an ad hoc explanation, and I'm like, how is that way off? I mean, the rhetoric is different, but the reasoning is the same. I get mad that you guys can't connect the dots because the words don't sound the same. That's amazing.
No, I'm just saying we can go to the black swan if you want, but we're right in the middle of this.
It's not about the black swan. It's about what an ad hoc explanation is.
Yeah, no doubt. But you were like knee deep into some refraction shit.
All right, I was knee deep. You're right. I'm not. My bad.
No, it's all good. I mean, we could switch to that if you want.
Not
I think he
really, but
left. I think he left. Honestly, I mean, dude, it's
Yeah, because he screwed
listen.
himself
All right,
claiming the
listen.
ether. Go ahead.
The Michelson Morley thing. They had to invent the Lorenz. He can say they ad hoc it in to keep the ether, but if he wants to take it out and think his model still works, it's not going to because we won't be orbiting the sun. So we can take that ad hoc shit out, and then we're not orbiting the sun. It was so. Like I said, I'm not a big Michelson Morley guy. Witsit, maybe Geo. There's a few people in here that are very very familiar with the Michelson Morley thing.
It's too bad he left. You know, he had us on the ropes. I mean, we were really reeling
I was
to
shook.
understand that. Yeah, we were really struggling, right? Because Michelson Morley was trying to disprove the ether. Bullshit. They were trying to prove the motion of the Earth. They never set out to disprove the ether. That only came about as an ad hoc explanation later when they failed to prove the motion of the Earth. Just like Airy's failure. It should be called Michelson Morley's failure. Thanks.
Like I said, if he wants to take the Lorentz contraction out, I'm fine with that. We could just toss that shit, and Earth's not orbiting the sun, so whatever you want to do.
Dude, when people say that shit, like, I don't know if they're being dishonest or if they're being fed a script or if they only use Google or something. I don't know what's going on, but Michelson Morley was trying to prove the motion of the Earth. They never set out to disprove ether. Crazy that they say
I mean,
that.
I don't think we really need to be debating people that are just never heard of the thing and they're just googling it on the spot. Like that doesn't seem constructive at all, really. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
I think he read it and was like, "Oh shit, this is fucked," and then quit. Because why did he quit just now? Like, why did he
He
just
might have
not
had to
quit when he
go.
got to the crux? Man, oh, you
He
think
might have
this
had to
dude has
go. Who
got?
knows?
They had to go take a dump. Scare the shit out of him. He's gonna lose his model.
I mean, the whole gyroscope thing was ridiculous. I don't know. Whatever.
Does anybody think that there was like a fruitful conversation to be had with this guy in the past few days? Honestly,
It could be if everyone would drop their guard and you know, slow it down a notch. Maybe it could be fruitful. The audience listens. You know, maybe they don't know about how the gyroscope, the globe Earth's explanation for a gyroscope is affirming the consequent fallacy, and they don't actually have a cause. You heard him. He didn't have a cause either. We're all in the same boat with that. We got an effect. What's the cause? You don't know. I don't know. We're all in the same boat with that. So whatever. It's the same thing with weight change with latitude, Cavendish, gyroscope, Foucault pendulum. Pick some globe shit. It's all affirming the consequence. All of their stuff.
it's all confirmation bias too.
I have my suspicions.
Yeah, if anybody starts swinging a pendulum in front of you and they're telling you something, they might be into hypnosis, or you might be under it.
What's a pendulum at rest called?
Plumb bob.
But they're. I don't think they're straight in the globe model because they got that mass attracting mass thing going on.
Yep, they're having a hard time. They're having a hard time with their model. And you see how frustrated they get, right? You know, how many times somebody asked how many fruitful conversations have we had with this guy? Wow. Past few days, I don't know how many swears he said at us. Like maybe in the 50s and 60s, maybe more. Yeah.
Yeah, I did lose my cool a little bit. I apologize.
Oh, I lost my cool really bad. I think, was it with him yesterday? I think it was with him. Yeah.
Right,
I
because
really
he's
lost
like,
my
you
cool.
don't know the cause of this, so shut up. But he didn't know the cause either, and he's taking some sort of high ground. And I felt
And
the
the way he
hypocrisy
disrespected
overwhelming.
Eli. Yeah. The way he
Yeah.
disrespected Eli, that was like really bad, man.
And if you guys will notice, when someone accuses me of a logical fallacy, I'm like, everybody shut up. Like, maybe I did cause a logical fallacy. You got the floor, go ahead. Like, that's what you're supposed to do, because maybe you did make a logical fallacy. And it's weird when people avoid it. They're like, oh, you're using all these logical fallacies. No, bro, I just accused you of using one. And then you whistled past the graveyard on that shit and then said that I did. And like, what does it matter? We're in a debate forum. Logic fucking matters. It doesn't matter who is making a bad argument. We want to point out, like, hey, like Mr. Spock, right? You might want to reformulate your argument. It's like, well, this makes me feel bad. I don't give a fuck how you feel. It's not logical.
Like I said, all their shit is a logical fallacy, bro. Cavendish, weight change, latitude change, profile pendulum, gyroscope. Fucking pick something, dude. It's all fallacious, and it's all the
All of
same
it.
fallacy. Ironically, it's all an affirmative consequence. Eli was on it.
Yep. It's not hard to see, bro. It's good for the people, the audience listening, to hear these guys, even though they stress the hell out of us, right? They get us so upset, right? But it's good for the audience to hear it.
I mean, if there was an unbiased person listening just now, how do you think that sounded for Chief Swatting? You think that went well?
Kind of broke up a bit there, bro. I didn't catch that.
I said anyone listening, like unbiased person listening, do they think that went well for Chief Swatting Dog just now, or as far as his arguments or whatever? I don't even know what he was arguing.
Definitely. He made a few flat earthers today, for sure, I think. Yep.
I think his name is Chief Running Dog. I don't know where he went.
I mean, the debates still are, I think, beneficial in some way. I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. We just got to
Look how
try to
much we
keep our
learned about
cool.
the gyro compass today, man. Just that alone, right? Look how much we learned about it.
Oh, we were talking about a gyro compass? Go ahead.
So I've been listening for like 6 hours, and I have 6 more hours of my drive. I have learned a lot, and I'm super glad that we put that one guy in check that had no respect for human life. The guy loving China. Anyway, it's been informative for me. So
thank you. That's what it's all about. People like her.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. I've never learned as much in my life as I have since I got into this.
Yeah, no, I was actually like kind of confined by the server that got me to join Discord on this subject, and I very much like hearing all the new perspectives. And I didn't even know who Witsit was until I joined this one. So I plan on spending a lot more time here, and I really appreciate what I learned. So.
All right, awesome. Good to have you. Good to have you.
And I met and married my husband here on Discord of all places. So yeah, on Flat Earth Discord. So I just love it. I love it even more. Like I needed a reason to.
Awesome. Awesome. Who's your husband? What's his screen name?
Sir Edward. So I changed my last name on here from Adams to Hensley.
Oh, I don't know if I've seen him around. Sir, what was it? Sir Adam?
Sir Edward.
Sir Edward. Yeah, I don't know if I've seen him.
Wasn't he talking yesterday here? Or
yeah,
am I thinking? Okay, all right, yeah. I know who he is. Congratulations, by the way.
Yeah, congrats. To be fair, I never look at the stream, so I'm just hearing voices.
We know you are, Jeremy. I hear voices.
I didn't even know I thought we were talking about a regular gyroscope just now. I didn't even know we were talking about a gyro compass that whole time.
Yeah, the gyro compass does a real number on them.
That automatically points north, you know.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
No, it doesn't. That was a lie. It doesn't automatically point north. We have to set it to point north.
For any cardinal direction. That's what I was the most
you can make it point anywhere.
Anywhere, all day long. Yep.
Yeah, wherever you set it to point it, it's not like this thing fires up and knows where north is.
But that's the story they've been shipping around. You know when I did this, bro? I did this with Bob, like
I
4 or 5
remember it.
years ago. Bob, the science guy.
We've done this multiple times. Multiple times.
Yeah,
I know.
yeah.
What's up, Turnip?
P-Mac, settle down, P-Mac.
I just said, what's up, Turnip? I'm sorry, was that crazy?
You're getting crazy on us, P-Mac.
I'm getting crazy by telling Turnip to stop hot micing. Okay.
Oh, somebody's hot micing?
Yeah, Turnip was kind of hot micing, and I went, "What's up, Turnip?" And you were like, "Calm down, P-Mac."
I thought you were like trying to freestyle on us or something. My bad. Spit some bars. Or do we have anything actually real to go into? As far as what Eli said. Go ahead, Larry.
I would like to hear somebody go into the Michelson-Morley and the Lorentz contraction, because when you actually read what he was reading, kind of halfway reading, and like you start to fully understand the Lorentz contraction, it's like
it backed up everything I said. The whole story. Well, except for the part where they ad hoc'd it in to fit Earth orbiting. They left that part out. Gee, I wonder why. But if you take the Lorentz contraction out of the whole thing, I don't even care whatever happens with the ether, whatever. But you don't have Earth orbiting the sun, so it's fucking huge. Whatever ad hoc you can say they did it for. I mean, I'm pretty sure they did it for that. He didn't even know. He probably didn't know what a fringe shift was. I mean, he thought it was the Lorentz contraption or whatever. But but anyways,
contraption.
They were supposed to get a fringe shift, and they didn't get it, so they threw in the Lorentz contraction. That fringe shift was Earth's orbit, I believe. Like I said, Witsit,
You shifted your fridge? What did you say? You shifted your fridge?
Yeah. In the contraption of the fridge. I know. But Witsit or Geo or somebody can explain it better. There's a few guys we got that are nasty with this.
See, I love that one, right? Because when I watched the Principal movie and they went into this stuff, like I had known about the Michelson-Morley, but I didn't really have a full grasp of how they saved their model. And that's what they've been doing this whole time. Like
the Lorentz contraction is how they saved it.
Yeah.
That's how they saved their model.
Right. That's why I wanted to get into the Lorentz contraction, because when someone reads what they're talking about, like, you got to be batshit crazy to think, well, we can't prove it because the whole reference frame is contracting. It's like, wait a minute, what? So it looks like the Earth's not moving, but it's actually moving because the whole reference frame is contracting to make it look like the Earth is moving? Seriously? That's your argument?
Yeah, I mean, the Lorentz contraction is some the Lorentz contraction is some crazy ass shit, because it can be all different sizes at the same time. It's fucking nuts, dude. That shit it's not even coherent.
Right, that's why I said, like seriously, if a flat Earth was making this argument, you'd be laughing your ass off right now.
Oh,
but
yeah.
because it's a globe Earth, they're making the argument to save the model. It has to be truth. All I can think about is Shang Tsung, pathetic fool.
So the 5 Sigma thing, Larry, I posted it in Gems. I think I told you before, I'm not sure. And they went ballistic, bro. Not one of them addressed the issue. Not one.
I wish I had like a soundboard of Spur Schemo. Skirt! They scared.
I think they when they're confronted with such a obvious paradox, shall we say, right? I think they just shut down and they're going straight into you don't understand, the guy's crazy, and ad homs.
I'm a good kid. Please let me take care of your flowers and water your tulips and sleep on your couch.
Sure, come on in.
I'll feed your dogs. I'll fluff your pillows.
It's just crazy to me, right? You know, because if we were to pass the Lorentz contraption like it was our argument, he would have been like tearing it apart. And then if we would have switched it around, whoops, this is an ad hoc theory to save the globe model. You know, like that would be dishonest, right, of us to do that. But it would be telling, right? Because they'll just accept it. Yeah, it's really effective. I've done it before too. But it's kind of a tricksy thing to do, you know. It's like we're over here trying to be like Smeagol, but sometimes we act like Gollum when we do that.
Yeah. Let's just say it out loud, because I don't think we said it out loud what the Lorentz contraction is. They say that the arm of the apparatus actually shrank. The physical arm of the apparatus actually shrank. That's what they're claiming.
Right, but we can't measure it because the entirety, everything in the reference frame shrank. That means we shrank, the house shrank, the universe shrank, just enough to make it look like the Earth was actually going around the sun.
Exactly. Thank you for the clarity. Yes, exactly like that, sir.
Because everything's supposed to be vibrating on an imaginary level.
Well, they're claiming that the light was supposed to be out of phase, right? Because they split it in two different directions and then brought it back around to the same point. But when they did, it was almost in perfect phase, which is what we should have saw if the Earth is going around the sun. So they said the contraption shrank. And when we said, okay, then we should be able to measure the contraption shrink. Well, you can't measure it because the ruler shrank, right? So they got bendy space-times and bendy rulers and bendy universes to make their shit work. Infinite reference frames and refraction. But if a flat earther ever said anything like this, oh, you're crazy. But these people, they're really funny when you think about it, right? Because in order to believe gravity, they'll believe stuff like dark matter. In order to believe the Earth's going around the sun, they'll believe stuff like the Lorentz contraption, even though there's no evidence for it whatsoever. It's just an ad hoc explanation without its scientific experimentation. But yet they call us science deniers because we want to see the science. And please tell us, what is the cause of this effect? Like, oh, you don't need a cause. Like, what are you doing? Third grade science? Like, okay, so were they teaching us the wrong thing in third grade? No, it's just the fundamentals. Okay, so can you give us like the fundamentals of your scientific experiment? It's like, we don't understand science. It's like, okay. Okay, that's fruitful. Thanks. Dude, when Squatting Dog comes back, we all need to get back on that Lorentz. Because he was trying to explain it to us after he just heard about the Lorentz contraption. That's what he said. Right after he, just heard about it, he was going to school us about it and tell us we don't understand. And he still thinks, I bet, that Michelson Morley was an experiment set up to disprove the ether.
That's what they're told. That's what they're told. That's what they believe.
On. What's this Sigma Phi? Is it Sigma Phi? PHI?
5 Sigma.
5 FIVE?
The number 5? Sigma.
Okay, what does that mean?
SIGMA.
What if it was a 1 sigma? Is this a 1 to 10 thing? Is it 1 to 5? 5 being worst?
I think 5 is the top. Yeah, it's a numbering system, and it's a certainty probability from 1 to 5.
And 5 is the most certain you could be. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And what exactly? This is a dark matter thing?
Yeah. They say that dark matter has been disproven by a certainty of 5 sigma.
No, that's crazy.
And that's when
is this
everybody in
peer
the room
reviewed?
goes. Sorry, go ahead.
Is this peer reviewed or?
I don't think it went through the
observation?
peer review process yet. I'm not sure. I don't think so. But it's a sigma 5. It's like I don't know. It's like you get a patch. You're a biker. You're a 1%er, right? You're in. It's like it's stamped.
Yeah, no doubt. How many people? What was the thing exactly that they observed?
What he observed. I'm trying to think now. I think he observed 2 galaxies colliding. I don't want to say. I don't want to spread the misinformation. I forgot exactly. I read it yesterday, and
I already wrote it down. SE said 2 galaxies colliding. What else?
I can explain it. So when you drop a marble in a honey jar with no honey in it, it goes right to the bottom really quickly. But if you drop a marble in a honey jar full of honey, it goes in real slowly. So these halo rings, these dark matter halos, they surround like the outer arms of the galaxy. And in their model, they're creating gravitation holding the stars in that should be flying off because the galaxies are spinning 10 times too fast. Long story short, the stars that are in these galaxies that are colliding, instead of it moving slowly through these halo rings, they're like real fast to the center. And they weren't supposed to do that. So they had this, theory of dark matter. When we look out and observe, there's no halos of dark matter. They're not observable. And it's a certainty that they're so certain that they can't say it's proven, but it's next to proven.
Well, yeah, the quote is more than 5 sigma, by the way.
I know, I was just trying to put it in English.
No, yeah, and you did good on the explanation. Kudos, yeah. That's it. That's exactly it. So, Houston, we's got a big, big problem. We's expecting molasses, but what we saw was just no molasses there. Damn.
Man, it sucks to be in the heliocentric cult these days. Like, shit's getting real hard. You got to have more and more faith without, more and more reason, or with less reason to have faith. Excuse me.
It's called taking action. You see, like, look, that tree blows in the wind. Globe. Look there. See? Look. Does your trees blow in the wind? Must be on a globe.
Yeah, that's literally the squatting dog fallacy. The sky is blue sometimes, so everything I say after that has to be true. It's like, yeah, we agree on this thing, right? But your little ad hoc explanation afterward isn't true because this thing is true. So that's why, his fallacy is basically like how you tell a successful lie. You mix the truth in with what you're trying to, hijack the narrative. So he's given you like a baseless assertion, affirming the consequent, non sequitur. It's like all these fallacies rolled up in one. So it's really like it's like a fallacy compilation. So that's why I call it the squatting dog fallacy.
Fallacy hoagie.
There you go. Fallacy smorgasbord.
a fallacy sandwich or fallacy soup. But the claim be open. Yes, my mailbox does open sometimes. There you have it. There you have it. Yeah,
But he understands science because you see what he did with the ice cream. So he said, you got an ice cream. If you change the temperature from 80 degrees to 60 degrees when you adjust the thermostat, you caused it to melt slower. So he understands cause and effect, right? He demonstrated it. And then when I called him out on it, like, hey, what's the cause of this rotation? Like, oh, you don't know? Well, shut up then. Like, wait a minute. Like, what are you talking about? He said, what are you talking about cause and effect? Hello? Like, the law of cause and effect is like the fundamentals of the scientific method. We're trying to figure out the cause of this naturally observed phenomenon, which a gyroscope compass would not be a naturally observed phenomenon. So out of the gate, we're not talking about science. So it's just his ad hoc explanation that the Earth spinning is causing this. Well, if you wanted to figure that out for sure, you'd have to stop the Earth from spinning and see if the drifting stopped. You can't do that. So again, we're not talking about science. Hopefully he's getting a class in like the Lorentz contraction and he's going to come back and talk about it. Or maybe he had to run an errand or something. Normal. Maybe that's what's going on. I'll try to give him the benefit of the doubt. But yeah, I hope he comes back. I really do.
Oh, they usually come back to affirm their narrative. Affirmative globe action. I just know they're going to elucidate to something weird.
Somebody ought to pull up the Michelson-Morley paper so that we can show them that they weren't trying to disprove the ether. Like, that wasn't even on their radar. They were trying to prove the motion of the Earth. And it's really hard to get them to admit that. Like, they are so stubborn.
They were hoping for the latter. You know what I mean? They're just, it's all good intention, goodwill,
Just everyone take notice when he tried to say he had a hypothesis, an experiment, and all that stuff. They try to do that when all they have is the effect. They'll try to make it seem like they have an experiment because they can manipulate some mundane thing like location or the size of something or some mundane thing that isn't actually the cause of what's going on. Like that's a key part right there. I think they'll try to trick you into thinking you have some kind of scientific evidence of something.
Right, and then they accuse you of confusing the hypothesis with the experiment. So if we look at what an experiment is, a hypothesis test, they want you to divorce the hypothesis test from the hypothesis? What? So they don't want you to get the hypothesis test, which is the scientific experiment, confused with the hypothesis, which is what you're asserting. Like, if this is true, then this will happen when I do this. That's how it's supposed to go. If the light in my ceiling fan is hooked up to the switch on the wall, then when I turn the switch on the wall on, that light will come on. That's basically how it works.
Yeah, that's why it's kind of backwards in that aspect too. Even the actual way it was formulated to begin with is slightly backwards, because just having the hypothesis part at the beginning of it to where you have to make something up, I find that weird in the whole beginning portion. I think what we should do is watch what happens in nature, write down what happens, go from there, and then make what can we do with what we saw happen. Do you see what I'm saying? Not if I fart, this is proven, like, because to do that's kind of, it doesn't make any sense. You're putting the cart before the horse with your hypothesis already every time.
Well, the thing is, when you have an effect and then you have to you have to do something after. Like, okay, we see this effect. You have to now try to guess what the cause is and then manipulate it after. So there is like some guesswork involved, you know, a presumption, an educated guess, whatever you want to call it. You're basically just guessing until after you do the experiment. That's when you can start making truth claims. Like, yo, we did it. We know this happens when we do this. It definitely happens. We did it. Boom.
Right, the assumption doesn't come into play with like a non-phenomena of the reaction of nature, like what we see every day. The assumption comes in when they start assuming why it happens for a different cause than what really makes it happen. They take out the medium, they take out electricity, you know, they take out all the nature and then tell you they have some magic phenomenon in front of you when clearly it's in front of you in nature. It's weird, but yeah, there is guesswork in it. Yeah, of course, a little bit, yeah.
But when you're done, though, the guesswork's over. If you actually test the hypothesis, like having a hypothesis is almost worthless. I mean, it's neat if it's testable someday, or maybe you can test it in the future or something. Okay, cool. But it's really not any good today. An untested hypothesis, you could make a bazillion of them up right now. So fucking what? It's not till after it actually gets tested and you start manipulating that independent variable to make sure that it is the thing that's happening that you think's happening.
Yeah, like in a forensic fashion, physically. Like actually forensically and physically manipulate and test the variable of the 3D objects. Yes, 100%.
Yeah, I don't know about why you added the 3D object part on, but basically, yeah.
Well, I mean, you can't use a computer or a picture to manipulate variables of a ball. You see what I'm saying? They're going to show you a flat picture and be like, look at our ball, we're doing science. And no, if you want to do science with a 3D object, please produce a 3D object, is my point. Whatever you're doing science with, yeah.
Do you think light is a 3D object?
Do I think what?
Do you think light is a 3D object? Because that could be your independent variable.
Yeah, light's a physical object, yeah.
Oh, all right. Fine.
Yeah, it can be 3D because it comes like a flashlight, Jeremy. It'll light up a dark room and you'll see the light. It'll be a 3D source of light coming from the flashlight to the wall. I mean, so far as I know, as far as I can explain it, yeah. In my mind, yeah. Just to you or someone else, it might be like Democ's stupid, but in my mind, I think
that's a heavily debated thing on whether light is an object or a particle or a wave or whatever. So
I think it's all three. I think it has to be all three. It has to have memory and intelligence, and then it has to have an electrical attribute for it to do stuff, and it has to have a medium to write it. So like it's a lot of different shit going on. It's not just a super cut and dry thing sometimes to explain some critical things.
So if A, then B, B therefore A. That's the affirmative consequence. And
that's how the Glovers do it.
That's basically what he's doing. Like over and over and over again.
I'm not crazy that you used A's and B's though. Why do you use P's and Q's? I mean, I guess you could use whatever.
In algebra, you could use X or Y or whatever.
Yeah, I guess the letter's a little arbitrary, but still.
Well, you got to be on your P's and Q's, Jeremy.
We had a debate over where that saying came from. I heard it was pints. You know, if you're in a bar, glass was a new thing. We had just invented glass, and they had pints and quarts, and they used to say, you know, your bar fight breaks out, mind your P's and Q's, right? Or it could be the logic thing. You need to mind your P's and Q's when you're doing logic. There was a couple of them that it could have been.
But the logic is really important, right? Because if your argument isn't logically sound, then it's not a good argument. So the best way to understand it is like Larry ate a whole pizza and he's full. The next day, Larry's full, therefore he must have ate a whole pizza. Like, what if he went to, like a Chinese buffet or something, right? So you can't make an argument with bad logic. Just because Larry's full doesn't mean that he ate another whole pizza by himself. Right? Maybe he's tired of pizza.
My bad. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, maybe he's tired of pizza and he doesn't want to eat pizza 2 days in a row or ever again.
Yeah, so like if you see you know, if weight change with latitude change, then Earth's rotating. Or sorry, if Earth's rotating, then weight change with latitude change. We get weight change with latitude change, therefore Earth's rotating. It's an affirmative consequence. You could put that against anything they do with a Foucault pendulum, gyroscope, a whole list of stuff. I can't even remember them all.
Well, you can just move stuff, Jeremy, and it's going to change the weight. Just move something up and down, left and right, around in a circle, whatever you want. Just movement is going to change weight.
The lunar eclipse.
Well, according to these guys, you don't even have to move.
Right.
According to these guys, you don't even have to move because the rate of drop is changing when in one location. It's basically weight change over time.
Exactly.
Weight change with time.
Yeah, we're supposed to be doing a lot of shit, 100%, but sitting still. Acts like a stationary plane, but moving all these millions of speeds, millions of miles an hour. You're 100% correct in the claim that they propose. Yep.
Hey, Jeremy, this is the first time I heard mind your P's and Q's. Shout out Emma.
Thank you.
You don't think it could be pints and quarts?
I always thought it meant postulations and questions. Like mind what you try to assert to people and mind how you ask your question. Because if you don't ask the question right, you're not going to get the right answer and you're going to go home early without the right stuff. Sad for you. And if you don't say or pose the right thing, then sad for you again.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of things where. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of things where this P's and Q's thing could have come from. I forgot. People had some good. We went over it one day in Gems a long time ago, but there were some good ones that were coming up. I can't really remember them off the top of my head.
Yeah, because Q
most likely
like to have a qualm or a quarry or like an argument or something. Yeah, so it can be. Yeah.
It's most likely the logic one though, because that is. I mean, that is big with a lot. They always use P and Q. That's why I said to Larry, I don't know why I use A and B, but it's probably the logic thing. I would have to assume. I mean, who knows? But
yeah,
I'm sure there was
the logic thing. Yeah,
I'm sure logic was going around before they invented glass, and we're talking about in bar fights, mind your pints and quarts. So
yeah, remember Diogenes and Diogenes and what's his name? The dude who used to always speak, man. Galileo or one of them. I don't know. One of them used to speak, and then Diogenes would take a crap on the floor. I don't know.
Yo, this friggin' tow yard thing. You guys know about the tow yard, right? It's this thing in the water where they'll have a bar the exact height above the water the whole way. You guys know what this is? We've gone over it a few times. I'm kind of sad because Fight the Flat Earth keeps pulling this out, and no one knows what to do.
What is it again?
It's called a tow yard. If you ask for a tangible measurement, it's a metal rod that is the exact same elevation above water, and they say they know the rod's curving. But when you quiz them on how they got the rod, how they knew the rod was curving, now it's a big mess. But no one ever goes into it or something. I don't know why. I just feel like I don't know.
What? A rod curving?
Essie, you must have heard this shit, dude. Kool-Aid used to do it all the time. He had a specific tow yard that he used, but recently that one guy.
Kool-Aid talk about it.
Yeah, but more recently, another guy did it just recently that I forgot his name. The solipsist who says he's not a solipsist. I can't remember his name. Anyways. Yeah, the thing where they say, oh, we know this bar is curving because they manufactured it curving and it's the same elevation above the water. But then when you go into how it was manufactured and how they know it's curving, there's issues there. Like I went over it with the one guy the last time. I'm like, he's like, we know the bar is flat. I'm like, okay, how'd you get the bar flat? And like, we couldn't, I don't know. If you go, you got to go into it with them on how. Okay, how do they manufacture this curving bar? How do they know it's curving? Essentially.
So they have a curving bar, which they place on water, and they say it's straight. I don't get it.
They don't know if it's curving. No, they think it's curving. They think it's curving, and they say they put it over the water, and it's the same elevation above every point of the water.
Oh, I see what you're saying now. Okay. How long is it?
Fight the Flat. The one that Kool-Aid does is like 600 meters or some shit. Fight the Flat Earth was saying they got ones as long as a kilometer, maybe.
What? So we got us a hump here, bro. This is significant shit. Post some stuff here. What they're claiming, you realize what they're claiming?
Yeah, they're claiming the water's curving. I know.
Yeah, so guess what? If you look at it from the side, what do you think you're going to see?
Bro, but it's not an elevation change to them.
Yeah.
But it's not an elevation change to them. They think that's just all the same elevation, the whole curving line.
Bro, they have a curving object, right?
Yeah.
By default, what is a curving object? What is it?
Well, they think it's a sphere-ish object.
No, but this rod, if we were to place this rod on a level surface, what will we see? A 1 kilometer rod that they claim they have. You place it on a level surface, right? You get rakia to make a level 1 kilometer piece of plane, and you place that rod on it. What do you think you're going to see if you place it on that surface?
Well, I think it's going to be higher. Hold on a second. Hold on.
You got it, bro. Continue.
It would hump up in our model. Yes,
exactly.
It would hump up, yes.
Exactly.
That's in our
bro.
model, though. Not in their model. That's not a hump, though. That's just like.
It doesn't matter.
Like zero elevation.
Doesn't matter what they say, bro. It's a hump. It's got to show a hump. Don't
it would have
see
to
it?
show up. If Earth is flat, then yeah, it would be a hump. They're saying there's a hump there, yeah. But they're also saying it's.
So you're telling me now that you believe that they have a curved thing that's actually not deforming. They have it somewhere where the water is calm.
Yes,
and it's
water,
like,
yep.
Oh, I got to see this, bro. I got to see this.
I don't believe that. First of all, I don't know why you started off with that. I don't believe that this is a fuck curving. First of all,
no, I'm not accusing you. No, I'm just asking you because I first time I heard this.
Bro, we've been talking about this for a long time. Where you been? This is your first
I'm
day?
out of the loop on this one.
I've never heard it either. This is new to me.
Oh, guys, come on, guys. Jesus. Well, next time a Glober comes in, see, we got to start making clips and shit. Because that last time I went over it, who was that guy? The solipsist guy who says he wasn't a solipsist. Does anyone remember that?
Charlie.
No, not Charlie. Different guy. After Charlie.
Another solipsist?
But he said he wasn't a solipsist, so I can't remember his name. Anyway, it's not important. We just went over it. It was like a month ago, maybe. Not even. But, yeah, if you ever ask for a tangible measurement of Earth curve, they will sometimes pull out this tow rod thing. Tow yard. It's called tow yard.
Oh, I gotta look into this, man. Send me something if you have anything.
I don't have anything on this. Only what we've done in voice. I mean, dude, Kosho and them, even Kosho will say this ain't a good argument for their side. So I don't know. But Fight the Flat Earth's been bringing it up though. He's every time. Like I've heard him do it 2 times now.
Wow.
He got Dan with it last night.
Can't tell a curve of.
What's up? What you say?
I said, but how are they reaffirming that it's straight but curved? But there's a curve, but it's a magic measurement. No one else can like do. Like, how does the material do what they're claiming? But then they can't point out where or how, like you said. That's the weirdest thing to me.
Yeah, when you get into the manufacturing process of how this rod, they know it's curving. It's a Mickey Mouse mess.
I want
Maybe that's why Coco doesn't.
I want to see this kilometer tube they have.
Like I said, the one Kool-Aid used to bring up, he had a very specific one. His shit was like 600 meters, I believe, but I guess apparently they have them as long as a kilometer, maybe, I don't know.
Actually show it?
I'm never looking at my screen. Everything I do is all voice. I didn't even know we were talking about a gyro compass earlier. I thought we were talking about a straight gyroscope.
Dude, thinking about changing my name to 5 Sigma.
Change it to what?
To Bob Saget.
No. 5 Sigma.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, 5 Sigma. I misheard you. I'm sorry.
How many scientists are with this 5 Sigma dark matter thing? Is it just like one guy, or is this like a whole bunch of people? Like, what is it?
I heard Vincent say earlier that J.H. said that there's a divide in the community. So there's apparently more than one.
Huh. That's some good stuff. You should do a presentation on this, Esty. You should do a presentation on it.
Well, maybe I should if I have time. Maybe I'll whip something up. Oh, Witsit did one. Witsit did one yesterday on his show. Apparently, he ran the video and they were talking about it. Apparently,
You know how many times Rumpus told me I don't understand what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's the go-to.
He told me so many
times. Buster's got it in a song.
Yep.
That's how many times he told everyone a zillion times.
We made a song of it. Yeah, shout out Buster.
Arguments from incredulity. So you don't understand how dark matter could work, therefore it doesn't exist. Like, no, that's not what I'm saying. Like, I never said that. Well, it's an argument from incredulity.
Well, your PhD scientist says this. 5 Sigma certainty. He's a quack.
Yeah, they throw them scientists under the bus and accuse us of being science deniers. Isn't that weird?
Uh-huh.
Or they say, you're a science denier. Like, oh yeah? Really? What's the first step of the scientific method? According to them, it's ask a question. So if we're questioning the science, isn't that called science? Like, are we supposed to question science? These people, man. And the solipsism. Oh my God, these solipsists. Are you in the middle of the ocean right now? I don't know. What do you mean by ocean? Like, you just deleted like 5 trillion of my brain cells asking me that stupid ass question. Like, are you in the ocean right now?
Yeah, the best is a solipsist arguing for the model. That's like priceless. Yeah.
You guys don't remember? You guys don't remember when I was going over with that solipsist? The guy who says he wasn't a solipsist, but he was like, I don't know if my car's in the drive. I'm like, well, what if I run over your foot with the car? That was the guy that brought the tow yard thing in. But yeah, that was a weird conversation. What if I put you in the car and drive you to the hospital after I run your foot over? Like, you still don't know the car's there? Like, I don't know what you're doing.
He said, if I run you over.
I always say, what if I put your pinky in a vice and then twist it until you start yelling? And then I twist it one more time. Are you going to question, are you really getting your pinky twisted then?
No, they'll say you demonstrated gravity.
Hey, we have Matthew.
Actually, at one point in that conversation, I read part of the definition of solipsism, and he agreed. He's like, yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Odysee.
I wanted to ask Matthew if he's available.
Yeah, briefly.
Did you hear about the 5 sigma discovery?
I did not.
Oh, you didn't hear about the dark matter? The PhD scientist found that dark matter is wrong by a certainty of 5 sigma. You didn't hear about that?
What do you mean it's wrong?
Well, wrong. Not there. Doesn't exist.
Yeah, Matthew, that should take us back to mine and your first conversation back when I was Hank Hill. If you went back and you looked at that, and I was like, look, you're a smart dude. I know you can figure it out. Dark matter doesn't exist. Gravity doesn't exist. It doesn't work. And now that it doesn't work, now you're kind of forced to look at it.
No, gravity definitely exists, but dark matter is just a name for something that mass that we don't know what kind of mass it is.
But gravity still exists. Matthew, come on, bro.
Right. I think it's pretty irrational to say that gravity doesn't exist. I know you guys do it all the time. I'm just saying.
No, we know it doesn't exist. That's what we're telling you. You okay? Can you hear us? Check, check.
Yes, I can hear you. I just don't believe that you are correct.
Well, it's not a belief. Repeat after us. We know it doesn't exist.
Okay, so if you'll just watch the video that SC Montreal is going to post, and it's a little short clip, and then of course you can click on the longer version if you want to hear it. But this guy is like a professor, right? He's not just some Joe Schmo pizza guy, right? Listen to the video and then come back in here and talk to us, and we'll tell you why they came up with the theory of dark matter as an ad hoc explanation as to why gravity doesn't work with the galactic web.
Okay.
And I believe it's something to do with the cosmological.
It's a minute long if you want to look at it, Matthew.
Oh, he doesn't want to look at it, trust me.
Oh, he's looking at it right now. No, Matthew is not like any other baller. He's looking at it right now.
Yeah, I know Matthew.
No, Matthew's pretty cool. I wasn't trying to talk you over there, just Matt. I heard you saying thank you or something. I wasn't trying to talk over you.
See, he's probably listening to it now.
I think I accidentally talked over when he was trying to say thank you for giving him the video, Essie.
Matthew is one of the ballers that I feel that I could hang out with. I could chill with him, maybe even drink a beer.
It's kind of like Armada. You guys know Armada's really a good weapon for Flat Earth too, right? Arma and the ones that actually get on a computer and if they'll listen to what you tell them to and put it on the thing. And then because I went over it with all of them one day, the angle, how I do the L, so you can just swim down in water and swim out horizontally and pop out the surface of water. They all agreed 100%. They were like, holy shit, you're right in what you're saying. We finally get it now. I was like, oh my God, it took that long. But because they actually did the thing that I said, they put the little ball on the screen and did it, you know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, once you get them in a certain position, there's not when they agreed. They all agreed with me.
I had the exact opposite experience with Arma. We were talking about the sun and how in their model, when you're looking at the sun, you're looking at the sun where it was 8.5 minutes ago. And then he changed it into something totally different and then never would concede and then made it out like I was I don't know, like I was being dishonest or something. So I had the exact opposite.
No, you're right. He'll do that like a mug. But what I did was left it up to him because he was trying to steel man his own model. And I said, well, can I tell you what to do with your markers and your positions and your 90s and stuff? And he goes, sure, Demont. And he did it. And I said, now do you guys see what I'm saying? Because Apocryphon there was a whole bunch of Globers in the room. Peyton Ass and Shill agreed. All of them agreed. I thought that was the weirdest thing in the world. They all agreed with what I was saying. I didn't really give him any room to wiggle out. It was right there on their own stuff. You know what I mean? On his own little program. So. But had he had chance to wiggle out, yeah, he would have did the same thing, Hank.
So Matthew, is he saying that he believes in dark matter, like it's a valid theory, or is he saying that something else?
No, he's saying that recent experiments has proven that cold dark matter doesn't exist.
Correct.
Right. That's right. So that means that gravity doesn't work. They have to get a new model of gravity. If you listen to the thing, he's saying that they're going. I'm sorry, Jeremy. He's saying that they're going to have to revert back to modified Newtonian gravity.
No, he's not saying that. He's just saying that cold dark matter.
You only watched 60 seconds, bro. I'll watch the whole video. Please continue.
Are you aware that cold dark matter doesn't encompass all of dark matter?
You ever hear of the CDM lambda model?
There you go, Jeremy. You got it.
So he was talking about cold dark matter. Cold particles are not what makes up dark matter. He's not saying that dark matter doesn't exist at all.
Okay, so what dark matter does exist? The hot dark matter?
He didn't mention it, but that's another possibility. There's also dark energy. So there's different types, and he's saying that one type has been ruled out.
Right. So tell me where he's saying that the other types are still valid.
He didn't.
Oh, so you're just assuming that? So you want to jump face the argument?
I'm saying that this clip, the 60-second clip, says that he's ruling out cold dark matter. It doesn't say anything about the other types.
Yeah, so if you look up, the current model of cosmology, Jeremy just said it. So basically what they said is, that everything should be uniform. The Earth isn't in a special position, right? That's the Copernican principle. I'm sure you know about that. Well, the axis of evil disproved that, right? And then there's the cold dark matter, right, which is the name of the model, right?
It's one type of dark matter.
What are the other types?
Hot
matter does.
No, I think you guys missed the fact that he's only ruling out one type of dark matter. I've only watched 60 seconds, but that's clearly.
Okay, show me where there's two types of dark matter, because I've never heard this. Like,
yeah, since when are they two types of? Yeah.
Basic astronomy textbooks. I don't know. I can look it up for you.
And the CDM model, what is that based on?
I don't know.
The cold dark matter, right? Yeah.
Yeah, lambda CDM, right? It's not lambda HDM. This is like the standard model of cosmology. He's admitting that they have to retool it, which is what Flat Earth has been saying for years, almost approaching a decade very soon. Flat Earth has been saying that the standard model of cosmology needs to be retooled, because when you look at observation and compare it to the theories, it's not lining up. So the CDM is cold dark matter. That's the only dark matter that I know of. They're saying that it's no good, and they're having to retool, because we went over the cosmological constant crisis and how there's 300 different published papers trying to solve this problem. We went over that plenty of times, you and I, Matthew.
With respect, you don't even know enough about dark matter to know that in the third paragraph of Wikipedia that there are different types of dark matter, and I'm suspecting this is the first time you've heard that there is such a thing as different types of dark matter, and the video you posted does not rule out all dark matter, just one type.
We can just rule out the cold dark matter, which means the lambda CDM model. We wouldn't be using that anymore.
So what are the other types? Please tell me.
I did 25 minutes past the hour. It's just a copy and paste from the third paragraph of Wikipedia, which means that maybe you haven't read even 3 paragraphs about dark matter.
With all due respect, it's the same matter, but it's just the velocity difference, which they call it hot or cold.
Right. And the video you told me said Montreal. That video is saying that just cold dark matter has been ruled out. And it sounds
but
like
it's the same.
Touch that.
Matthew, it's the same matter. It's just the difference of the speed, the velocity.
Right. And he said that the cold dark matter has been ruled out. And it sounds like you didn't even know that when you posted the video. Am I right?
No, absolutely not.
All,
I said it many times.
I wouldn't look for dark matter on Wikipedia. If anything, I might go there and look at the links down at the bottom.
Larry, is this the first time you heard that there are different temperatures associated with dark matter?
But it's the same matter, though. It's not a different matter. It's the same matter, right, Matthew?
Nobody knows what it is. There are characteristics they're trying to find out about it. And I'm suspecting that you don't know enough about dark matter to know that this video was only ruling out one type of it.
No, you're suspecting wrong, because what you just shown, it's the same type of matter, the matter that they don't know of, and the only reason why they call it hot instead of cold is because of velocity. That's it. It's the exact same matter, which they don't know, right?
And so, what did the video you posted? What did he rule out with 5 sigma?
A cold dark matter.
Bingo.
He said it specifically. Yeah. So what do you think that means? You think that means that doesn't rule out the hot dark matter, the one that's moving differently?
Right.
You think that one is how?
I don't know. His experiment said that he ruled out cold dark matter. Now,
so let me get this straight. We don't know what the particle is, but we've ruled out the cold dark matter. But we know that there's a different type of dark matter, even though we don't know what the particle is. We know there's a different type, even though that's not logical.
No, we don't know what type. The whole point of dark matter is we don't know what it is. I'm saying that he said that it ruled out cold dark matter, and so you can't extend that and say, therefore, hot dark matter doesn't exist either. Because his experiment, he specifically said cold dark matter, and that's all he said.
Yeah, but it's me like saying there's no such thing as cold dark matter, right? But hot dark matter is the same thing, just moving at a different speed. Do you not understand that?
No, I understand it.
Okay, so if he ruled out one, that means the other one is gone as well.
I challenge you to ask him if he said, why did he say cold dark matter? Why didn't he say we ruled out both instead of just cold?
I don't know. Maybe he was just in that kind of a mood today. I don't know, but it's the same thing.
Interesting.
It's like saying, okay, look, it's like saying, look, it's like saying we check out a place, right? And I tell you there's no cold water. Are you going to assume there's hot water there?
If you just tell me
there's no water there,
right? Then that's all you're saying.
Well, if that's how you want to think it, bro, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. If that's what your excuse is or your comeback is for this, that's pretty lame, bro. Seriously.
Is it? I'm just interpreting the video you sent me and telling you guys how to listen properly to what the guy said.
No, we listened to it very properly. We spoke about it very, very many times. And the model is cold, dark matter. That's your model. Doesn't say anything about hot. So even if there is a hot, this model is finished.
Sure.
You understand that?
Sure. Yeah, cold dark matter might not exist, and so maybe that model needs to be revised.
Okay, thank you. Jeez. That is a fact, Matthew. I mean, it's 5 sigma certainty that cold dark matter doesn't exist. That's pretty bad.
Sounds reasonable to me. I don't know anything about his research or why he said that, or if other people have verified that. But I think that's reasonable.
And look what Blue posts. We discarded the flat Earth now. I mean, that is so lame, bro. You don't address the issue. You go to the shape of the Earth. That's pretty lame, Blue.
Oh, so you just want to believe him about one thing, but not about the other thing?
That's what you guys do all the time, man. You don't address the issue. Yeah, it's an all or nothing fallacy. Yeah. You don't address what he said, but you said, oh, yeah, but he likes kangaroos. Yeah, but I'm not talking about kangaroos. I'm talking about dark matter. It's like you choose not to see it, like you're blocking this info out. No, that's what you're doing, Matthew. You're blocking it out. You're saying, no, I can't. It can't be. It cannot be. It can't be. It's dark matter. Maybe there's hot. Maybe it's lukewarm. That's what you're doing.
What I'm doing is listening to the video that you posted and helping you understand what he said and not implying more than what he said or less than what he said.
Thank you very much. I don't need you to help me to understand what he said. I understand the English language very well, Matthew. But thanks anyways.
So, I mean, if there's no cold dark matter, we're definitely not going to be using the CDM model.
Absolutely not.
Sure. I mean, if there's no cold dark matter, then CDM doesn't work.
If you don't know what dark matter is, how do you know that it's hot or cold?
Based on the theoretical energy levels and speed and heat.
Yeah, they don't know what it is, but they know how fast it moves and the temperature. Right. Sorry, Dimok.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. What number was the degree or the temperature you're basing it on? Like, what are you talking about now? Matthew?
Matthew just believes everything.
Oh, sorry about that.
Sorry, Matthew. Sorry, my bad.
I'm saying he didn't know what it is. Yeah, he said he doesn't know what it is. So I'm just wondering, like, how do you know the temperature? Like, how do you test the temperature of something that you don't know what it is? And how do you know that the temperature is from that? Because you don't know what it is.
Well, by the way, Dimok, they say themselves that they cannot measure the temperature of this. Just letting you know.
Oh, but there's a hot one and a cold one. Now,
Right.
What if it's an electrical discharge or a charge? So what if there's a charge and a discharge, just like a spark or a non-spark or an input or output of energy or light or whatever you want to call it, right? An action and a reaction. So that's always attributed to magic and things that you guys have to make up because you have to have magic to assert your model.
Yeah, this point is
very important, I don't know what
right?
this 5 sigma was. Hold on real quick. I don't know what this 5 sigma thing was, but let me just read you what it says about this is from physics, ucsc.edu. They said a lambda CDM correctly predicts the cosmic background radiation and the large scale distribution of galaxies. So you got that.
Not anymore, it doesn't.
Oh, you want to hear the alternatives to the lambda CDM model? Do you know this is big? If they can't use the lambda CDM model anymore, I mean,
it's all over for them, bro.
Here's the alternatives: anisotropic universe, exotic dark matter, and exotic dark energy. Those are alternatives and extensions to the lambda. Basically, more ad hoc shit.
Yeah, as if dark matter isn't exotic enough. They need more than nothing. They need something more than nothing. That you, I mean, oh my God, it's a romper room. So you got dark matter. You don't know what it is. You can't measure it, smell it, taste it in any way. Yet you claim there's hot and cold of it. And now you're saying there's exotic of this, a special kind of dark matter. Wow.
I bet you it's white matter.
Yeah.
They've discovered white holes like a year or two after I came up with them on Pancho Pete's because we were talking about dark matter and dark holes and stuff and if they were real or not and all this other stuff, right? And I was laughing, joking about it, and we were making jokes. I always do goofy shit. So then I said, "What about white holes? What's next?" And they stopped and they said, "Man, that's probably going to be a thing." And sure enough, a year or two after that, in like 2019, white holes were discovered.
Crit posted something here talking about a massive galaxy that was discovered with no dark matter, and that, let me go back to it here. Basically, yeah, it was just a massive galaxy with no dark matter, and it's scientists can't explain it. I don't know. Something along those lines.
Is this your Sigma 5 Sigma thing, SE, or?
No, this is a Dimok, is a white hole. I used to make fun of this like crazy.
The thing Dyslo just said.
No, he said a black hole. A newly discovered black hole that shouldn't be there, probably, from what I'm thinking. Too big, too early.
He said it was a galaxy with no dark matter or something.
Oh, I didn't catch that one.
Yeah, it's a massive galaxy with no dark matter, and scientists are saying that they have to go back to the drawing board on how the universe was created. Let me look at it exactly. I had to scroll up a bit here.
Does it say 5 sigma anywhere in the thing?
He posted this on 7/25. Massive galaxy, no dark matter is a cosmic puzzle. This is coming from Science something. Astronomers have discovered a massive galaxy that does not seem to fit or does not seem to contain dark matter. A cosmic puzzle that could challenge theories surrounding the evolution of the universe. I don't know.
Yeah, one more nail in the coffin, bro. You know how many of those things they found, anomalies? It must be from the James Webb Space Telescope, right?
Who knows that? The more they look, the more they find out their shit's not right. Everywhere you go, archaeology, outer space, whatever, pick something, right? They think, dude, we've always been wrong throughout history. Like, they think they live in the time now where we got it all figured out. You ever remember points in your life where you thought you had it all figured out when you were a kid? In your 20s, maybe, in your 30s? I got this all figured out.
There's something else you posted.
Oh, sorry. Like, but don't they argue the point that, but that's science, right? It's always changing. Get the fuck out of here. You know? Like, you're so wrong. Like, they were so wrong about it, but yet you're going to believe them on this one. You know? Like,
so he posted another right now. He posted another thing here. He says there's what's called a gravity hole in the Indian Ocean, and scientists now think they know why. It's an anomaly. It's an anomaly known as the geoid low, which has long puzzled geologists. One team has found what it believes is a credible explanation, and it's coming from deep inside Earth. What the fuck?
Like,
geoid low.
Where they've only gone down 8 miles? Like, how far down, like, is this deep inside Earth?
I have no idea. Like, you have to type in gravity hole or type in geoid low.
Anything past 8 miles is a guess. I don't even know how much we can trust. The Russians did this. We'll just believe what they said, I guess. All right. That's what we're doing. We're just going to believe the Russians on what was in the Kola borehole.
Yeah.
That's legit. That checks out.
No, I don't believe him, Jeremy. It could have been dug diagonal. That means
the
only
Russian
4 miles.
government. Listen, if you can't trust the Russian government, who can you trust?
I don't trust anybody then.
That was good. That was good.
I'll post a link right now to it in the live stream.
Were they trying to do my idea? They were trying to dig diagonal through the earth and pop out the side or something?
No,
that's what
no
I'm
one's
thinking.
ever. No.
An 8-mile drill bit, Jeremy. A diagonal 8-mile drill bit or horizontal, trying to stick out the side of the dirt curve. Yeah, don't laugh.
I don't think that's what they were trying to do. As neat as that sounds, I don't think that's what they were trying to do. I could be wrong.
Well, they should have stuck a tube in there after they were done. Like, let's look through this. Like,
so I just pulled up an article right now. I don't know if it's the same article that he's posting, but this is from inverse.com. And of course, the picture they show is the fucking jawbreaker. You know what I'm talking about, right?
What'd you say?
Yeah.
The picture they showed is a what?
It's the jawbreaker that they show us in the textbooks.
With the split with the section cut out.
Yep.
Yeah, that's some fucking bullshit, dude. Everyone's got that ingrained in their head from school. Everyone's seen that picture, dude, and they just put that in your head like, hell, look.
I know. I like to set people up when I talk to them, like just like normal people, right? Not like the idiots that come in here. Like just normal people out in life, you know, when we're talking about stuff, and I tell them like, yeah, no, I'm pretty sure we're not on the ball. And they're like, how can you not believe that, right? And I'm like, well, here, let's think about this, I go, okay, so that whole picture that they show you in school about the Earth, the one that looks like a jawbreaker, right? And they're like, oh yeah, no, I remember that. I'm like, yeah, it shows you all the layers and everything, tells you how deep all the layers are, and I was like, it's how far down to the middle, right? And because I mean, if it's 24,000 miles, no, around 24,000 miles,
3959. 3959 is the radius. The diameter would be double that.
Yeah. So I'm like, okay, so how far is it to the center of the Earth, right? And it's like, what, almost 4,000 miles or something like that, right?
4 miles.
3959.
Yeah,
about 4,000.
Yeah, about 4,000.
Yeah, but if you do Russian math, it's 4 miles. Go ahead, though. I'm sorry.
But yeah, no. But then I asked them, I go, okay, so they're telling you that it's 4,000 miles down, and I'm like, okay, so logically, right? Like, how far down would they have to go for you to believe that they know what's in the middle? I'm like, would it be
4,000?
Like, well, yeah, I go
3959.
Well, okay, but I like to play along with them, right? And I'm like, okay, is it, let's say, 3,000 miles down, 2,000 miles? And like sometimes they'll settle on like 3,000, 2,000, right? And I'm like, what if I told you it was 8 miles? And they're like, what? I'm like, yeah, no, they went down 8 miles, supposedly, and are trying to tell you what is 4,000 miles away.
Even in the ocean, they say they've only been down 7, 8 miles in the Mariana Trench or something. So yeah, no, we've never gotten down more than 8 miles. I mean, what do you do with that? That doesn't even penetrate that first layer. When the thing you were talking about, the picture with the jawbreaker thing.
That doesn't even get you past the crust that they talk about, right?
I know.
So it's gotta wonder what's going on. I was just telling my friend who's a flat earther about the 5 Sigma thing. about how like wrong it actually is, because when I was looking it up, right, it was talking about like a bell curve, right? With the deviation. So what is it? 3 Sigma would be like the end of the bell curve where it gets like really thin, right? So that means that like 5 Sigma is legitimately like off the charts wrong.
Yeah, and this is more than 5 Sigma, he says. Just saying.
Like that was so weird when it hadn't hit me yet, like how bad that was, until I like said it to her. And I was like, yeah, no, it's like off the charts wrong. And I was like, wait, hold on. It's off the charts wrong. Wow. Like that's pretty bad. And that's not a flat earther coming out and saying that. That's one of theirs.
That's the beauty of it, bro. One of theirs. Yep.
So, yeah, SE, thank you very much, bro, for bringing that to everybody's attention the other day, man. That was good on that. Good on you, man. Thank you.
My pleasure, buddy.
But yeah, so how y'all doing? Talking about the jawbreaker and stuff.
By the way, when they dug down there, I just want to say this. When they dug down there in the Kola deep borehole, when they got way down to the bottom, it was like they encountered like an exotic material. It was almost like I heard 2 descriptions, like molasses and like a plastic that would like reclose, like they couldn't penetrate it. So
that's what I heard. And it kept fucking with their drill bits too, right?
Yep.
And that's why they couldn't. That's why that's as far as they could go.
Yep.
I bet all that slushy water just hurt them, all that ice, when they had to dig through the ice slushy.
Some dude the other day was trying to argue with me about because there was a comment made about something that happened 800,000 years ago, and I was like, yeah, who the hell was back there to be able to verify this, right? Like, how do you know definitively? Because he straight up used the word definitively, and I'm like, dude, you don't know shit definitively 800,000 years ago, and you're an idiot if you think you can. And so this guy on this post came back, and he's like, talking about Antarctic core samples with the fucking ice, right? Not realizing, because like I've actually dug into that like a little bit, right? And what most people think of as like years, right, in the samples of the lines that they supposedly count, okay, those aren't years. That's straight up every time that like the sun slightly melted the ice and then it froze over again, and then it slightly got melted and then it froze over again. That's not every year. That literally can happen like dozens of times like a year. You know, like
it could happen overnight when you're in a real cold place like that. My thing is how do your drill bits all burn up when it's super cold?
There's a lot of assumptions in the ice core samples, yes.
Yeah, all they kept bringing up was gray sludge. And they don't know. They said, we don't know what this material is, but we got millions of tons of it right here. But they know what the moon is, you guys. But they don't know what the material is they have right in front of them in a core sample. That's gray sludge. Isn't that weird?
But they tell you what the moon's made out of. They tell you what the stars are made out of. They tell you what the planets are made out of. But like we discussed the other night, they can't tell you what something is from across the room.
Right. They can't tell you the weight of which rock they want to get hit with. Exactly. I like it. It's my old bucket conundrum with the rock. I like it.
Yeah, I think it's better than the barrel, right?
Well, yeah, because I wasn't going to throw the barrel at him. So, yeah, it's fucking way better. You're like, which one do you want to get hit with? I got a real pair of scissors and a fake pair of scissors. Which one do I aim at you and throw? You pick.
Dude, at one point, didn't he ask, like, which one would I want to be hit with? Like, he was like,
yeah.
Like and it's like, I hope you pick the one that's not real. Like, like
that's what I told him. I said, what do you mean, which one? I said, you want to be hit by a real rock? That could be death. I mean, no offense. I mean, that could hurt. I mean, that's what got Goliath, right? A rock to the head.
Yep. You can pray all you want, but at some point, David had to pick up a rock. That was a great meme. Because it's true. Because I don't know. Like personally, I always pray about like everything, but like the people that think that they can just like pray and sit back and everything's gonna be good. What book are you reading? That's all. Because I don't see it in there like that. But that's my own personal opinion. So who do you think is gonna be their next go to after they destroy Einstein's reputation now?
Well, they're going to have to admit that they can't join quantum physics with gravity. So my prediction, they're going to have to quantize gravity somehow and fit it into the model. That's what I think.
Yeah, they're going to bring someone new in and something new and add this with that or take this out of that with this. And it's going to have to be a new person so that way they can have something to build on right now and get more money and lobby and like start the new Einstein all over again. Then it'll take another 1,000 years to refute some guy's opinion.
No, dude. It's going to be the aliens. They're going to present new physics because they're going to show you that things can happen differently.
Oh, invisible, like little skin suits. There was a video of these dudes. They said they caught an alien. They were shooting at it. They shot it. It fell down a couple
Adam,
times.
get
Got
down.
up, started walking away.
Come on, get
Yeah,
up.
they described it. Now the alien wasn't on the video, but they tried to describe what it supposedly looked like or whatever.
So is that we've had prosthetics that are freaking amazing, like for disguising and stuff like that for like decades. So I mean, I would not be surprised if they just put somebody in one, you know?
Oh, they got some great prosthetics. I know I've seen some of it.
Wasn't that a Simpsons episode?
I don't know, but I learned a lot from my family or about my family. I just found out I'm like, I'm good with just separating myself from that. But prosthetics are nuts, man. Nuts.
I saw this thing that was showing this young girl, and she had 2 prosthetic arms, and man, they've come a long way. Like they've come a long way
too. I saw that chick too. Yeah.
And the thing cool about that is all she has to do is think about moving her thumb or her arm or closing or, you know what I'm saying? She doesn't have to press any buttons. It's like, yeah, those runners too, man. That's freaked out. That. Yeah, but that's just like a spring. We're talking about limbs, like arms that move and like really the thumb and.
That's what I was talking about. Saw this guy, he like lost his genitalia, and they gave him like a what do you call it? Like a cyborg one or whatever.
I knew somebody who had both of his replaced, believe it or not.
Both his genitalias?
Yeah, man.
What is that? Like pansexual or something? How do you...
Oh, no, I was talking about the cojones. Maybe we're on the wrong thing here.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, they've had that for a while. I mean, there's nothing special to that. You just throw a weighted prosthetic, but to have a fully functional, member is a whole different story.
Well, I seen one of those too, man. The guy had a button there that he pressed. Believe it or not.
Yeah, they got a button.
How the hell did we get on this subject, man?
I don't know.
Jeremy's fault, I'm sure.
And like the nerve endings, I can't imagine that you would feel anything, right? Like, because like the nerve endings would be cut and severed. Like,
I was just thinking how they could possibly fake it with aliens for us to believe it. And I'm just like, movie makeup is movie makeup and come a long way in that. That's all. Sorry, I got off topic, guys.
Now, that's the next thing they're going to push on us. Aliens.
I'd like Bluebeam. It's been ramping up, right?
Yeah, I see. I don't know if you want me to explain where Chief Cucking Dog was lying earlier. It is massively off topic, though, so I thought I'd ask you first.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Yeah, we're all over the place. Please.
Fair enough. Yeah, apologies if people don't want to listen to this. It's fine. But he posted this article about arrest rates and the difference in arrest rates between, I think, however you would define black and white populations in the US, right? And in the article itself, right, So this is the article itself. I didn't even come up with these arguments. In the article itself, it accounts for the entire difference amongst repeat offences, the difference in criminal records between the people, and what's, I guess you'd call it like a city versus country impact, where cities tend to sentence higher generally and also have minimum sentences, right? Higher minimum sentences. And in the article, it states all of these things, and actually even says in the article that the disparity in minimum sentences between city and country people accounts for the rest of the difference. And this is the article he linked.
Right.
I just thought I'd mention that because it's funny, because I bothered reading it. Clearly he didn't.
Yeah, his article. Yeah, good point, bro.
Good job, bro. I also want to take us off topic again, if you don't mind. No objections? Okay.
Bro.
So I looked up the hot dark matter, and it's neutrinos. Nobody was talking about neutrinos, so it's a non sequitur.
Oh, so baryonic matter. Oh, wow. Real matter. Well, something we know, let's put it that way, because it's question what it is.
Right.
So not dark matter, not the stuff that we don't know. We can't measure, look, smell, touch, that.
Right. So anytime they bring up warm, because there's cold, warm, and hot dark matter, and they all represent like different things, right? But it's just also known as type thing.
So not what he posted as it moving, like he posted it as moving, of being cold by the vector of it.
I'm not sure what he posted, but yeah, the cold dark matter is supposed to be moving slow, and that's what's being debunked, which is the main model of cosmology.
Right.
So they're having to do away with this cold dark matter and come up with an alternative theory for gravity, a modified gravity, because gravity isn't working, which is what I've been saying. So if they bring up neutrinos, that's not what the fuck we're talking about. We're not talking about hot dark matter. Stay focused. I didn't know that that's what they called neutrinos.
I didn't know you could have slow anything in space when it expanded faster than the speed of light.
Well, that's what they say about the hot dark matter, that it's supposed to be moving closer to the speed of light. So it's a non sequitur.
Right, and what's moving closer mean? That means moving at a faster rate than the speed of light, because if you're catching up on something, that means after you catch up to it, you're going to do what? Pass it up. Correct?
I guess so, yeah. Yeah, we'll have to ask them to stay focused whenever they try to do that chaff and redirect thing. Because it's about their model, right? I never said they, debunked neutrinos. That's ridiculous.
So hot matter they call neutrinos. That's special.
Yeah, in the video that I just watched. Because I'll be honest, I didn't know they had like a theory for warm and hot dark matter. Because I always focused on the cold dark matter.
Yeah, and to be fair, what Matthew posted is it's the same thing, but just moving at a different velocity from what he posted. Now you're saying it's neutrinos.
Yeah, that's what it said in that video I just watched. I'll post it when I get
So
home.
is space hot or cold? I don't. So like if it's a dissipation of things, or if it's electrical attribute, or a vacuum sucking or doing something, like there's some kind of reaction there. Like, does it have anything to do with hot and cold? Like, I didn't. That doesn't make any sense. I didn't think you could build up heat because there's
From
no
what I know,
resistance.
vacuum gets really cold from everything
Right.
I've seen here. Yeah. That's a good question, bro. I don't know.
Because there's no energy moving anything. Things have to be vibrating. Certain velocities.
No energy moving anything.
Demosh, can you control yourself? Temperature is a average speed of these molecules. So if they're going very slow, that's very cold.
What about
does
the
make
hot
some
ones?
sort of sense.
Yeah, but what about the hot ones?
Then they're going fast.
The hot boys.
They're vibrating fast. They're moving faster.
There's no resistance for them to build any to be faster. It's relative to the resistance rate. Correct?
No, you're just making up noise. No, it's correct. Incorrect. There's no resistance rate.
Yeah, your resistance, the amount of the medium that you go through is what you're calculating. The amount of resistance. There is no speed. It's a temperature based on resistance and build up from the
Exactly
friction.
opposite what I said. They're not even making any sense at all. You're throwing words.
So you test the temperature by the speed by negative temperature? That's
No,
cool.
you measure the temperature of the velocity of the actual particle that hits you.
How are you measuring a temperature in a cold place? How are you getting a buildup of temperature to measure? Show us in a vacuum how you can heat up something like to 20 degrees and keep it and measure it in the vacuum.
So measure
Please.
the. What's that? Yeah, never vacuums. It's always some vacuum.
Okay, so according to nature, scientists predict that non-interacting neutrinos may be a dark matter particle. I'm going to post that.
The only thing is that.
May, the magic word May. It could be May West, or Floppy Joe's. Who knows?
And what does non-interacting mean? Doing nothing? That's pretty weird when I thought neutrinos are supposed to go through everything. So they go through everything in the known existence like gravity, right? But then they do nothing with it like gravity. That's just weird.
Well, the question is, if they're not interacting with anything, how do they know they're there? There must be some kind of reaction somewhere to know that they're there.
Right. And that's the same conundrum. Oh, I can read it right here. Well, can I read it? No, you got to get away and spend $80 million and ask some other guy. Get out of here. Get out of the room.
The thing out.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Dark Neutrino, cool band name, by the way. Dr. Crypto, PhD Crypto. That's what he said. Cool band name, Dark Neutrinos.
What do you think about ballarium? Ballarium.
PMAC, there's cold, warm, and hot dark matter. I don't know what it is.
Hot dog water. Hot dog matter.
I got lukewarm matter, bro. Lukewarm dark matter.
Hot dog flavored matter. Holy shit.
Remember they had strawberry gases and strawberry nebulas and stuff? You guys remember hearing about that? Like the terpentines or like gases out in space was like a strawberry gas, like, I don't know, something bigger than our planet, like a gas of strawberry, or I don't know, something weird.
Yeah, they used to say that it rained diamonds sideways on like certain planets and stuff as well, like just complete retarded lies.
Yeah, Jupiter.
Oh, was it Jupiter?
Right. Yeah, yeah. And the funny thing is,
yeah, go on.
I'll just say the funny thing is that it's like, where do they get this information from when they can't reproduce it? So if I can't build you a snowman, or I can't build you the blueprint in the house, how do I keep telling you about how a house is supposed to be built and how you should build a house when I've never seen? I couldn't do it. It's just weird to me. Like, they don't have this thing. There's nothing. It's like doesn't exist. But then all of a sudden they're an expert on it. It's just so cool.
It's better than that. They tell you they can't see it, touch it, smell it, or otherwise detect it. But they tell you there's cold, hot, lukewarm. Yeah. Fast, slow.
Yeah, I think that comes with detection. So they just lie right in every sentence. So, I mean, it's not hard to call him a liar, and you're not being mean, and you don't need to try to. It's just like, what else is going on here? They'll tell us everything is the opposite of itself. Up is down, curve is level, horizontal. It's going to act like a ball. It's going to act like Coriolis. It's going to act like gravity. Man.
Well, it is a lie. It is a lie because they're saying that they can detect it, see it, smell it, touch it, and then they proceed to tell you its speed and its warmth. It's crazy, man. It's absolute madness.
The actual fuck.
Yeah,
So
it's
this
also like
neutrinos,
going outside.
this neutrinos as hot dark matter is a model developed by some people from the Indian Institute of Technology in Guwahati or something. It's just a model.
So is a neutrino gravity? I mean, what are they trying to say here? So if they don't have their gravity and their cosmological constants off, and a neutrino goes through everything, clearly gravity is supposed to go through everything, because I asked them, where does gravity stop? And they said nowhere. So it goes inside stuff and outside stuff and inside stuff. Like, I don't even know what that means, but neutrinos sound the same to me.
What they're saying is this neutrino could be the explanation of the dark matter, because it's a particle that's like smaller than an electron, like way smaller. And it doesn't interact with light or anything, it only interacts with gravity. But basically what they're trying to say is that, this is their explanation of what dark matter is. It could just be neutrinos, guys, from the Big Bang. That works, right?
It's no different than saying gravity is God, and God, the gravity God created like neutrino God. Like there's no, so still another thing that doesn't exist physically ever anywhere. This is so weird.
Well, they called it a seesaw model. It's interesting.
They should call it a teeter-totter.
Like, you can't make this stuff up, bro. If we tried, we couldn't do it. Really.
We would actually stick to something physical. We'd say, here's what we tested outside, you guys. You see these leaves on this tree, they shake this way. You see what happens when I get them hot? Look, they burn to a certain extent. See what happens when I don't get them too hot? They might like it a little. See what happens when I do this to the tree? And everybody can come do it. That's probably what we would do.
So who would come up with a particle? Go on, bro.
I was just saying they got a Mexican hat trick particle, dude. I just thought that was funny.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, who would come up with a particle? Which one of us would be bold enough to come up with a particle that's massless, that doesn't interact with anything, and then make it responsible for gravity?
I wouldn't have none of that. I'd just say, here's some action, here's some reaction. What do you think's going down? And I'd be like, remember, folks, nothing you see here is a phenomenon. Everything you see is always going to happen that way when it happens that way every time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Einstein didn't notice and Newton didn't notice. Like, who do you know that noticed a phenomenon? Something that's not supposed to be able to happen in physics, but you're watching it happen. And under the presumption or I don't know, the definition in the dictionary or that amount, like how would it even fall under that? Like a phenomenon or an impossibility or something that's not, goes against physics. If it goes against physics, that means you're like, you must be in a dream. How can anything go against physics if it's doing stuff it's doing in the physical reality? If, you know what I mean? Regardless of what it is, it could be a little kid waving a light in the sky, tricking you. Could be David Copperfield, but he's still in the medium material doing stuff with stuff. Whether it's reflection through a mirror, back and forth, the hologram, whatever. These are material attributes of material things. So like, I mean, and I'd agree with everyone. I wouldn't say once this ball gets so big that you couldn't imagine it anymore, you couldn't find it or touch it, or like it's like I don't even know. So a big ball acts different than a little ball, or a building gets so big it turns into a planet. I mean, I'm just waiting to see which building that is or how that happens with which amount of mass. I want that magic amount. And they have three things going on with their elevation. It's a hat trick elevation too, right? Because you can't fly horizontal and keep your altitude that way in their imaginary model. You have to fly down, around, and from the center of an imaginary spot that doesn't exist anywhere and doesn't even make any sense. You're supposed to stay going 35,000 or 10 feet or 2 inches away from the center of that on the top of the dirt or water and go down below the horizontal line and keep the same altitude. So you're supposed to increase altitude to someone on the bottom of the ball while staying the same altitude while dropping below a horizontal. It's the sweetest hack trick of all. But then when I ask them about the change or the differential of elevation drop or differential, there is none. What do you mean, Namak? It's a beautiful horizontal plane you're flying over. I was like, oh.
Mixed dark matter models in which neutrinos comprise 20% of the dark matter and the rest of the dark matter is comprised of cold dark matter also appear to be consistent with the number of observations of large-scale structures.
Yes, that's going to.
One question: how did it determine the temperature since it's non-interactive? I know it's a trick question. You don't have to answer.
Oh, I wouldn't even try to make no shit up. That's their job.
How do you wrap your brain around that, right? How does somebody convince somebody that something is undetectable, but they can tell you the speed of it and the heat of it and the cold of it, the temperature? How does one convince somebody of that?
I guess with funding, right?
Yeah, good answer. Good answer.
That's very good, Essie. How do you convince somebody it's undetectable that you can feel the heat and the cold of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
And like Larry says, funding, but how about the people here? How about the ballers here that fight for the model?
I mean, how much would someone have to pay you to be like a, I don't know, like an anti-tooth fairy guy? And just to go, like, talk to the people that believe in a tooth fairy and, like, troll the shit out of them and call them idiots. Like, how much would someone have to pay you to devote, like, 20, 30 hours a week to do that?
I'm sure you can convince somebody to do it for $500-$600 easily.
Maybe if you had some, students that were lacking and maybe they needed some extra credit.
Yeah, that's good money. You know, $500-600 a week. And you go and you pretend you're a model enthusiast. That's like McDonald's money, no? For 3 days work.
I kind of wonder if, what we're looking at here is like their attempt to reify dark matter using neutrinos as something that we can measure as some sort of evidence for the dark matter.
I think I picked that off, bro. Oh, sorry.
I don't really get how they could just, assert the seesaw mechanism. I don't know. Weird.
Just came to me before as we were talking about this. I think they're going to try, because they have to, combine, one unified theory, right? Or they're finished. So there's no way that they're going to change quantum, right? So the other puzzle that doesn't fit is gravity. So, and now that you told me about this neutrino thing, right? See, they're trying to give it an actual thing to it. So I think they're going to try to like make it into a quanta, or get it down to the other field and incorporate it. That's what I think they're going to do, like quantumize it. Quantumize gravity. And maybe quantumize dark matter. Make it a neutrino. Do a little bit of mathematics, a couple of magic, imaginary numbers here and there. Wham! Unified theory. Nobel Prize. Woo!
How do you quantify the number? And this is a good one. I've asked him this for a while, and it's the funniest shit, right? If you said, Democ, I want you to do the greatest equation calculation formulated, whatever you want to call it, right? And then, so I'm going to start to write it down, and I say, SE, can you give me the quantified number for the force of time?
Good one, bro.
And then I said, okay, let's not stop there, because we know it's time and space. Can you give me the quantified number for the force of space for my calculation to start our equation? No. 0 for that too. So 0 space force, 0 for the force of time. And then one last one, gravity. What do I write down for the number for the force of gravity for our calculation or equation? I think that's 0 also. So there's 3 zeros. It's another hat trick. Isn't that cool? So I can't do a calculation because I'd have to start with a whole bunch of zeros and then add 3 zeros to 3 zeros minus 3 zeros divided by 3 zeros squared 3 zeros. And then that's what you get. And gravity's not real. There's a little video link I put back there. It's not a cosmological constant. There's no way to calculate any type of the mass or anything. Not even that. I mean, it doesn't even have a shape. It's like an amount of energy with no shape. That means everything. That means everything, literally. So everything. The calculation of everything. Really. When did they first introduce neutrinos? In like the 50s or the 40s or like what? Like the 60s, the 90s? I first saw neutrinos on the Ninja Turtles. They pulled up in a 1957 Chevy and they said, "Where the neutrinos, man?" I remember it like yesterday.
Demo, ask you a question.
Yeah.
What do you think the end goal is then? Why are they so intent in looking into space and all that kind of thing? What do you think the end goal is for to know that, to know about that?
I think that's like a philosophy type of philosophical question, you know what I mean? I think it has to do with religion, philosophy, and then it started out through religion and philosophy, seance, and then it became science. So, I mean, it's hard to say. They might have actually started out trying to figure things out. What is this? What is that? What can we do with it? But at the end of the day, the more you think you know, it's the more you understand you really don't know, right? So, I mean, it's hard to say. They could be looking for God. They could be looking for hell. They could be looking for aliens. They could be looking for AI. I mean, to say what another group of humans, I mean, that's a big, big
who's
question.
looking, DMOC? I know scientists are doing it, but they get money off a. Someone has to be. There must be a hierarchy there, right? So there's a group of people that want to know something, and they're paying other people to look for it. Do you think there's? No, I don't know. It's they're willing to destroy, other scientists' careers over that kind of thing, and lie to the public. Because most of the public don't know that stuff about the dark matter and Sigma and all that kind of stuff. They get fed a different story, and there seems to be like a big chasm of disinformation. Like in the middle, you've got the scientists giving the real knowledge. I question it, but there's also, and then you've got the people like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Cox that's relaying like the false knowledge. I was just wondering. My question now is just, why are they? Who's actually looking into space, or who's taking the information, and what they were doing with it?
That's a good question, because it has to extend through space and time as we know it, because these programs extended from the 1400s, 1800, whatever, and they're still going on. So the thing you're hitting on right now is like, there is a big point to it. I don't know how to get to the main. I don't know who the main people are. I really don't know what they're looking for, but yes, they've controlled the narrative, because it extends past lifetimes, right? If you and I passed away and we're the scientists, they'd go through 100 of us, right? But the thing would still be there, and still be like the CERN or whatever, like all these things, the rocket things, like all these things, no matter all the guys, all the millions and billions of little kids, people, all the information they gather, they still are doing the same thing. Right?
Yeah.
And then somebody, a billionaire.
It shows intent, doesn't it? It's a good point you made there about how long. It's right, actually. They probably did start off with good intent, but it just, I don't know. Maybe the intent's changed or whatever, but some of it's like blatant lies or whatever, and they are lying to the public, like deGrasse Tyson and all that. They're like telling half truths and stuff like that, and I'm wondering, why are you? There must be intent behind the lie. Kind of, it must be beyond ego or whatever, because these guys are privy to all the information. They're in amongst all these scientists, and they hear all the latest gossip. Oh, did you hear such and such a team in Barcelona found something that travelled faster than the speed of light, or Madrid, or wherever it was? You know, they hear all that kind of stuff. They know all the controversies, yet they portray it to the public as, oh, it's all, you know, fluffy bunnies and all that. So this is what we're doing, and this is that, and it's near enough the total opposite of actually what's going on. It's like they're hiding something already. You know, that's a deception in itself. You know, that's worrying in itself, that they're having to deceive people about, you know, actually
science. Yeah, isn't it weird that you think that your kids or people in colleges or these places are going to learn real science and do real stuff and actually learn something new and like cutting edge, you know, brand new, you know, 2023, right? But they're not. They're learning what they're told to be taught, and like all the other stuff is like, you got to have a key card, you got to have classified clearance to know this and this and this and this. So to me, that's the funniest thing, when everybody can go outside and do science, and they're gonna hide it, make you pay trillions of dollars. It is weird, and how it extends past your lifetime. The military, cities, countries, states, no matter what, they all work together to do it. Wink, wink. That to me is weird, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's the same story. I'd never thought of that before until you said that. Actually, how long it is. It's like what you said. You know, when we die, they're still going to be doing the same thing. It's just strange to me. That's all. That, you know, that it's like beyond science. You know, kind of thing. I just, that's what I'm fascinated.
Yeah, like could I say, hey man, I'm gonna,
about is the intent behind it.
Yeah, could you and I start a store or an organization right today, and then say, we know for a fact this is going to last 10,000 years, and then I pass away tomorrow, you know, God forbid, whatever, and then the thing doesn't keep going. Like, who insures their stuff?
Yeah. Yeah, it was quite interesting, that conversation. I don't know who it was with, about I think you guys were on about that Sigma 5 or whatever it was. The certainty, how much they were certain. And that guy, you left a little clip or something like that, and that guy came back and said, but he was talking about the cold dark matter. I was like, oh fuck, there you go. That's what the ball earthers they're going to come back with. They'll stick with that for a while. They'll try and stick with that one for a while. Say, he was talking about that kind of dark matter, the cold stuff, not the hot stuff, or the lukewarm matter, the other stuff, you know.
Yeah, like it's different somehow. Yeah, and they were able to measure the temperature, even though they can't detect anything of it. Yeah, right.
Yeah, that was funny though. What you guys were talking about. Just listening there in the background. I just woke up. I fell asleep early, so I'm wide awake now. It's like 2:00 in the morning or something. I just thought, fuck it, I'll come in. That was, yeah. It's quite a game changer, that, isn't it? Well, that guy's saying about it just doesn't exist. Dark matter doesn't exist, kind of thing.
Yeah, Lee, and the certainty level, that's the kicker. The 5 sigma certainty level. Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of goes. Think how many other theories that they've got is actually in reality, because they knew the inflation. They knew since 2011 that the inflation theory, it was big holes, man. Even the guy that co-wrote it, he's totally disowned it. He's off. Aye, the thing is, he's off into bouncing universes now. SE.
Who, Guth?
No. The other guy, Paul Steinhardt, he co-wrote it.
The other guy, yeah.
The guy, he's off into bouncing universes and all that now.
Multiverses, yeah.
Yeah. No, but the bouncing bouncing universes. It's
Oh, there's
crazy.
another one. Okay.
Yeah. It's what happens is a universe. It comes into, it comes into creation or whatever, right? And halfway through that process, where it might happen maybe a couple of seconds after the creation of it, while it's expanding, because these particles bang together, they have another Big Bang inside.
What?
The Big Bang, yeah. So, and that Big Bang that it makes, that's a separate universe. That goes off into us. Dude, listen, the amount, come on, you've been in here long enough. How many theories, these crazy theories, have you heard, man?
I'm surprised I haven't heard this one. A bang within a bang. Wow.
Well, yeah, you know how, like an atomic bomb, right? SE, it goes off and then it goes back into itself and then back, until it dies out.
Oh, nicely put. Actually, yeah, that's exactly what they're saying. But instead of it compacting all the way back down, just a part of that universe that just got that new universe does exactly what you said there. Exactly. It crunches and then it expands again, and that makes the new universe. So they have all these wee big bangs inside the one big bang.
Basically, magnetic. I don't know. Go ahead.
Like a beer foam universe.
Oh, they've got that as well, haven't they? They've got the foam universe. Everything, man. It's fucking crazy. And I think it's due to the ignorance of, because if you'd told like your mates or the public, or went out in the public, done one of the out in the public kind of thing, and then just actually gave what scientists actually believe and asked the public about it, I think they'd be shocked. I think they'd be go, what? They would say, oh, that's fun. They might not really care about it or realize them. Like, you should check out the budget for the overall budget for the Earth for science, for looking into, or you can do it like astrology or whatever, astronomical, theoretical. Have a look at the budget for that, and we pay for it. That money doesn't come out of nowhere. And even if a company, like a huge corporation, like funds, they get tax breaks on that. So, you know what I mean? So, like, we make up the difference. It doesn't mean they get it cheaper. It means that we make up the difference of the tax breaks. So if they get a 30% tax breaks, that money, the research still costs money. So that's still got to get paid for. So we are funding it. And it's huge. It's huge, man. It's trillions
I know
of
what
dollars.
they're doing. They're taking your ability away to be a blacksmith, an actual physics major, an actual chemist, an actual scientist. Because back in the day, if you remember, before Renaissance, before everything, there was the alchemy, right? The alchemy was the big deal. They were trying to turn lead into gold. Do you think that's ever stopped? Not at all. Bet your life it never stopped. So right now, what they did was took our ability as a household man, because all the regulations, the heat, CO2, all this stuff. Oh, it might be nuke, weapons of mass. It could be any weird lie they want to tell you. You got cookies in your basement. They want them. You know what I mean? Who knows? And then so they get to run everything, right? So now it's keeping you from going and doing real outside physics to discover everything. So now they're making you think, oh, we're looking into space for these discoveries. Oh, high tech this. We need all this money and backing. It's always that too. And an alien too, and the AI, it's all the same stuff. It all falls into the same thing. It's keeping you from actually going and paying attention to reality and how it really works and how you can be the Jetsons anytime you want and free energy and all the other stuff. Like everybody right outside, just all the time. They explain everything backwards, upside down, and in a loop, like a crazy 8 instead of a racetrack. You know what I mean? They flip it and twist it. Yeah,
I've got to agree with you there. That's a good synopsis there about that. That seems to be it, because if you look at most of the inventions, look how many people did we know, our grandfathers or whatever, would go down to the shed and be inventing stuff and looking into things. It was the layman that was doing that, and they seem to sort of, use us, take our ideas, and then put a price on it and sell it back to us, kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's like, but it's the normal person, or the normal person that invents most things. These people, I don't think, have got the ability to invent. They're just good at regarding politics and power struggles and understanding certain systems, and learning so that they can control the people, because they're just basically harvesting our knowledge, our energy.
Yes.
For their
100%.
betterment, for their betterment. Sorry.
It's all unlimited. Our energy's unlimited, emotion. The water's unlimited, like the power companies, all that. And then they sell it back to you. And then they'll tell you in school, oh, no such thing as unlimited energy. What are you guys, crazy? What do you mean? What do you mean we're not powering the whole world every day forever? What?
Yeah, it's just greed. Yeah, I don't think it's even beyond greed. I think it's power. It's controlling that. It's more about having the power, and because it's gone beyond now money. Now they own all the companies. They don't have to buy meals. They don't have to buy food. They own the companies. They don't have to pay for an airplane or pay for fuel. They own the fucking airlines and stuff. They basically travel about free. Well, they do. The people that actually, there must be a group of people up at the very, very top that are just controlling this. So it's gone beyond money. I think it's just evil. It's just evil and want to control. And I think they hate us. You know what I mean? They actually hate human beings. Like the normal us that have been manipulated, through propaganda, media, television. They actually hate us. They look at us and think, you stupid bastards. And they're looking down there and they're like, well, we have every right for this. Look at these dumb idiots who are ruining the so-called planet, and look at them. They're fucking buying these stupid designer shoes. Look, we can put an advert on and immediately 1 million people will go out and buy.
Could you imagine the room full of 100 of these type of dudes or ladies or people or whatever, right? Laughing. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I thought you were.
No, I was finished. You're right, D-Mock. Yep, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, think about that. You know how hard they would be laughing? Look, oh, I just paid some kid to do this song about, look at this, what I got him to wear. Come out, send the puppy out in this dress. I just got this main rapper dude to wear this dress. Watch this. Turn it to channel 5. Watch this. And then they'll laugh so fucking hard. Look what this dude's wearing on stage. And they paid him to do it.
Off the chairs. I can see. This is the sad thing, though, D-Mock. Sad. I can imagine that. I can see them doing that. That's the thing. These people are that fucked up in the head. They've lost all humanity, and that they've gone beyond human. They're just basically
everything's a profit, a product of profit, right? Not a profit of wisdom, not a profit of technique or knowledge or actual physics anymore. A profit of just like to make $1, to make someone bigger, to make someone smaller. Because remember, if you're the group with everything already, all you do by having money is just incorporate more of a thing to where it's a 0% for you and 99% of everything I want forever. And you can only ever hope to have 10% of what I have. Hope. You can only get 2% if you're lucky for everyone. So getting the 2% would you be like you hitting the lotto for $1 billion. You would become that 2%er. But everybody is that 1%er when really we're the 99%, but we get treated like the 1%. Right? Isn't that weird? And we do it to each other. They incorporate it to us, and we do it to each other through any means necessary: religion, hate, intelligence, color, all kinds of stuff, gangs, right? Just whatever, you know what I mean? All of it.
That's why they sit and laugh. That's why they're sitting laughing, because we're doing it to ourselves, policing ourselves. We only have to go back like 3 years. I won't say anything, but you know what I mean. How the amount of self-policing that was going on, the amount
you'll Terry stop yourself. Yeah, you'll Terry stop your grandma. She'll be like, "No, honey, don't be." Man.
And that was the scary thing, D-Mock. I got during whatever it was. I I seen it in the streets. I had a woman screaming at me, "Get away from me! Get away from me! I'm the vulnerable category." I'm like, Jesus Christ! And it had only just started. The panic that this woman screamed in the middle of a street in London, and all I did, I was just to approach because she'd asked me a question, and I stepped forward just to speak, and she's like, "Just put the hands up," and she literally screamed. I was like, "Holy shit!" That was right at the beginning. I was like, "Fuck me, man! Oh, this is scary." It was like going into
It's weird, bro. Listen to this. A dude called the cops on a person to get a refund. They were in the store and they didn't touch the item. They looked at it, thought it was nice, paid for the item because the people in the store said they'd carry it out. So the other person, when they went to go get it carried out, the people said, if we carry it out, it's going to be void on the refund or whatever. No warranty. So then the person said, well, I'll just take my refund. No problem. They said, go around. He went up to the front to get his refund. The lady in there said, you can't have a refund, buddy. I don't care if the thing's left the store or not. And I was like, dude, what? They can't do that. That's stealing. That's like, there's no way. And then the lady said, I don't like your damn attitude. Get out of my store. With the dude's $200 in her pocket. Like, how does that, you know what I mean? People are weird. And then the people in the store were rooting for the lady. Yeah. And I had to go inside and stick up for the dude. I was like, ain't no way. No, you guys ain't doing that. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what any of you are talking about. Y'all better just shut up and mind your own damn business and give this person their money. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that shows how surreal that is. How I've actually got a very, very good document, an amazing document, by the way. And I just read it the other day. It's specifically for the United Kingdom. It was like a government think tank, right? And I'm not joking, man. It was shocking when I was reading it. It just made sense about everything. Talking about experimenting on the public and how to control them. And the last 3 years, the last probably 20 years, I was like, fucking hell. Because they were using it in advertising. It's like, it's basically mind control, man. But like, even I was shocked, even the depth that it went to, even though that I know it, right? But this is laid out by the government. It was all, it was written for the British government.
100%. You're right. You're 100% correct. Do you know that all the papers that you and I filled out as a kid and every person in every form of school or study or branch of military, all the forms and documents they fill out, depending on what they are, they will be recorded or sent, like calculated as psychological studies. And like the main thing for schools is not the sports. It's not what it's for the psychological study of the whole school as a whole, as the group for this, as this school, each group segregated or segmented or set in a certain way to get a certain statistic met, and they'll do it. And they do it all the time. And they just do the statistics of it, and it's all psychology. And you wouldn't, I mean, that's the amount of money. That's what they're spending the money on, psychologically being able to control or manipulate where you want to put your emotion, time, and effort.
Yeah, man. Exactly. Well said. That's exactly. And it's like everything. Guys, I think all the guys heard that saying, "Oh, we are just being experimented on human."
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what everything is. Literally. That's what it do, baby. That's what a country and a city and a country, that's what all that is. A state, papers, constitutions, Bill of Rights, all of it. All of it.
And now they've got Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, chat rooms, the whole fucking lot, man. Here we go. This is, they're actually making, that they're actually producing trains of thought. So like, from the because this paper actually goes into it about the schools. It's like, it's always, it's great to think that you know something, right? But see, when you actually find out that you were fucking right all along, that's the big thing about it. And that's a scary thing. As I say, with this paper here, it's great. But see, when you actually find, fuck's sake, man, I was right. I knew it was at that, and it kind of explains, get all the little questions that you had out the way. But this paper, man, I'm telling you, it's fucked up, man. And it was just written in the last couple of years. and it's fucking crazy, absolutely crazy. It just describes.
You wouldn't believe. Remember all the asylums that used to exist? What do you think those were? What do you think was going on in there? But like the funny, yeah, all psychological stuff. Just all just studies and manipulation, or how to fix, treat, or create a problem. Now check this out. What you're saying is 100%, because have you ever heard of music? Everybody in here, have you ever heard a song, or like started singing a song, I'm sorry, or heard it in your head and thought you just thought it up, but it was playing so low in the background you didn't notice until you walked further to the source and noticed, and you're like, holy crap, that song I just thought I was thinking of to sing myself was actually playing in the background somewhere, just in a distance away from me. I've had this happen a lot of times. Have you ever had that happen?
Yeah, absolutely. And I was going to make the point there, a perfect example, and it's not a woo-woo thing, it's a perfect example of how music can be used to enter into your head so you're singing it an hour later. That's such, because it happens to everybody. I can guarantee everybody would say yes to what you just said there. Absolutely, man. And that,
now really think about that.
That's perfect. Yeah, that, exactly. But the people, when you say that, right, I think about that deeply. I'm like, yeah, that's how easy. But most people, when you say that, I think most people go, oh yeah, that's funny, isn't it? That's weird how that happens. Instead of thinking, going that little bit step further and thinking, well, what's the ramifications for that? Could someone use that against me? Or
yes.
And then they go in, yeah, but people don't take that extra step. And I'm not running people down for it.
Well, no, that's what the subliminal, below liminal, right? Hold on a second. Limb, right? Ear, nose, eyes, whatever, right? The ability to pick up a signal with your like, whatever your senses, right? And then they do it so low at a low rate, so they do it at a low rate where your ears don't really know you're picking it up. I mean, you know you are, but you don't know. You're not paying attention fully to what's going on. Then you start singing a song, and you're like, man, I just thought of this song. I don't know why, singing it. And then you start walking, and you're like, hold on, that song's playing down the block. What the hell? Like, did I actually hear that from that far away? And like, was just like, it's weird. Like, you couldn't tell the difference from you trying to think about it, whether it played for you to think about it or not. And they do this all the time, and it actually works, like, for whatever they're doing with the signals and the frequencies and the radios. Yeah, just low.
Yep. Yes, they do. Speaking from my personal experience, the last 5 minutes of conversation has been incredibly close to home, to a T. And yeah, they will use it as a weapon. They will try, and it will be amusing.
And it works on most people. The thing is, you don't have to get everybody. It doesn't have to work on everybody. About 30% of people, if they can get this is how they'll do the thing with. They don't need 50. They're not aiming for 50% of the population. They just need about 30-odd%, a third of the population. Funny enough, 33% and a third percent. But anyway, they just need that. And then they've got the statistics known that there's that many, the other 60%, there's no way they're in a game. So they'll get the people on the fence, blah, blah. They'll just need to get up to about 40% or something, and you would win an election kind of thing. So they know they've got a percentage of people straight from the start off. They've been programmed. They've got their little programs, their little virus running in the background. We just trigger it, boom. They've got 30% of the population that are going to do exactly what they have been programmed to do. And then they just have to worry about maybe getting another 10%, and they're happy, 3% or something like that. They just work with what we're saying, statistics. They've got it all sussed. They know exactly. They poke us, and they know how we react. They've poked us that many times. They said, oh, they do this when we poke them like that. Oh, they do this like a big, what we're talking about, like a big experiment. Okay, well, just in my opinion, but it just seems so fucking obvious when you actually peel away that shit that we've been told. So,
well, it just goes back to the soul, intelligence. Where does life come from? What is a soul, if there is a such thing? Like, how does it work? What is air? What is H2O? Like, all that stuff. They have a better grasp on what they're dealing with or what they're talking about, and then we get the trickle down or pilt down, the watered down version.
Yeah, well, that's it. Like that. We're talking about frequency. I found, well, for the 70s it was, and it was. Have you heard of ultra wideband frequency?
Oh yeah, all kinds of frequency.
Right,
Yeah.
right. What it was, the military were using that because the so-called waves were so wide. You'd never have a chance of being able to tap into the actual information. And the problem with that, you could actually see through walls, right? But it was impractical because you couldn't use it over long distances. But you could actually see through walls with this shit, man. And the military had it for the 60s up until I think it was 62 or 63. They were using it for communications and stuff.
You want to know? You want to know something weird about the thing you were talking about? Like, where does it come from and what are they doing? Exactly what you're talking about right now. I'm gonna bet you. I'll bet my money that somewhere an insect, right, or an animal has the ability with the eyesight or the lenses they have or the attributes they have, and the government mimicked it. And now, like a little mosquito can see you as a glowing red dude. They can too. Think about it.
Yeah, oh no, yep. Because most of the inventions have come from science, like Velcro, the pads of gecko, all that kind of stuff. Near enough every invention that's been spotted in nature and it's been replicated.
Yeah, the goat milk, spider strand stuff that's supposedly so strong. I don't believe that. I don't believe it's as strong as they say. I believe they were doing a lot of other things, and they give you that information, and then you're like, oh, cool, they're doing stuff with a goat and spiders and mixing stuff, and we're gonna have spider goats. And no, because if you've ever touched trees and cut down weeds and trees and little trees and big trees, the trees and the roots and the bark and just the trees and the plants, that is the strongest shit I've ever seen, ever.
Yeah. Well, look at hemp.
Yeah. The other day, man, I was cutting some weeds and I tried to break this plant, and I could not, like the skin of the plant, the outside skin, I could not rip it for anything. I had to literally take it all the way down to the thing and then slice it or cut it or like whatever. Like it's strong, man.
Yeah, well, we live in, if you look at it that way, they use things from nature synthesis. Well, so we could quite easily come to the philosophical conclusion that we actually do live in a fake world, a simulation or a synthetic reality, psychologically and physically, because anything we see or do, it's all been replicated. It's all like, it's all like the television or the telephone, for example. That's taken away the conversation from actually going out to visit someone. I'll just phone him instead of going out to visit. Little things like that. Television, it's got us stuck inside,
Right, but I still think things are physical.
Like people can sit in front, a family can sit in front of the television for 2 and 3 hours.
Yeah, but be careful how you say that, because like, remember, I mean, if this is our reality, this is like what we're born into, right? Like this is the only beginning or end of whatever this is we get. Like to say it's not anything, like, to me, that I think there is a big point to everything this is, and I think it's a point to everything else is, from the beginning to the end, back to the beginning to the, like, from the cradle to the grave. Like all this is what it's supposed to be, how it's supposed to be, why it's supposed to be, and who knows for what reason. But we can change certain things, okay? And I'm not saying reality like that. I'm saying, but we can change the way people treat us and shit like that. If we, 99.1, all that, the percentage and all that, right? But what you can't change is like certain parts of reality that are the physical attributes of all you can deal with. Like you can't, until you find a way to be magic or to be whatever, some kind of thing that the government wants to do. You're not ripping through walls. You're not going through time. You know what I mean? You're doing knocking on stuff. Your stuff's gonna hurt you. It's physical, man. So to say it's not I could say it philosophically, it's not, but in literal reality, this is our reality. You know.
All right, I can kind of agree. Kind of agree. I know. You know, like if you look around, see all the wars, all that kind of stuff, all the like, there's some crazy stuff that we look at, right? And if you go into the street, you ask like 99.9% of the people, if you ask them about, you know, do you think we should go to war? Well, only to defend ourselves. I think most people think, well, it's best, you know, it's to defend ourselves. You know, most people don't want to go to war. We don't want to go robbing. You know, that's like the majority of people. We don't want to rob, we burn things down and stuff like that. No, but yet it goes on. So, you know, I'm wondering why. Well, if there's something that the majority of people don't want, yet it's happening. It's kind of, that's what I mean by the unreal. It's unreal. It doesn't match with humans. Don't match into this world or reality, or not reality. Well, yeah,
right,
reality.
Because you know why?
We don't match.
Because those. Oh, go ahead. I thought you were done.
No, I was done. I think we've got a bit of a delayed demo, a good delay, but it's done. Carry on.
I'm saying like the war thing, right? I don't think most people know what war is about. And when you said that the way you did, going into war. So if I have to get up and leave my house and go outside, that's me putting the attribute into going to war. That's not any way in shape defending myself unless someone comes to my address like I'm gonna come in your house and get you if you don't come outside. Now, in the case of defending yourself, I don't think you happen to leave from your house ever. You sit on your front porch, you defend it, sit at the back door, sit at the sidewall. You understand? That's how you defend your area. You don't leave to defend it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good point. Yeah, exactly. But we're leaving. We're leaving to defend. We're leaving our back porch. Exactly what you said. Well put, man. Exactly. We're leaving the back porch to go and defend.
Right. So that's like you and I saying, hey, you and I are going to go to this group of people. There was 1,000 of them sitting here, and you and I are going to go beat them up.
to defend my house 500,000 miles.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think people have thought out, but that's the point I'm making. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, keep an eye on the house for me, wifey, the kids, or whatever. You after fight these people over there, man. Yeah, just that's what I was meaning about it being surreal. It's not. It's synthetic, man, because the way that we act and the way our life is, it doesn't fit in to the majority of the human psyche. You know, you ask people or whatever. You know, you ask most people. I think, you know, like science. I had a great one, but I didn't get much of a reaction. I thought, right, if because I don't think we should fund science, right. So I suggested, right, look, I don't mind if science. I said I don't want to pay for something I don't give two flying fucks about what Jupiter is. I don't really care about that. It's not affecting my life here, down here, if you know what I mean. I said, why don't you just start having a GoFundMe? Right, we're going to build a big, large hadron collider and having a GoFundMe.
Whoever's interested in it gets to pay for it, and whoever isn't doesn't give a fuck and doesn't have to. 100% well put. I've said it. Yeah. I'm glad everybody's. This is awesome. Yeah. So a lot of people, like 80% of everybody we talk to, don't give a flying fuck about NASA. Wouldn't fund it to save their own life, right?
Yeah.
So why are they getting money or acknowledgement from anybody? Nobody care about them except them promoting themselves. You understand? They're spending all this money to promote themselves like everybody gives a fuck. Nobody cares about that garbage because we don't get the benefit. We don't even get to do the science that's behind closed doors or reap any rewards from it, from paying them everything and getting nothing. Right?
Yeah, exactly. And meanwhile, the shit's hitting the fan all around. The business down. Wait, in Britain. Oh, fucking hell! I'm so glad. I'm just waiting to sell this house that I'm in at the moment. and then I'm going back home to Denmark. They're a wee bit more. Oh, have you heard this one? Right, there's a thing happening. I think it's this week. It's where all our sovereignty of our health care and stuff like that, we're actually handing it over to the World Health Organization. There's 198 countries, the whole of Europe. Well, Denmark hasn't signed, and Sweden hasn't signed that I know of, but the rest have. And what it basically says is when the World Health Organization says, right, there's some shit going down health-wise, there's another virus come out, and they decide how it goes. Basically, it's like everybody's getting the jab. Everybody's lockdowns, whatever this group of people. That we didn't, the Prime Minister that actually wrote the paper. And the World Health Organization story is, we had, after the last thing that happened, we've had all these countries come to us to ask, help us. So they're saying that it was all the countries, the Prime Minister, Johnson, came to the World Health Organization, make some rules up, we're lost, it's help us. So that's what's happened. And then Biden's put the paper forward. So we're going to lose like sovereignty over what we decide.
And this is in the news, right? The big time news are in the news for your area, right?
No.
Oh, it's not in the news?
No. Well, have you heard that?
No. I'm just asking. I'm a bystander. I'm just asking.
I know. I wasn't shouting that. No, I wasn't actually shouting there. Anger.
No, I haven't heard. I hear they always do weird things, unlimited weird things, but this is just a new one, another one to chalk up on the list, right?
Yeah, but think about the implications of that. Right, so you won't be able to say no to nothing. You might swear it, you might be, because nobody's going to care what happens to you. If they come and say they suddenly decide to come and, force me to do something, my neighbour won't give two flying fucks. They're too scared it's going to happen to them.
No,
so they go along.
Yeah, like in the store. Everybody was acting like the guy asking for his money back was the bad guy. I was like, whoa, hold on. Something not right in here. I was like, are you guys okay?
Listen, you'll get arrested. This is what's coming, right?
I got harassed by the police over it. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's going to be worse. It'll get worse now. You'll get they've got camps already. What this paper says, it's fucked up, man. We've lost. We won't be able to say no thanks. No, I'm fine. Graniers for the kids. You have no choice. Literally no fucking choice. And Britain's getting the digital currency. So if you say no, like what the Canadians, your Prime Minister in Canada did, locked the banks, people that protested, stopped their bank accounts, stole money off a fund, everything, man. And what happened? They got away with it. Nothing's happened. And it's like 3 years, nothing's happened. The crime that just got in everything that happened.
There's not really much they can do about crime other than lock the whole city up. Once it gets to a certain point, it's basically them against the city because, listen, crime is their scale of how much you're not obeying the rules. So when it comes to a city like, I don't know, certain cities, they'll flood you out. They'll make it to where the whole city, just everybody moves out of the city. There's no money. Nobody cares. Just a ghost town of empty, beat down houses and bums. Homeless people, generators, they'll move out. The powers that be have their ways to deal with weird shit, right?
Yep.
But never let it scare you, though. Never let it get you down like they're going to control you personally, because when it comes to that, it's just, that's what that would be. You understand? That's a physical, like any real war or any real altercation has to come to that very thing, an actual altercation. And that's what they don't want. They don't want it, but their military does, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not fearing it. That's the thing. I'm not saying that I haven't. I've known bad shit for years, man. But I don't fear it. I use that information to negotiate, because I ain't going to wake up tomorrow and go, oh my God, look what they've done. I know what's coming. I know exactly what's coming round the corner. And I'm nearly 60 now, so I don't really give a fuck. I've had a great life, and I really don't care. I'm fascinated to see what's happening, but I feel sorry because I've got kids, right? And my kids have got mates, and I just look about and I see all these, and I seriously do it. I look about and think, oh, for fuck's sake, this is shit, man. It makes me angry that they won't have the opportunity to do stuff that I did when I was younger. The freedoms that I had, it was a lot more simple, man. It was a lot more simple. We were still getting robbed.
You know why? You got to fight for your right to party. Okay?
Yeah.
And this is no shit. You got to be 100% a man of your word. If you're not, then you're going to get taken down for anybody else's word. Right? Do you understand what that means? Right? Okay. When you say, look what they're doing, that should not be what you say to anyone. You should say, look what they're not going to do. No, they're not. They will not over my body. You know what I mean? Like, no, they won't. That's what we're supposed to say, right?
Yeah, that's the right attitude. As I say, they won't be doing it to me. But the point is, look, I've tried all that. I've tried, talking to people and doing it through the Socratic method, neuro-linguistic, trying all the tactics that I could try, right? I'm not trained in anything, but I'm saying I understand the concept and I know the words to use, right? And I've tried that. And honestly, after fucking 20 odd years of just talking away to people and things like that, it's literally getting worse. Nobody's responsive to it. I'm not, I don't ram it down people's throats. I let them go through the process. I think, and it just, yeah, and so what? That's like, I would say 40% of the reaction is, are you worried about these things? And I said, I'm not worried. I said, I'm just trying to pass on a bit of information so that you know that it's coming and you're prepared. A prepper kind of thing, but
right. Now, have you ever seen the movie where they put on the glasses, They Live or whatever, and they got the man that's
like
preaching
going out into the woods and stuff like that? But that's
well,
brilliant.
they got a man.
Yeah.
They got a man that's preaching in the middle of the city, right? So you and I represent that man, the crazy guy in the middle of the city, telling nothing but truth all day, every day. 100% what we're saying. We're just repeating it. And we're the crazy guy in the middle of the city. And what we're saying is you can, everyone, 100%, all proven facts. You'll be the crazy guy in the middle of the city until people put those glasses on. Then you'll be the savior, right?
Yeah. But as I say, it's not that I've given up, but that's a great movie. It's full of so many like eye openers. But as I say, you either get it, DMOC, or you don't. And unfortunately, they've programmed the people that we need the help from. You can't do this shit yourself, and you shouldn't. Because the minute you become a leader, you become a target. Everybody should be a leader. Everybody. There shouldn't be one leader. There shouldn't be a target. We should all be doing it. But as I say, unfortunately, it's a fucking battle. It's a war. It's like what Alex Jones said. It's a war. There's a war on our minds, man. Or whoever coined that phrase. There's a war, and that's a fucking fact. That's a fact. It's an uphill. It's like an uphill battle. I still tell people about it, and I still talk to people about it. But as I say, the reaction, people my generation, I would have thought, wait a minute, I come from the punk era. I come from the 80s where it was like everybody's calling for anarchy in Britain. That's the mentality that I was brought up. Hate Margaret Thatcher. Fucking fuck you, Jack, I'm all right. It's when Britain just went from being you could leave your door open country just in the 80s, when it was just all champagne and cocaine. That was all that was in the newspapers. What the celebrities were doing, all the everything. I got distracted for it. It makes so much sense now. I'm like, fucking hell, I even tried to dress like these people, my favourite pop star, when I was younger and stuff like that, or take on their fashions. So it's like we've got our own proof that we've brainwashed. look into, look back with hindsight and all right. So this stuff is true. So and that's how you break away. It's you learn that you have been lied to. It's like it was a fucking illusion. But don't be angry. Be happy you've learned this. Don't be traumatized, because it can be traumatizing to some people that when they do step through that fucking door onto the other side, you can't unsee what you've seen now. And that's I've had a couple of mates. One of my mates, he went through paranoia for 2 months, which I didn't know about until after. He told me about it when I first showed him a video about. It was just about governments. It was like a simple introduction to whatever, and he just went fucking paranoid. He didn't come out the house and all that. You know what I mean? So, because it is quite traumatic, but you should. I celebrated.
Don't give up on people either, because I've seen a lot of shit in my life to where you'd think one thing is gonna happen, and the 100% opposite happens, and you're like, "What?" It restores your faith. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do agree, but I've been saying since I was a kid, I would never lose humanity, because we're good people. I don't believe we're prone to war. I don't believe that. It's always one man that decides, even if you go back to the tribe. You're not out doing your vegetables one day and you decide, right, I want to go and come on, everybody else. There's always been a leader, and it's always been like one guy or two guys that said, right, come on, and it's always been a leader. I think we're maybe easily led. We've been easily led by maybe someone that's maybe copped on to a little, how life is, and think, I can tell these people anything, kind of like that. So we've been, and now think of it on a mass scale, like billions of people. So we've got billions and billions of people that are easily led and believe everything that's told
Because
to them.
you know why? Check this out. If you're beating a guy up, do you have to put a lot of faith in you're going to win? Like if you're on top of him, pummeling the crap out of him for an hour, do you have to be like, man, I need faith to win this? Oh, I sure hope I win. No, you wouldn't think any of that, right? You're the super duper winner right now in your mind. Like there's no way. The guy on bottom is thinking, oh my God, I'm going to die. I have to win this somehow. I have to do something or I'm done, right? So, you know what I mean? You need to keep doing what you're doing, but the guy that's against you, the underdog, has to. They have to. So when your back is against the wall, that's when you have to fight the most, not when you're on top thinking you're the people get to say they're free, they're good to go, Bill of Rights, Constitution. No, that's all bullshit. Your back is against the wall. You are inside the wall right now.
Yeah, well, it's like when I told, and you have to agree with me that these people are not going to give this up easy. I mean, I think their backs are against the wall now. I think they fucked up with the internet, to be quite honest with you.
100%. Not, yeah. See?
Right? And they fucked up, right, because they were so arrogant. This is my belief. Internet, blah, blah. But what they didn't fucking think was, like, but then they'll have access to, like, books and papers and science and every aspect that affects our life, politics, the whole fucking lot. We've suddenly got an inside look. We're behind the scenes now. And I think they kind of fucked up with that. They were that arrogant. I think that's what's happened. They've become too arrogant. And as I say, it's still open. It's nothing's guaranteed. I'm not saying, I'm just saying that this is the way it's going. And I do have faith in humanity. People are going to go, fuck this. But the people that are standing up, they're dying out, man. It's people our age. If you look at most conspiracy theorists, and that is from the upper ages of mostly to 40. I think there's a high demographic of 40 to fucking 60-year-olds that are in this conspiracy realm. There's a few young ones, stuff like that. But most of them, the people that are interested in the conspiracies are of a certain fucking age group, man. And eventually we're going to die out kind of thing, and just hope that there's going to be a big influx of young people. We're fighting against a huge machine, man. It's got got our kids from year dot, man, and told them everything. This is true, and they filled it. And now we have got to break, try to deprogram someone, kind of thing. Even my kids, even though I've taught my kids, you know, always show respect, or you know, always ask a question, you know, always be curious, you know, don't say, oh, I don't like that until you at least try it once. We'll just make a deal. Blah blah. Told them that, but even now, I can see the change in them because they've been through the, like, Denmark's quite in Europe. It's got a quite a strange programming system. It's sort of it programs like a lot of them. But even my kids, even though they know about thinking for themselves and, you know, being self-critical, or you know, critical thought and all that kind of stuff, even though they're aware of that, some of the stuff that they say, you know, or believe in politics, or have a favourite politician, you know, like, right, well, you know, I can't say anything. You know, I can't say anything. I've told them what I've told them. I've not said, oh, they're all corrupt. I've just pointed out some things, asked some questions, and, but as I say, it's because they get our kids from such a young age. That's the only thing. But anyway, thanks for the conversation there, Kip. So cheers for that, buddy. That was nice. Cheers, bye.
Yeah, that was a good combo. Turn up truth. That's funny. I like that. It is fun to just to type in, why is this not real? And you do get a big old list. That's pretty cool too, though. Like black holes traveling through time, all kinds of stuff. Speed of light, constant. Anything they say is a constant, it's not a constant. The only thing constant in the globe model is constant things not staying to anything certain and always changing unconstant constant. That is the globe model conundrum. Can you falsify your globe in 3 seconds? And earlier, when Rob Noxious was on, I was going to tell him how to do a solar eclipse on my flat Earth idea version, but he didn't want to hear it. So it's going to have him get 2 little mirrors and place one mirror in front of the light above a big ground. The ground floor will be the Earth, and then have your light source, either the sun, whatever you want on the outside of your garage, whatever you want to do, and you use another like a mirror or a close one, whatever, because our model's close and local. We don't have to have far away. So you use a close light source and a mirror, but you have another mirror facing you, or a dull portion like white, right? Not even a mirror, I'm sorry, like a reflective whiteness that's being blocked out. And on the other side, it's a reflective, almost kind of like a mirror. Just because I have an idea that when you put the mirror to the light, the other part will become more black, right? It'll like absorb in a way, and then it'll shine light back on the source. And then the source will shine light against that. And that's why you get, right, the reflection from the moon back to the sun, and then the sun outshining it is why you get that 2 plus the moon being in front of it, of course. Then you get the 2, the shadows like they are, that you only see during an eclipse. You don't see regular shadows, but that's my way to do it. A reflective ball in front of it, and you, or not even a ball, you could have a flat mirror, you know. A black mirror, you know, because if the moon is a reflective surface and it's close enough to the earth, it could just reflect some of the earth somehow. I don't know. The light, you know, coming off of Earth's big ocean. But in our model, the mirror, the circumference or the radius of the mirror would match the circumference and radius of the light source. And it'd be close and local, closer and local. And then you could put little objects down like buildings, trees, little stuff on the floor, and then direct it to, have it coming in, and you'll see how the shadows react on a flat surface from the way I just, described it. And if you can produce those shadows instead of a building shadow or a tree shadow, you get the little circles and the little circles, then we're in the money. It's that simple. I think Flat Earth Brian needs to outdo Flat Earth Brian tests because he likes to do test stuff. He should help do the solar eclipse. Like I'll help him. I'll tell him how to do it, or give him my idea, and he can help me. Anybody else can. We can all do it, and then put ours against the globe models. I think there's a Nobel Prize if you can explain the solar eclipse shadows. Maybe a handshake. I don't know. What do you guys think about producing a flat Earth solar eclipse model? And you can even have flat Earth tides. I mean, you can have still water on one section, tides on one section. A little pond there not moving while your ocean has a tide. This can be mimicked. But only on a flat plane. Isn't that weird? The only way you can mimic
that's kind of funny.
Go ahead.
That was kind of funny.
Why was it funny? Funny true or funny sad?
Funny true. It's just little globe Earth ties and the flat Earth ties. And, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't exactly get exactly what you said. I'm sorry. I didn't catch it all the way.
You were talking about little flat Earth tides, or sorry, globe Earth tides or something. Yeah, so you get two halves. Little flat Earth tide on one side and a globe Earth tide.
Oh no. I'm saying I can produce we together. If people want to help me, I could tell someone, or whatever. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I could eventually do it and get off my lazy ass. But nonetheless, a flat Earth model that actually has tides that work on it, right? While it also has portions of water next to the or other places, like running like a river, working like off a cliff, like a waterfall. Some water not having a tide at all. You understand what I'm saying? So like the effects that are happening in reality right now can only be mimicked on a little sandbox version, Demox sandbox, flat Earth sandbox, right? And you could scale it up to forever, or you can scale it down to the sandbox. The physics are going to work the same. It's so awesome. So, yeah, and you can have little lakes, ponds, rivers, streams. You name it. Everything working accordingly, looking the same way, acting the same way on a flat version. Now, I challenge a glober to get the round ball and do the same thing. Show how all the bodies of water are on it, doing what they're supposed to do live. Any way they can produce that, and then we'll have like a model off. You know what I mean? A real one. Like with a real, the flat Earth, Demox flat Earth model. If nobody wants to be incorporated with it, doesn't matter. No big deal. You understand what I'm saying now?
Yeah, they can't. They can't.
Right.
It's not possible.
So if they can't match everything I can do in reality that matches everything we see, right? And they're like, oh my God, and all they have is just crying about it and saying, nuh-uh. then I mean, just like the other thing, I made a video how a ball works. I still have yet to see any of them debunk it. This is weird to me. Out of all the flat earthers they picked and debunked all their videos, I can count thousands. My name's not on the list of none of them. Don't you find that weird? And I actually directed it to a couple certain Globers. I directed it to Lewis, Scott Beach, Jim Panda, and maybe a couple other ones, or maybe that might be it. But I addressed it, and they didn't. I don't see no rebuttal video ever. Scott Beach comes in here all the time. I still have yet to see him turn on a camera, say to Mock, "This is why your ball was wrong." Yeah, when I tell them the ball has no horizon, they laugh. They think that's a funny joke. I'm 1,000,000% serious. No ball I could ever mimic has a horizon. It just doesn't have a horizon. Not looking forward. I'm sorry. It just doesn't. And the only way for them to demonstrate their claim or prove me wrong or, show that I'm wrong is by having a small ball with a little object with a camera facing like me and you facing forward to the horizon. Put it on there. Do your thing. I implore.
I can't. It just has it's a curvature. It's a curve. There's no horizon.
Yeah, it's supposed to be everywhere. It's supposed to be everywhere, north, south, east, and west, from your feet out and down, right? That's how elevation's supposed to go and everything. PSI, water level, everything, right? But then when I say, okay, show us that, they're like, what do you mean? Everything's horizontal to Mock. I'm like, oh, okay, well, welcome to Flat Earth. I mean, how can you tell the whole world, hey, the curve is right outside your front door? Oh, but no, it's not. It's way, way away from you somewhere in the mirage, somewhere there, down there in the mirage of life, of air. Like what? Hold on, I thought it was everywhere, every single nanoparticle in front of my toe that's an imaginary size of something, right? I thought that was the curve of the Earth, everywhere. So now I can't go get my altimeter and prove that? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Because the Earth's so big, my little altimeter that's the size smaller than a proton that I would be the size of, smaller than a proton, the little altimeter tool we have, to the big old Earth, right? I don't think they understand the scale or the size they're talking about since they're afraid of big numbers. They're a little number. They're a number so small, they're like 80 million zeros like a point and 80 million zeros in the number, right? For the size that you are to a Earth. And then your altimeter can't find the big curve. That's weird. Can't find the elevation that drops and stays the same. So why claim it does that? Why claim you're on a globe that you have to go down to get around it if you're claiming that it's horizontal, that you can't have two?
Same way they get away with claiming that body that starts in motion stays in motion until a force acts upon it, even though it's never been seen or until you get to space again. Like, dude, they're always gonna come to you with the answer that, oh well, it's not a big enough scale, right? Like you can't build a model big enough to be able to see what you're trying to discuss. No.
Sometimes I wish I was Mr. Wizard and I had that magic curtain to cover, that shower curtain to cover over behind me so I could do the physics they're doing and find out how they come to these conclusions for anything.
Shower curtain.
I need a pair of glasses, shower curtain, and a lab coat, right? And then we're good to go, right?
Oh, and a what is it? Spectrometer, whatever the fuck they try to keep using.
Oh, a cat toy? It's okay. I got a couple of those already, bro. I got a big lighter here and a couple torches. So joking. Yeah, and I got a couple. What are they called? Bongoscopes. You know, you pack them up, and then after you finish, you look out through them and look into space.
You know what's funny though, dude, is like I started thinking about one of the guy's answer yesterday, right? When he was saying like, no, the light source that we use can be the sun, it can be right. Like, so what freaking light source are they shooting at something that they're telling me is outside of what they want to tell me is the solar system? Because the sun's not hitting that one. So what light are they using to measure this? They're not using a freaking laser from Earth or anything. They're not like, and in those machines, it's got to have something to bounce back from. And with those machines, the sample needs to be, it can only be so far away from the light source for them to get back the signal or the light that they're shooting at it, you know? Like if you did
100%.
So if you did that from 100 feet away, right, and tried to tell me what something was, dude, your machine's not working. No matter what fucking light you shoot at it, dude.
You want to know something funny? You know how Polaris sits there, right? The north, whatever, right? A star supposedly just sits, like one star sits like where it's at, supposedly, right?
Yeah.
Now think about this. If their model was correct, guess what the sun would be? It would be Polaris, buddy. Because there's no fucking way you can be 93 million miles away from something and have it disappear under you or on the side of you within a couple miles of 5 miles of your horizon. It would be, if it's 93 million miles away, it would be so far. We would be doing our thing and we would always have it in our view. Always. Like, I mean, someone would always have it. Like, I would always have it in my view. I'd put a pole to it and stick it and line it up with the sun, and we'd be going around the sun. Well, you know what I mean? Like, there's no way.
It's starting to sound like Aristophanes' duo. With that one, put a stick in the ground. Dude, so earlier I was talking to someone about the whole like the spectroscopy and the spectrometer and all that shit, right? Like shooting out lights in fucking space and getting it sent back to you over God knows how long, right? When you can't do that from really close. And she actually brought up and I can't believe I forgot about it. Dude, the stuff on the moon, right? That they say they shoot lasers at and then get it back. Dude, do you remember when I looked that up and we saw like how many particles they shoot out there and how many they get back to tell you how far it is, right? They shoot
they
out
get like 8 particles back, they consider it a success.
Exactly, dude. Right? Okay, so
yeah, you remember on podcast we went over all this, remember?
Well, yeah, exactly. But okay, so this is where it ties in with what we're talking about right now with the whole like how the spectroscopy at like planets way out there and like stars way out there that they try to tell you what it's made out of, right? Because dude, think about this. So from 230,000 miles or whatever to the moon, right? They shoot out billions of particles and only get a few back. So what's that why am I drawing a blank on this right now? What's the inverse square, right? Like the farther that it would get out, is it the inverse square is when it comes close, right? What's the opposite of that?
The inverse square law. You double the distance, the signal strength drops by 4.
Okay, there we go.
So, dude, so even if they were at 500,000 miles away, right? They wouldn't be getting like any of their shit back. If at 200,000 miles, they're getting just a few, right? So now that's 500,000 miles that they want to talk about. And these things they're supposed to be pointing this stuff at are how many millions of miles away, right? Like it's like 100 times further, like 200 times further. And that's just in what they want to call our solar system, right? Like that shit don't fit at all with the tools that they want to try to use. Because like I was saying last night, they can't do that shit from across the room and tell you what it's made out of. But yeah, I'll get off my soapbox.
I think the elevation thing's a super killer when every fifth grader, right? Are you elevated over a fifth grader? You know, are you taller than a fifth grader, right? So you have to get an altimeter and throw it out, slingshot it, kick it, whatever they got to do, right? Because it is supposed to follow the gravity that takes a hold of it when you put it into a process of motion, right? So it's supposed to follow gravity from the center of mass and pull down to the center eventually. So how is pulling down to the center, pulling down to the dirt, right? How is pulling down closer to the dirt? How can that be ever keeping the same elevation? How does this make any sense while you're going down below a horizontal line? This has to be the killer. Everyone can throw an altimeter. You can throw one, you can shoot one, you can fly one. Everyone can get a side view, a front view, and have a horizontal reference frame on the camera they use before they leave the house. Get a ruler, draw the horizontal line across it. Boom. You have it. It doesn't care about curves, doesn't care about feelings. You know what I mean? You're good to go. Drop an altimeter off a cliff. I mean, this to me, it blows my mind, right? When you go down the scale, and this has to kill their model because when you scale out and look at me, I'm on a mountaintop or I'm on a cliff, right? When you zoom out on Google and try to find Demach, you can't find him. You can't even see the mountain or cliff. But to me, this thing's so treacherously big, if I fall, I'm dead. So, like, the altimeter that I throw from this thing should have to be affected or acted upon by gravity. It has to, by their model and their calculation. Therefore, anybody can set a horizontal line above me in a side view while they're watching me, and I throw the altimeter over the cliff because that is the curve of the earth. I'm sorry. And it should follow the same elevation while it drops. Case closed. And eventually somebody in my theory is if when they want a globe and you throw it hard enough, eventually somebody in Australia might get hit in the head with the altimeter, and it's going to raise to them. It's going to look like the sun rising in the morning. So how can an altimeter rise, fall, and stay the same altitude? What setting is that? How do you calculate that? Did you guys know if little Jimmy flies an altimeter 10 foot horizontally out to his horizon, and little Bobby's on the other side of the ball, and he flies his altimeter in his little drone 1 foot off the ground? So one guy's 10 foot off the ground, the other guy's 1 foot off the ground. Did you know these two things can touch? So where these two things touch, what elevation am I at, Globers? Or globe believers or postulators, or am I at 10 foot in elevation or am I at 1 foot? This is my question to you. And you're going to have to get a smart one on this. I'm having a lot of trouble. I mean, even if the flat earthers can help me on this, on their model, I'm 10 foot with one drone flying horizontal to his horizon, and another guy has a horizon opposite of that, and he's flying it, vertical, and I'm flying mine horizontal, and they're gonna meet. His is 1 foot off the ground. Mine's 10 foot off the ground. Mine can be 1,000 foot off the ground, and his could be 1 foot off the ground, and they still meet somewhere. Check this out. What's that magic spot? We'll just go with 1 foot and 2 foot. So am I at 1 foot or 1 foot, 2 foot? How does elevation work on this ball? I have to clear this up if I want to fly around it with a rocket.
They would probably just try to say, "Oh no, you just stay at the same elevation as you go around it." Okay, right?
Well, yeah, supposedly you got a horizontal line to back that while your buddy flies down below it, and I'll put my camera on his altimeter. I'll sit next to him, and while we fly down kamikaze and stay the same altitude, let's see this live. Let's see any pilot that thinks they live on a globe go kamikaze wherever they think they can, right? They got the math, right? Go kamikaze there in that magic spot and stay the same elevation while you fall below a horizontal line. But everybody has to see you. They got to have the horizontal reference frame, and they got to have you in a plane flying down and stay in the same elevation, not dropping. And please don't hit dirt and water. That would only prove flat Earth. If you can't get 1 inch or 1 foot past the horizon to kamikaze, I mean, what are we even arguing about here? They can't even get 1 foot past a horizontal horizon. Did you know that? No object can increase 1 foot, you guys. Not to space, not anything. Listen, trust me on this. No rocket, no SR-72, 59, 51 blue, none of it can go 1 foot past the horizon horizontally. No vertical uppy, just horizontal or down. You can follow the curve all you want. Just get 1 foot past it is all we need. That either proves the ball or disproves it. It's so simple, right?
Not even. Yeah, no, that would definitely help make their case, right? I don't think it would. I'm not sure if it would prove anything because, like, they try to say nothing can actually.
You're telling me you think a rocket can't go 39.59 and then 1 foot more? Okay. That's their math. I know there's no horizon. The rocket should automatically be pointing into space and then go there and should increase in elevation right away as it leaves horizontally. I know this. Everyone that knows how a ball works knows this. When we put a sideways rocket on a ball, right? And it's going towards the air automatically, right? Horizontally. So, like, the rocket itself should be 1 foot in elevation off the ball horizontally already, but it's not. It can never get to that portion. Not 1 foot, not even an inch, man. I'll give them an inch, but they can't get a foot. Not 1 foot. No object known to man. And I'm not saying go to space, Josh. I'm not even saying tell them to go to 35,000 feet, bro. You understand their airplane has to be going past our rocket, right? Because it's at 35,000 feet away from the dirt. A rocket only needs to go 1 foot past. You understand their conundrum? So you're telling me that they can't do it, but they're telling you they're flying down around a ball below your feet. Well, if they're flying in an airplane 35,000 feet away from the horizon that way, horizontally that way, they have to be somehow, somewhere. They have to be, because if they're not on a ball, man. I mean, I don't even know how else to explain it.
And if the world's fastest object left you at point A, and it could just imagine, say an if, we'll use a flat Earth if, globe if here. If we know for a fact this SR-71 could go 80 or the 3959, I'm sorry, that it had to go, but it was better than that, it could go double, right? No matter what, no matter how long, no matter the fuel it needed, we would make sure that it would be fueled ready and it could do it, right? But you'd never see that. It would never get 1 foot past the globe that's supposed to stop at 3959 from where it leaves. You understand? Not a foot. That's all. I mean, that's all we need. This can't be impossible because an airplane should be going wee kamikaze down in front of it while it gets to 1 foot, way ahead of it. Understand? But they're telling you this ain't possible. How are they flying around the ball in an airplane then? How can the farmer on that side crop dust his field, buddy? He's supposed to be past the horizon, crop dust in his field, happy, flying vertical up and down to me, compared to me, you know, relative to him, relative to my feet.
Well, that's when you get back into relativity, right, with Einstein. Because so speaking of relativity, earlier one of the guys was saying something about how, like, pretty sure he was mentioning how, like, flat earthers think that like Australia is upside down or whatever, right? Which, he was saying that, or it seemed like he was saying that it was stupid to think that if you were to zoom out, you'd see it upside down or whatever, right? It's kind of what I got from what he was saying. But dude, that's not fucking stupid. Because, like, okay, so if we're up here in North America, right, and we are technically right side up, right? Because somebody has to be upside down if they're fucking opposite of us on the southern part, right? That's the whole point of, like, the southern, was it the Southern Star and the star trails in the south that they try to talk about, right? So if there's like a meteor, right, that comes down, from the north down to the horizon, right, which is how all meteors and shit look, right? Why is it so hard to, I don't even want to use the word imagine, but why is it so hard to think about that as you're seeing it go down somewhere, like, in these southern parts of the world, you'd be seeing things go up from the ground up, right? Like, I know that it's like a well-known thing with flat Earth that, like,
I'm
oh yeah,
listening to you. I'm just was trying not to talk over you. I mean, I'm listening. If you say right, I'm just imagine I'm like right. Just for everybody's listening, just imagine DeMarco's right. I'm listening.
right, yeah, no. So I mean, it's not that hard to freaking. I really don't want to use the word imagine, bro. Like, but yeah, it's if it's coming down from the north to the horizon, that actually technically you're right, doesn't really exist. Somewhere on the earth they would be seeing it come from the horizon up, right? Like, why do they try to consider you an idiot if you say something like that?
I would also implore the opposite idea. Always the opposite. Think about this, Josh. Like always the opposite for me, right? And when they say, "Hey, do you agree with this or believe this?" I always say no. Just a second.
Sorry, dude. I had to mute myself for a second. I'm multitasking right now. Yeah, my bad, dude. Having a conversation with you about the globe and everything, and then also having a conversation with somebody else about ivermectin.
Yeah, I wonder where I was. I said the opposite of something. I forgot. I got a call. Yeah, you're like thinking about something this way, and I was like, I think about it the opposite way, and I was going to explain what I was talking about, and I forgot.
Oh no, you were talking about like shooting a rocket off, like just straight up, like straight across, like straight out and across, right towards the horizon that doesn't exist. And something about the drop in elevation. Yeah, that's right. Right?
Yeah, yeah, and then you were talking about something, and you were like, think about this, and I was like, yeah, but also think about it the opposite way, and I forget what the topic, the thing that you said last. You know what I mean? I forget like what I was gonna. Goddamn.
Yeah. Honestly, I couldn't even tell you right now because for the last like 5 minutes or so, I've been concentrating on this ivermectin conversation with the person I'm talking to about this. I'm multitasking, bro.
Well, just when they tell you about certain things, my main point is to think about it from like another way. You know how they say think outside the box or think outside the globe. You know what I mean?
Yep. Well, and I think that's what I've noticed over the years with a lot of people that are globe proponents, you know? They can't separate themselves from that model for half an hour to even contemplate what you're talking about. And like an unbiased, just like you're learning like you're brand new fresh, you know, just look at it from a different point of view. And they can't do that.
Man, it was going to be such a good point. God dang it, I wish I could remember that. No, they can't look at it any other way. For some odd reason, they have to look at it a certain way. They say we repeat each other, which that's totally not true. Not like that. I mean, only for like what physical things like probably make sense, right?
Well, yeah, like all of us want things that are grounded in reality, right? You would think and you would hope that they would want the same thing, but no, they go the whole Spiros route and would rather have their imagination run wild.
Run wild with what, to what, from what, like, and what reference? You know what I mean? It's all relative. I remember I said that.
I kind of want to check just for like shits and giggles if Einstein came up with this theory of relativity before or after he married his relative. I really want to know which came first.
Space or time or gravity or energy or intelligence or memory. Yeah. Einstein or his relativity. You said what came first, the chicken or the relative?
But no, I would actually like to see that just because like I've been kind of cracking a joke about that lately, but like what if he came up with the theory of relativity after he married his relative? Like in my mind that makes it like almost even worse, dude. Like cuz then I just see it as like, oh, that gave you the fucking idea of
The
what the call.
scapegoat. Yeah, that was a scapegoat for that. It's all relative. It's all relative.
Oh, okay. I gotta fucking look this up right now, dude. Give me a second. I have to know. I have to know. Ah, damn it. So the theory of relativity was 15 years apparently before he married his relative. So maybe that's what gave him the idea.
Yeah,
Dude,
maybe that was his opening argument.
all the
It's
fucking
okay,
people in the world,
Reese. It's all relative.
dude, all the people in the world, and you have to go after your cousin? Like, come on, man. Okay. I guess it kind of fits in with the whole like elitist profile kind of thing, right? Except for people have already mentioned that when he talked, he kind of sounded like a quiet idiot. Kind of seems like he was fed what he was being said, you know? So that Five Sigma deal is very much very quite interesting, right?
I remembered what it was. Josh said, things come down, right? And I said, well, think about it the opposite. What I meant by that was things should come vertically down to you, not in your view east to west. Like if you're on a ball and they're saying, well, this thing's dropping somewhere below a horizontal line. Well, somebody has to be close to that action or reaction when it happens, right? Like the closest person or the furthest person from me, closest person to it. These people represent a marker of a real live intelligent human sensor everywhere on this planet. So if one of those real live human intelligent human sensors can't look up and watch the sun coming down vertically to them, or the moon, or the ISS, right? Then they're not coming down. They're going left to right, because you can't come down without having a vertical down process that has to be allocated by the thing and have the attribute of it happen versus a horizontal line. So keep it short, we need a side view of the ISS falling vertical, or a human directly under it, filming it come down to them vertically, even though it's not going to hit them.
They would probably try to argue that it's not going up and out. It's actually falling around the Earth while it's in orbit.
To who? If it's staying the same altitude, how's it falling?
That's I get what you're saying. I'm just telling you what their answer is going to be is all. I'm not saying that it's a good answer. I just know that that's going to be their answer.
Right, but who is it falling to? What human can look up directly underneath it and say, look, I see it falling at me, and I can film it getting closer and closer and closer to me. Oh, look, now it's behind my head falling to someone else. What human on Earth can say that about the moon, sun, or any object like that? The moon, the sun, or the ISS? The ISS is only 200 miles, 250 miles. So if a human can't be directly underneath it while it falls down vertically, while they're claiming it to fall down vertically, these two things, you can't be going down around the planet. You can't be falling at the same elevation while not going below a horizontal line. This cannot happen. This is not physically possible in reality. I mean, it doesn't matter what they say. If I draw a horizontal line and your altimeter reads dropping below, then what you said was just throw it in the garbage. Not you, but you know.
Oh no, I gotcha. Dude, I think sometimes when I'm listening to the guys talk on this channel, like they forget that they're pretending like they're arguing for the globe, and then it sounds like sometimes like people get like pissed off at them. Like they actually believe it or something. It's like, no, dude, I'm just throwing out what they were saying, what they would say, what they are saying, like what their scientists are saying, right? I've seen that happen quite often.
100%. I did it a couple times before. Like one time I couldn't tell because sometimes you get in a big room and you don't know who's who, and sometimes you'll start arguing with somebody or saying something and you're like, what the hell? Why was I? What was the point of that? And the other person probably thought the same thing. But then sometimes you're actually in a debate with some people. But yeah, 100%.
Yeah, dude. It's nice to see Pete Shea is still around though. I see him in the YouTube chat. Like, does he still think that Will Smith is Barack Obama? Like,
I don't know. Maybe he might be on it. Yeah.
so then you're telling me that Barack Obama is the one that fucking hit? So technically, Barack Obama hit Chris Rock.
like a pinata. I'm not saying it. He is. He might. He might.
Dude, there's sometimes though where I'll be saying something, and all of a sudden I'm like, "Oh fuck, I sound like Pete Shea, dude." It's like, because he's not wrong about some shit. Because there are like legitimate like actors out there, dude. Like,
Yeah, there's definitely lookalikes, hired extras, and like people to go sign autographs for you to look like you, and like yeah, 100%. And people that just look like you.
like we were talking about earlier with all the prosthetics and stuff now, dude. Not even that. The freaking mask that they have, bro. You remember back in the day, what was the movie? Mission Impossible, right? I think that was one of the first movies where they showed the actual mask that they like are using now to totally look like somebody else. I can't really remember a movie before that where they had such a good, accurate, like representation about what we're seeing now. You know,
Which movie was it?
the original Mission Impossible, bro, was the first one that I remember seeing where they were pulling off masks that looked legitimately like normal people.
Oh yeah, and then like they live, man. I mean, I'm telling you what, that movie right there was either after or before its time. Regardless, I mean, if that and a couple other movies like that one don't, I mean, if they don't say it all like in the movie, then I mean, what else? You know. I mean, how can anybody watch that movie and then look at society and not take something away from that movie and try to make society better?
Unless
But
you're
you
one
all,
of the ones trying to break society down, right?
yeah. Now, see, think about that. See, like I said, it can be the opposite too, because what one would think is a beautiful utopia of everything being like one army, ant army, right? One group, right? To rule, just do all the stuff, peace, love, whatever. But then you could say that's an artificial intelligent group and they're being controlled by something else, to have to maintain that structure, to have to maintain whatever that is. So are they doing it to live? Or are they doing it out of slavery from nature itself or from just what they are? You see what I'm saying? It's weird. Like a colony of bees versus a colony of humans. Like, we'll snitch on ourselves. We'll say, hey, we want a beautiful, clean utopia society. But then half the people would be like, don't tell on me. Don't snitch. Don't do this. Don't tell the truth. Like, don't, you know what I mean? And it's like, well, you gotta have one of the, like, I don't know, man.
Can't have it both ways.
You don't get your cake and eat it too. You can have your cake, but you don't get to eat it. Or you can eat it, but you don't get to have your cake. So, I mean, take your choice, take your pick. But a lot of people want their cake and eat it too. Those are hard things to come by. Some people get handed, some people don't. Some people need to do things and other people have to. And I feel like somewhere, somehow, the people that have to, hopefully they do what they got to do.
So, dude, like, so if you genuinely did not like somebody or to not care for them at all, right? Would you spend like 5 years on the internet, like arguing against that person? Because like obviously you like them because you fucking talk to them every day, right? Like shit like that.
Yeah, no, I'm not in. You won't find me in any groups of people. I mean, like that I would consider that I couldn't even just open my mouth and say hello to at all. No, that wouldn't. No, it wouldn't work out.
So think about this, man. Like, how often do you see like a ton of like flat earthers going into like just a normal person's YouTube channel, right? That's having a live chat talking about science. How often do you see like droves of fucking flat earthers go in there and just be complete like assholes, right? But how often do you see a flat earther trying to talk about something and then you have like 30 globers in the chat acting like dicks, you know?
Yeah, and they'll pay you to do so. They'll send you super chats to tell you how dumb you are. You can make more money off people hating you than you can people liking you. And I mean, I'm not going to get, it's not like a guarantee. It's just a weird, most of the time conundrum type thing. Like a lot of the globers that hate certain flat earthers would come on your channel and watch you every day, all day. For some weird reason, they have to. And then they'll send money for you to read stuff off that is, derogatory towards yourself, but they're paying you to do it. So it's just funny in its own right. And it's the same way Globers do it. They're the best ones to get to milk the system in every which way that it's fucking formed or set up, right? Against a flat earther, you get all the play, you get everything, you get time, you get everything. There's nothing against your stuff. Nothing flags you out all the time. Now
Dude,
you put the word flat earth, you're done.
I'd have trouble doing that if I was running a live stream and somebody came in and was like was trying to get me to say something like dumb about myself and was trying to pay me for it. You'd be like, fuck off, dude. I'm nobody's fucking monkey. Take your money back. Like,
I'd do it, and I'd call it the comedy call-in hour. You donate, say your piece. It's the comedy call-in hour. We can't take it as serious, and then all the while you're paying me. And then if I take it too serious and cut you out and this and that, you're not going to send one tomorrow. But if they send you $50,000 for saying they don't like you, hey, tell me you don't like me all the time. I mean, if that's the case, right?
true. Like they say, there's a thin line between love and hate.
Yeah, really thin line.
Yeah, and who knows? Sometimes it might be distorted by refraction. Like the horizon line.
It's a refractor.
Oh, fuck. It's almost midnight. Actually, at least thinking about going to bed.
Still need to get a 2-liter and some cigarettes.
That's why your voice is so deep, fool. You smoke too much.
What?
I said that's why your voice is so deep, fool. You smoke too much.
Well, I don't smoke cigarettes, so I mean, I cut down on all that. I don't do that. So yeah. but I do smoke. Wraps.
Well, like so, those little like cigarello things, right? Those like they're like cigarette shaped fucking little mini cigars, right? If I remember correctly from when I smoked.
Yeah, and then you open them up and you fill them with, and then you roll them back and you smoke them.
Oh.
A blunt. Yeah, I don't do the tobacco.
Yeah, no, I thought you were talking about actual like cigarellos, like a fucking prime time or something, dude.
Well, I mean, it is a cigarello, but I put weed in there.
No, that's a blunt.
I know.
You turned a cigarello
I was
into a.
trying to be. Yeah, I was just trying not to say it all. I was just thinking he was going to get it. Yeah, but it's all right.
I thought you were talking about smoking an actual fucking cigarello, bro.
Well, no, that's why I put in there. I don't smoke cigarettes. Yeah, so I don't like the tobacco. Yeah, itself, but it's just to use it to do the other thing. It's fine.
Keep in mind that you're talking to the person that used to sit there on his fucking stream and taking dabs the whole time, dude. So yeah.
No, I know that. I know you're cool as hell, but some people in the audience might be like, "Oh my god, I don't know." You know what I mean? I don't know.
Oh my god, they're talking about something that's completely decriminalized in America. Jesus Christ, somebody call the cops. Right?
You'd be surprised.
No, dude, trust me, I know. Oh, here, I got one for you. So I'm in the gas station like a week or two ago, right? And there's a lady in front of me, and she goes, "Do you have the cartridges for the vape pens?" Right? She asks the guy behind the counter, and he goes, "Yeah," and he points over to the side, and she looks and she goes, "Is that weed?" And he shakes his head, "Yes." And I'm looking at the package that he's got in his hand, and it says in big bold letters CBD, right? Because CBD is totally legal, like everywhere in America, right? You can buy that in a gas station, in a liquor store, wherever, right?
Yeah.
So he's got the CBD cartridges in his hand, and she goes, so is that weed?" And the guy shakes his head, "Yes." And she goes, "Are you sure?" And he goes, "Yes." And then I just go, "It is, but it isn't." And she goes, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "Well, it is weed, but it's not going to do what you think it's going to do." And she goes, "Oh no, it's not for me. It's for my son. He's 18." Okay, lady. You just admitted to a complete stranger in a gas station that you're buying this for your kid, right? And I go, you might want to like kind of keep that to yourself, right? And she goes, "Oh no, it's okay. I don't just tell that to anybody." And I'm like, "Lady, I'm a stranger in a gas station right now, and you just told me I'm pretty much anybody." And she's like, "Well, but," she's like, "Is it weed?" And I'm like, "Yeah, but it's not gonna work the way your son thinks it's gonna work." And she's all, "What do you mean?" And I'm like, "Okay, so if you take this home and your son is expecting that it's normal weed, I'm telling you right now, he's going to be very disappointed." Dude, it turns out, you know what she was looking for, man? I don't know if they have it around you at all, but it's, what is it, like Delta 9 and Delta 8, right? Like the Delta cartridges. Have you seen those?
Probably, yeah. I mean, depending on what it is, pretty sure, yeah.
Well, all right. So it's like it's not CBD, and it's technically
not like weed, right? It's a derivative, is what it is. So they take one of the things in it that makes you high, and they concentrate it in a cartridge, and they're selling that. And technically, that's legal because it's not what they basically changed the chemical compound of it and made it legal. All right. So that's, I think, what she was looking for, was the Delta 8 or 9 or whatever you want. There's different variations of it. But, like, dude, who just tells, like, a complete stranger in a liquor store or in a gas station that, like, it's not for me, I'm buying this for my son. Good luck with that. And honestly, I got no problem with her doing that. You know what I mean? Like, she should be able to do that all she wants. She's that boy's legal guardian and his parent. She is completely like he's
Yeah, they can probably do all kinds of weird stuff. Mix certain things and other things. Yeah. But you're right. The CBD wouldn't do the same as THC. Not like that.
When you look at the chemical compound of Delta 8 versus normal flower. Delta 8.
It's like Mambo number 5. Potion number 7.
Yeah, okay. So Delta 8 and Delta 9 THC have similar molecular structures, but they're not exactly the same because Delta 8 has different structure. It may produce milder effects than THC. That said, more research is needed to better understand the effects of Delta 8. So, yeah, because they changed the chemical makeup of it, they can now sell it.
Sell it real good. Mm. They do whatever they need to do, really, actually, right? I mean, who controls the letters and numbers of what a compound is anyway? Some guy somewhere behind that shower curtain, right?
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Now, that's a horse of a different color, right?
Oh, yeah. No one can talk to a force, of course, unless it's the famous gravity ed. I mean, hold on. Gravity, the talking force.
You know, it wouldn't be so bad if they didn't would try to make gravity responsible for like everything, right?
Yeah.
Like they could have gotten away with it, but it's almost like they just went overboard with it.
They're
Like if they
trying
would
to
have just
sell you.
like that's
They
what
sold
makes the
everybody
planets,
on everything.
right? Like if they would have just left it at like, oh, that's what makes the planets go around, and that's what sticks us to the solar system. Like, okay, cool. But like they just went way beyond that. Way, way beyond. It's a magical force. Because nowhere in reality here on Earth, right? I think I even asked Kosho this the other night. I was like, dude, can or it might not have been him. I don't know. I get some people fucking mixed up right now. But I was like, can you give an example of a mass attracting another mass on Earth, right? Like, because if it happens in space, it should happen here on Earth, right? Like a larger mass should attract a smaller mass. That's the way the gravity works, right?
Yeah.
But once again, there's no example of it on Earth until you get out to space. Like, doesn't work, doesn't fit.
Well, don't stop halfway. Don't be a halfway gravity guru. Go all the way to the center of the chewy gobstopper or the jello ball. So if you have a jello ball out in a vacuum, your BB should enter the center of it, not just touch it and say hello. I think a lot of people forget that, like Zanuck and everybody who keeps trying to say they're proving gravity. No, you're not. My hair touching the comb isn't proving gravity. Now, if my hair went and to the inside of the comb's molecular structure to the inside of it, that would be gravity. But that's not happening anywhere. No object is entering the center of another object. Let's stick to real gravity, Glovers, please.
Dude, I'll even not even give them to where they have to get to the center. Fuck it. I'll give it to where it just attaches to the outside of it at this point, dude. Because that doesn't happen.
Right. That's why I asked them for gravity, the gravity balancer, because no one should lose at the game of Jenga with gravity on Earth. Everything should just be held where it is. Nothing should be off balance. You shouldn't, like a Weeble's wobble. Everything would be a Weeble wobble, don't fall down if gravity was a real thing. Like it would stick you like a pin. And I'm just saying, I'm keep pulling you and 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 pulling you. It doesn't stop. It doesn't say, oh, well, go ahead because you got gas in your tank. Go ahead. Gravity's going to stop working on your car. But as soon as your car runs out of $5 in gas today, gravity's going to work. Tomorrow it's going to be $20 in gas and it's going to stop. You see how gravity and gasoline in your tank actually match each other and how they stop your vehicle? So you might as well go to the store and pay $4 a gallon for gravity or zero G or hover fuel or anti-physics. Because every time you put liquid in your vehicle, gravity never affects it. Then when you take the vehicle out, or the fuel out, guess what? After all fuel is spent, then gravity magically affects your object. That is some cool stuff right there, buddy.
Dude, I got an idea. Do you think we can get away with selling space in a can?
Yeah. Space water. We can sell gravity fuel.
Not even that, dude. I'm just talking about like space in a can. Straight up, just sell like fucking empty cans and make like a SpaceX fucking thing.
Yeah, official NASA.
Going into space or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's just
space in a can.
Bro.
Space in a can. Official NASSholes. Remember, that's with an N. NASShole.
Like, dude, I just because I mean, like, technically, isn't a fucking can of soda like a vacuum sealed can, bro? So,
Yeah, well, don't forget the piece of duct tape to cover it back after anyone's finished the soda out of it. We'll use a piece of duct tape because you know how NASA loves that.
or you can just plug it with your thumb like the fucking astronaut did on the ISS, right? Like,
Well, yeah, but we got to give them a piece of duct tape. You know, we're going to sell it to them. Yeah, a little square piece of duct tape, put it over the hole, and then sell it to them. Nassholes.
oh, dude, that's awesome. That's marketing right there, bro. It's an accessory to go with the original can, right?
Yes. Seal it back anytime you want. Remember, space in a can.
Dude, have like the astronaut signature series where it's got like the fucking astronauts' names like like on the side of the can.
Yeah.
Oh my god, bro! I bet you could get these fucking idiots to eat that up. Like, all these fucking nerds out there, bro, you buying this stuff like crazy.
Get them now. One of a kind. Limited time offer. Space in a can. It'll have your favorite astronaut on it. If we can.
Yo, I need to get a hold of Virgin
Man.
Galactic.
Obama should have sold Yes We Can in a can.
Oh, dude. Put it in the vending machines in the Space Force fucking lobby.
Yes, we can if it comes out. Like, what? No. Yeah, put it in like a little ISS looking vending machine.
Hell yeah, dude. It's $1 billion idea, right?
ISS water. If space in a can wasn't enough, you can have ISS water. Don't ask, don't tell, don't smell.
Dude,
ISS water.
it's actually the water from the ISS pool, like that they fucking fill in the spacewalks in.
Yeah, or just a fountain in your backyard called the ISS fountain. You know, with a filter, just called the filter the ISS filter. Straight from the ISS. This water is purified and clean. You just have a big filter that you run it through, right? And you call the filter the ISS. Intermolecularly, sound wave cured, something water, cymatic, something, just whatever. You just say some weird shit and be like, water, synchronized, space, ISS water, molecularly structured for your flavor and quality. Yeah, that would be funny. If you could get somebody to buy a can of space, holy shit. You'd be the best salesman known to man. I think we'd get Neil deGrasse Tyson's job. They'd be like, hold on, hold on, hold on. You sold what? No, hold on. You sold what? And then hold on, hold it.
We should get one of the dead people from the Challenger explosion is still alive to be like the spokesperson for this. just to be a slap in the face to them. Yeah, what's his name? Dick Scobie.
I'd just have some lookalikes sit at a table and wave and sell the soda or water or space in the can. That'd be funny too. Then we have to. There's no. Yeah.
Just peace out, man. Everything.
Yo, what up, Snacks? You there?
Yo, what's up, guys?
What you up to?
Oh, me? Just chilling, dude. Playing a little piano.
Nothing wrong with that.
I don't know, just goofing around. Really know how to play. I don't know how to read music or anything.
I always come up with words to songs all the time, like all the time.
Dude, I just got removed from a server, but I don't know which one it was. I'm only in 7 server, well, now 6, but I can't believe I don't know which one I was removed from. This is crazy. Oh well.
How long is it? Like, have you been to any of them recently, other than this one?
Dude, honestly, I don't really go to any other ones other than this one.
Oh, then it'd probably be a little hard to say. Then.
Yeah.
And sometimes they refresh or change their image too, and that'll mess you up with like other images that might match or something that they change it to. You know.
Yeah, but this, like, I saw it happen just like when I opened my Discord and then I went to my lists, like it got shorter, and I was like, wait, what? Trying to think back.
They either closed their channel, or they made a shorter list.
Yeah, I guess so. Well. Were you able to hear the piano earlier, coming through the mic?
Yeah, I heard like a key or so, nothing crazy, like a couple like doo doo doo.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, I just don't want to be making jangles and jangles.
No, I wasn't bad. You ever have times where you just get like 15 ideas that'll pop in your head randomly, just one after the other? You're like, what the hell? It happens to me, man.
Yeah, that's like all the time. I do a lot of meditation. I guess that's what most people would commonly understand it, where you're just like, if I'm ever really having a lot of thoughts all at once, like it's I notice it, and it's, I don't know, something wants your attention.
Yeah, yeah. But it'd be for like ideas for stuff like pretty cool inventions that I was like, what? Why didn't I think about that a while back? Like, what?
Dude, I thought of an invention today. It's like 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 women have scrunchies for their long hair.
Mm-hmm.
If you took a scrunchie and you just like quickly wound it around a bar of soap like twice, now that bar of soap is not going to slip out of your hand and could also be used to scrub yourself. So it's basically just a washcloth that like attaches to a bar of soap really easily.
Oh, like a loofah where you can put the soap inside of it.
Basically, yeah.
Yes.
Except doubles as a hair
Yeah.
tie.
Yeah, yeah. I had an idea where you take something like a scrunchie and it's like a mix between a scrunchie and an earmuff. So you don't need the plastic bar over your head or whatever. I mean, you could if you wanted, but you just take like a little scrunchie, like a footy, like a thing you wrap around your foot, and just make a little one for your ear and have like a little microphone in it for your earbuds or ear pods. And you can put that around your ear and pop that in. And it's like more, it'll keep your ear warm in the wintertime. Plus, you can hear your music, blocks the other sound out. I mean, if you're able to, do that, you know what I'm saying? Like some workplaces don't let you have
Yeah.
headphones.
I'm bad, dude. I drive with headphones all the time. You're not supposed to.
I don't see nothing wrong with it. And I mean, if you're paying attention, to your surroundings, I mean, it's up to you to pay attention for your life, right?
Exactly. I mean, they're not like noise canceling headphones. I can still hear stuff.
Yeah, but I thought that the ear scrunchie thing would be a good idea because people's earphones drop out all the time. You have to get a new pair. You walk on it, it'll drop in something nasty, and you're like, I ain't putting that in my ear.
Yep, that's true.
Yep, a little pocket made in like a little thing. Yeah, you just put it around here. Good idea. Or like little dolls. This one's a really good one. Little dolls with the head that just screws on and you change the hair colors and stuff. Or you can actually, get some like food coloring and have like a little Barbie doll salon or a men's doll salon, whatever you want, doesn't matter, right? And then like you can do food coloring or other stuff that maybe might not be as strong, but you actually can, the little kids can play and recolor the hair, or hair that you get cold turns this color or hot turns this color for the little, makeup, whatever, like a little, yeah, cool little thing for like little kids to play with, I guess.
Do kids even play with toys anymore? Or
I don't know. That's a good question. That's a good question. I'm sure the little ones, like grandsons and stuff like that, granddaughter, yeah, the little ones do to a certain extent. But then I don't know about the bigger ones, man. They just, yeah, they do the thing with electronics, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I had some cool toys. I mean, shit, dude, I got guns when I was 10 years old, though. Like, I had fun toys, guns, dirt bikes.
Yeah, I got
Fishing
a couple
rods.
nephews. Yeah, I got a couple nephews. They got guns already. My niece, she got a gun and like a motorcycle, a little dirt bike. Yeah, yeah, same. I just wasn't as fortunate. I was like a little poor in that I had to like, if you drove up on your dirt bike and you thought I was cool, I could ride it, or you'd let me ride it, or whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I
If
didn't have a
not, you'd
ton
be
of
like,
money.
get away from me.
I had some nice stuff. I wasn't super broke, but we definitely weren't super rich. Fucking driving the same
Right,
car
right.
for the
No, I
last
just,
20 years.
I just didn't have enough to get anything really. That's just all. I just didn't have enough to fuck with it to get any extras, I guess.
Oh shit, the lottery was tonight. Huh? Oh, let's see if I won anything. Shit, where's the light? Demok, if I win the lottery right now, I'll send you $1 million.
I'm not going to turn it down.
That's good. That's good. You shouldn't. I would take it. All right, Mega Million.
I definitely could use it.
I didn't get a single number. That's great. Oh, sorry, bud. We're still broke.
It's all right. I'm in the same boat. No loss.
Yep. Although one of my cryptocurrencies is doing very well today. Been doing well all week. Thinking about cashing her out. I was at a dealership today. Looking at some like off-roading vehicles.
Yeah. The thing is, does it have the ability to double what it's at, or will it just be done?
Oh yeah, it's got. I think it's got potential to do some crazy stuff actually. But I don't necessarily know if I would sell that to like make some purchases soon. It all depends on this week. This week is big. Demok, where do you live? Like U.S. I'm assuming you're American.
Yeah, I'm in America.
Nice.
Illinois.
The illest noise. Nice, dude. My mom lives in Illinois. You know where Elsa is?
I think I heard of it.
Yeah, it's right there on the border. I got a big old river out there too.
It's not bad. I mean, I'm sure there are bad spots, but it's not, it is what it is.
Right, right.
Definitely hear my share of gunshots every once in a while. Across the street, down the road, down the block.
I live in LA and I hear gunshots every once in a while. Stuff is crazy.
Oh man, it feels like there's I don't know, man. I can literally we hear the drive by like 5 houses down across the street or right across the street, like a drive by directly across the street from my house, but on the other side of the street, shooting at the other side. Like no bullets came our way at all. Like it's always on the other side. Knock on something. But yeah,
I had some neighbors who had a shooting range on their property, so it was quite a regular thing to hear the gunshots.
oh, that'd be pretty
All
cool.
I
As
heard
long as they got the dirt and everything up high enough and everything. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, no, they had a pretty decent. It wasn't even pointed in our direction, and but every time I heard a gunshot go off, all I heard was just ka-ching, 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 like that. Dude, ammo got so expensive during the pandemic. I don't know, but
Yeah, I think everything either tripled, doubled, or quadrupled in price, man. It's weird.
Can you catch bronchitis from somebody else? How does that work?
I think it's tuberculosis that you can catch from them if they cough at you, or you can have tuberculosis like spread or do some shit. I think. I mean, I'm not 100%. Bronchitis? I don't know. It might be just you. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think
I
bronchitis
don't
is
know.
probably you, and then tuberculosis might be spreadable. I think, but I think but they're both lung things, right? I mean, yeah, you
Yeah,
never know, bro. You never know. I can't pinpoint it really.
my buddy's sick right now. I kind of want to go over to his house and bring him some food or something. But if he's just gonna get me sick, I don't know what's a good idea.
Yeah, that's weird. I mean, maybe both of them are catchable. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, yeah, bronchitis, tuberculosis. I think some people mix them up too. I almost did myself.
Right? You ever take the long way home?
Yeah,
Taking the long way
a
home right
lot.
now. Yeah, I haven't done it in a while, but not really ready to get where I'm going, I guess. I'm waiting on this job to tell me whether or not they're going to hire me. And I imagine this is what college kids feel like when they're like waiting to find out if they got in. Fucking suspense, dude. What the heck? I'm back. I'm back.
Hello?